Revealing the History of Ancient Palestine, Changing Perspectives. Keith W. Whitelam and Emmanuel Pfo. Introduction 1. 1-8. 2. Social Transformation and State Formation Following the Decline in Late Bronze Age Trade 27. 3. Israel's Traditions of Origin, Reclaiming the Land 61. 4. The Social Production of Israel's Traditions of Origin 78. 5. The Realignment and Transformation of Late Bronze, Iron Age Palestine 88. 6. Towards a Human History of Ancient Palestine 111. 7. The Search for Early Israel, Historical Perspective 125. 8. Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more, what if Merneptah's scribes were telling the truth? 143. 9. 155. 10. Shaping Palestinian History 182. Contents. 8. Contents 11. The Rhetoric and Reality of Revisionism 199. 12. Expanding the Limits 222. 13. 235. 14. History and Ideology at the End of the Century 250. 15. Ancient Israel in Western Memory 267. 16. 281. 17. 300. Textual References Index 315. Author Index 317. A Historiographical Sketch. The historical work of Keith W. Whitelam has been associated, especially throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, with the revisionist trend labeled minimalism in Old Testament historical studies. In effect, and together with key publications by Niels Peter Lemsch, 1991, 1998, Philip R. Davies, 1992, and Thomas L. Thompson, 1992, 1999, Whitelam's The Invention of Ancient Israel, 1996, contributed to a stream of historical criticism towards the ways in which the history of ancient Israel was understood in historiographical terms. However, when considered from the perspective of the last 3 decades, one can easily see that Whitelam's studies expand beyond issues of minimalism and represent a much broader interest in historical method and criticism related to the history and representation of that problematic concept termed ancient Israel and to the history of Palestine. To begin with, it may be said that one of Whitelam's first major works, written in close collaboration with Robert B. Coode, The Emergence of Early Israel in Historical Perspective, published in 1987, marks a milestone within critical historiography in Anglophone Old Testament studies, Coode and Whitelam 1987. Probably the main relevance of this study is its pioneering analysis of the shifts in settlement patterns in the history of Palestine throughout 5 millennia, from the Bronze Age to Ottoman times. Such a long-term history perspective, undoubtedly influenced by the approach of the notable French historian of the Annales School, Fernand Braudel, 1902–1985, shed new light on demography, economics, and political perspectives. The book appeared a year before Israel Finkelstein published his revised 1986 Hebrew PhD thesis in English, Finkelstein 1988, an epoch-changing work in which settlement patterns were central to the explanation of Israelite origins. Finkelstein would also continue working with a broad Elian perspective on settlement patterns and demography, i.e., Finkelstein 1994, enhancing the regularities of settlement patterns in the region already envisioned by Coode and Whitelam. This perspective would later also be important for the development of a regional understanding of the history of Palestine in the Bronze and Iron Ages and its effects on how to analyze ethnic features and politics. One within the framework of the sociological and social science approach current during the 1980s, especially in the U.S. with the SBL-sponsored Sociology of the Monarchy seminar, Coode and Whitelam's monograph also paved the way towards. Introduction. Emmanuel Pfo. 2. Introduction and understanding of the history of Israel without slavishly following the biblical depiction of the periods in the history of the land and its society. Precisely, and besides the importance of settlement history and geographical features for addressing socio-political history, Coode and Whitelam offered a historical explanation for the rise of the state in Iron-I Palestine, ca 1200 to 1000 BCE, based on trade networks, and appealing to theoretical and case study developments of political anthropology and archaeology. This sociological trend would, unfortunately, fade away during the 1990s, in particular after the progressive demise of a united monarchy as a historical reality. 3. The overall result in terms of historical methodology was a return, in the US, Europe and Israel, to a more empirical approach, from the biblical text, or from archaeology to history, with theory on the side, for explaining the emergence of statehood or the internal organization of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. 4. The early 1990s saw the appearance too of what, eventually, would be called the maximalist, minimalist controversy in biblical studies, which could be summarized as a, sometimes bitter, scholarly debate about the role of the Hebrew Bible as a historical source and the ways the history of Israel could be reconstructed. In effect, the debates of the 1990s represented a major crisis for that well-established historiographical genre produced in the faculties of theology of Europe and the US known as the history of ancient Israel. Building upon the developments in the field from the 1970s and the 1980s, in the 1990s a new kind of history of the same region, Palestine, or the Southern Levant, for the sake of terminological neutrality, started to be envisioned by critical Old Testament historiography, a history less focused on the biblical narrative and more concerned with what archaeology and epigraphy contributed apart from the biblical text. In this context, Whitelam's The Invention of Ancient Israel, The Silencing of Palestinian History appeared in 1996. Whitelam, theoretically influenced by Edward W. Said, 1935 to 2003, among others, exposed in this monograph the Orientalist and Eurocentric bias of biblical scholarship in regards of the ancient history of Palestine. Thus, the classical histories of ancient Israel produced by biblical scholarship, with their insistence on and centrality of biblical Israel, ended up, Whitelam stated, silencing the Palestinian side of that history. The Palestinian time and space had been denied and colonized by Western interests, both religious and political. Ancient Israel, that intellectual creature already exposed by Davies in 1992, had been obstructing a much more profound history of the land in ancient times. The scholarly insistence on finding and representing a monarchy of David and Solomon in textual and archaeological studies blinded biblical academics during the 19th and 20th centuries, who recreated this polity in a fashion proper of the modern European nation-state. 5. In sum, with this deconstruction of the modern biblical discourse on ancient Israel, Whitelam called for an independent history of Palestine, precisely freed from the constraints of biblical studies, 1996, 236. The impact of the arguments presented in The Invention of Ancient Israel should perhaps be measured against the amount of harsh criticism leveled against Whitelam, some of it blunt ad hominem attacks bordering direct charges of anti-Semitism or of having an anti-Israel agenda. In a way, Whitelam's book sealed the image of the so-called biblical minimalists as enemies of biblical history, if not of the whole Western tradition. 6. However, and beyond the sensationalism of some of the reactions, the key issue in the maximalist, minimalist debate was, in my opinion, the crucially different historical epistemologies in opposition, Whitelam, as well as Davies, Lemsch, and Thompson brought about in different studies, thematically, but also methodologically, during the 1990s a new paradigm to the scene of Old Testament historical studies, a radically new way of considering the history of ancient Palestine and the Hebrew Bible as a historical sources. 7. But, besides and in spite of those critical reactions, Whitelam's invention was probably the first manifesto expressing the loss of innocence in Old Testament historical scholarship in matters political. All history is written from a particular perspective, a particular condition, culture, social class, gender, etc., as such. All historiography produces an arrangement of the evoked past according to particular political situations and conditions of the social present. As Whitelam sums it up in one of his essays in this volume, the loss of innocence means that we can no longer ignore the political or ethical consequences of the construction of Israelite or Palestinian history, chapter 14, especially in the light of the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis, in which past and memory are an integral part of the conditions of their ever-complicated present. Modern biblical historiography, probably because of its academic housing in theological institutions, was a rather latecomer to the epistemological awareness discussed and debated in the humanities and the social sciences at least since the 1960s, not only about the conditions for constructing or producing knowledge, but also about how this knowledge affects society. It should therefore be unsurprising that the reaction towards a reflexive critique of the discourse of biblical scholarship concerning the history of Israel/Palestine was so strong and vociferous and dismissed as mere ideology. 8. Instead of attending to the historiographical shift Whitelam was advocating, an alternative to Bible-oriented histories of Palestine. A taste of what a history of ancient Palestine would look like without the Bible as its main concern was presented in 2013 by Whitelam with the publication of a monograph, aimed more at a popular rather than strictly academic readership, called Rhythms of Time, Reconnecting Palestine's Past, Whitelam 2013a. In it Whitelam essays a properly Broadelian construction of the past of the region focusing on anonymous agents as the forces shaping ancient social realities, namely demographic and economic patterns and shifts. A historical presentation quite unlike the one found in current presentations of ancient Israel, offering an alternative and original version of the historical past of the land in which the biblical texts, along with other literary evidence from the Levant, are better an expression of the local culture and symbols, rather than a direct source for empirical history. 9. A key theme in this book is the reconnection of Palestine's past with its present. A historiography of the region, such as the one produced by biblical scholarship, but also by religious and political agents during the 19th and 20th centuries, is one of exclusion and tragedy. The alternative presented in Rhythms of Time creates instead a vision of a past shared by all the peoples currently inhabiting the land. On the present selection. Whitelam's studies, of which a selection is presented in this volume, illustrate quite well in its chronological arrangement the transition from an initial concern with Israelite history towards a more comprehensive Palestinian history. The contributions may initially be divided into two main phases. A first phase with genuine historical interests, still within the framework of critical historical methods deployed in Old Testament scholarship, combining a historical interpretation of narratives in Samuel and Kings with social science approaches and theoretical insights from sociological and anthropological studies, represented here by chapters 1 to 6 and 9. These papers, published between 1986 and 1995, except for chapter 9 from 2002, show clearly how the critical deconstruct ions of biblical narrative in order to produce a sounder history of Israel, following insights from the humanities and the social sciences, started to expose the need for a much broader history, distinctive from mere rationalizations of the biblical narrative. One has only to compare an essay like The Emergence of Israel, co-written with Coode, chapter 2 here, with The Identity of Early Israel, chapter 5, or better with Palestine in the Iron Age, chapter 9, to notice the historiographical shift towards a more sociological and archaeological history of the land in the Iron Age, cf. chapter 6, which at the same time is less concerned with topics of biblical historicity, also, less restricted by biblical certainties, affecting the ethnic identification in the archaeological record, and more focused on what the material evidence allows the historian to interpret. Other chapters in this phase, 1, 3, and 4, discuss the important issue of the social function of the past in relation to Israel's origins and the land traditions in the Hebrew Bible, exposing how weak a mere translation of such traditions into history utterly is. 10. A second phase comprises more strictly defined historiographical interests, following theoretical trends in general history and dealing essentially with the more known and relevant insights from the already mentioned French school of the Annals, M. Bloch, L. Febvre, F. Brodel, together with recent approaches like new historicism in literary studies and post-structuralist trends. Also here we find interventions on the so-called maximalist, minimalist debate of the 1990s and its aftermath, chapters 7, 8, 10, 11, 14, 16, and 17, see also Whitelam 2000. Issues of ethnicity, relating to the beginning of Israeliteness in the archaeological record, does it all begin with Merneptah Istil? Or should we better wait for Omri's kingdom? Can we detect ethnicity at all in the archaeological record of the Iron Age, are discussed in chapters 7 and 8, now clearly employing a deconstructive methodology of the archaeological discourses in biblical scholarship. In this context, after the publication of Whitelam's invention, we find discussions on the potentiality of historical, and modern theological or religious, discourses for shaping the ancient past of Palestine and, notably, Jerusalem, chapters 10, 13, and 14, see also Whitelam 1998, 2001, 2013b, and also a response to the misrepresentation and misunderstandings that the term minimalism still connotes in biblical scholarship as a revisionist historiographical perspective, see chapter 11. Besides these two historiographical phases, an original and new insight brought forward by Whitelam to Old Testament studies is his dealing with critical trends in Introduction 5 Geographical Representations and Cartography, chapters 12 and 15, see further on this Whitelam 2007, 2008, 2011. This innovative perspective in biblical studies has still to be further explored, exposing how cartographies embody power relations in their representations, as the appropriation of Palestine's past by Western agents, Christians, evangelicals, Zionists, imperialists, is not complete without a representation of the territory upon which a symbolic claim is made. Whitelam's contributions to this question show precisely how, since the 16th century CE until recent times, the cartographic representation and landscape imagination of Palestine by Western powers and actors has contributed to the silencing of its native peoples and the distortion of its historical past. In sum, the essays collected in this volume illustrate the changes that the history and the historiography of Israel and Palestine went through during the last decades, but they also open sound avenues of research into genuinely historical matters, not only about what happened in the past of Palestine but fundamentally about how modern discourses, political, popular, religious, academic, in the present understand and represent the biblical past. The value of Whitelam's contributions resides then not only in their argumentative strength for breaking the conceptual lock, chapter 17, that the biblical story represents for the historiography of ancient Palestine, but essentially also, and thus reversing the hegemonic trend for the last 150 years, for having critical histories of ancient Palestine written, explaining among other things how and why the Hebrew Bible appeared in the context of the history of the region. Anyone viewing the phenomenal output of textbooks devoted to the history of Israel in recent years might be forgiven for concluding that the study of Israelite history is a thriving and expanding area within biblical studies. In less than a decade the English-speaking world has seen the publication of a major project under Hayes and Miller, 1977, the revision of Bright, 1981, and Hermann, 1981, the reprinting of Noth, 1983, and the recent translation of de Vaux, 1978, Jagersma, 1982, and Sagan, 1984. However, this appearance of vitality might disguise a reality which is far more disturbing. The similarity of approaches and reconstructions adopted in most of these works is witness to an alarming sterility that is in complete contrast to the vitality of historical research in other areas. One of the most disturbing aspects of this publishing boom is that it obscures serious methodological problems and consequently does nothing to encourage the exploration of alternative methods of approach. Most of the works mentioned above, with the notable exception of Sagan, 1984, contain no extended or explicit reference to the assumptions which underlie their approaches to the study of history. The rehearsal of familiar arguments and material in these recent publications indicates that little progress has been achieved beyond the classic treatments of Noth and Bright. This complacency among publishers and biblical historians is in marked contrast to the recent debates conducted by professional historians exploring different methodologies and alternative approaches. See, for instance, Barraclough 1979 and Eggers and Parker 1980. The distinguished historians R. Fogel and G.R. Elton, 1983, disagree about how the study of history should be conducted, especially concerning the usefulness of social scientific methods, but are in agreement that current interpretations of history are far from satisfactory in dealing with the complexities of the historical process. They conclude their lively and stimulating debate with Hamlet's words to Horatio, "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy." The often acrimonious exchanges between historians since the 1950s are testimony to a vigorous and thriving discipline. All this is a far cry from the positions adopted in our standard textbooks on the history of Israel, which present static pictures often unrelated to the historical process. More damagingly, they encourage, whether deliberately or not, the belief that we possess a good understanding of particular periods in the history of Israel and seem complacent about the problems of representing the complexities of historical reality. The publishing trend continues despite growing expressions of unease which have surfaced within biblical studies in recent years concerning the usefulness of such ventures. The methodological assumptions of the textbooks mentioned above are all derived from a period when the historical critical method dominated biblical studies and reflect assumptions derived from 19th and 20th century historiography prior to the upheavals of the last few decades. Biblical studies has experienced similar convulsions with the many shifts in approaches to the Hebrew Bible during the last decade or more, bringing into question the results of much research since the beginning of the century. This upheaval within biblical studies, with the rise to prominence of new literary studies, structuralism, and canonical studies, all concerned with various aspects of the final form of the text, has raised fundamental questions that can no longer be ignored by those who purport to study the history of Israel. It seems time to consider more carefully the problems and prospects for the study of the history of Israel. The problems identified above, stemming from the changing nature of biblical studies, have led some reviewers to raise serious questions concerning the continued production of textbooks devoted to the history of Israel. C. Rod, 1985, 195, asks if we need any more. It is not clear if the questions is posed because there is a surfeit of works covering, with varying degrees of success, the same ground, or because the enterprise is no longer of any particular benefit to biblical studies. P.R. Davies, 1985, 169, is much more explicit in his criticisms of the preeminent position of the history of Israel as the foundation of Old Testament study, and goes so far as to ask whether there is any worthwhile task to be done, whether a history in any meaningful sense of the word can be written, and if it cannot, why students should continue to be taught one. 1985, 172. J.M. Miller, who has published widely in this field, also recognizes the problems and the critical juncture now reached in the study of the history of Israel. He concludes a recent essay on the state of current research with the view that, probably there is no other area of biblical studies so obviously in need at the moment of some fresh ideas based on solid research. 1985, 23. The present essay is an attempt to highlight the importance of a methodological debate by concentrating on some important assumptions underlying the standard approaches to the history of Israel. This is not to gainsay the tremendous debt of scholarship owed to the classic works of Noth and Bright, among others, but rather to attempt to come to terms with some of the problems which face the discipline at present, stemming from new information and a changing intellectual climate. The current glut of works on the history of Israel take for granted particular working assumptions and thereby delay examination of the crucial questions as to what type of history is possible or appropriate. There is a pressing need to identify the type of research required to widen our database so as to enable the examination and discussion of important aspects of the history of Israel which have been ignored. It is also important to address and refute claims that the study of the history of Israel cannot or should not be undertaken, and to state clearly that it remains a fundamental task of research and teaching. Contra Davies 1985, 172. However, the implications of major new developments in the study of history as well as recent shifts in perspective within biblical studies are so far-reaching that strategies for researching Israelite society need to be reformulated and redesigned. Problems with current approaches. There have been a number of studies which have addressed some of the methodological problems involved in writing a history of Israel, most notably Bright, 1956, Mendenhall, 1961, Ramsey, 1982, and Sagan, 1984. 2. The renewal of interest in social scientific methods in biblical studies championed by Mendenhall and Gottwald has also furthered the debate, although it is quite clear that they differ significantly in the strategies they adopt for the study of Israelite society, Gottwald 1979, Mendenhall 1983. The interdisciplinary and comparative approaches which they advocate offer enormous potential for further advances and have proven to be the most innovative areas in recent years. Gottwald, 1979, 3-22, 591-709, 1986, has been most instrumental in trying to introduce methodological rigor into the study of all aspects of Israelite society. See also Wilson 1977, 1980. Even so, the debate over conflicting reconstructions of pre-monarchic Israel revolves around the central literary problem of how to handle the biblical text in relation to archaeological and comparative social scientific studies. Furthermore, the revitalization of research into the history of early Israel generated by the debate on the various aspects and formulations of the revolt model has not been transferred to other periods as the current textbooks all too vividly reveal. This is reflected in the fact that the most innovative essays in the Hayes and Miller volume, 1977, are those dealing with the periods of early Israelite history. The picture of Israel from the monarchic period onwards in most recent textbooks, including Sagan's, 1984, differ little in presentation, thereby indicating the impasse reached in research into these periods. Bright, 1956, 12, made similar observations about the lack of general agreement concerning the early period in contrast to a remarkable unanimity in the handling of Israelite history from the monarchy onwards. There could be no better illustration of the lack of progress during the last 20 years achieved by text-based studies of the history of Israel, i.e. reconstructions depending primarily upon the literary sources. Sagan's recent study, 1984, 18-40, has addressed some, at least, of the most important methodological problems in writing a history of Israel in light of the late form of the biblical traditions. He reflects a growing unease among scholars with the recognition that it has become increasingly difficult to write a history of Israel, especially from its beginnings, 1984, 19. While acknowledging that virtually all of the works produced since the post-war period adopt similar approaches and thereby end up with analogous results, he singles out Noth as the major exception since his insistence that the history of Israel begins with the settlement in Palestine is methodologically important. 3. Sagan, more than any other previous textbook on the subject of history of Israel, has taken account of the recent concentration and insistence on the determinative influence of the exilic and post-exilic communities in shaping the traditions preserved within the Hebrew Bible. Since it is the product of a later community, he concedes that it is difficult, if not 11. Impossible, to establish the antiquity of individual traditions, 1984, 25. The following quotation, 1984, 22, is typical of his approach. So it seems clear that the horizon of the redactors of the Pentateuch, the historical books and the prophetic books, is chiefly the exilic and post-exilic period, even when the texts are dealing with earlier themes, and that the problems with which they are concerned chiefly reflect the consequences of that first, fundamental break in the history of Israel represented by the exile in Babylon and the end of both political independence and of the dynasty which reigned by divine promise and to which an eternal kingdom had been promised. 2 Sam 7. This represents an important advance on most recent textbooks but fails to carry through the full implications of the problems and thereby advocate the development of alternative approaches. He concludes, 1984, 26, that the attempt to write a history of Israel can begin only with the reign of David. Traditions about the pre-monarchic period, as well as the narratives about Saul, suffer from what he calls contamination, that is to say, whatever ancient material they may contain has been obscured by later redaction. Thus, he delays the beginning of his account even further than Noth, once again reflecting the remarkable demise of the Amphictyonic hypothesis in recent years. The justification for his wish to begin with the reign of David can be found in an earlier study, 1977, 332. With the foundation of a united kingdom under David, the history of Israel leaves the realm of prehistory, of cultic and popular tradition and enters the arena of history proper. The kingdom under David and Solomon constitutes a datum point from which the investigation of Israel's history can be safely begun. 4. Although he notes, 1984, 27-8, that these sources have also been edited at a later date, he retains his faith in their authenticity and usefulness for the historian with the assertion that they contain too many details of a political, economic, administrative, and commercial nature to be dismissed as a romanticized glory cation of the past. 5. Verisimilitude, we may note, is no guarantee of historical accuracy or reality. The skilled storyteller creates an authentic universe into which the reader can enter and participate. Nevertheless, Sagan has drawn attention to important methodological problems, but by merely postponing the starting point for the study of Israelite history he has not managed to escape other problems involved in text-based reconstructions. For in many respects Sagan's work differs little from other standard textbooks, since it fits the same pattern of disagreement regarding the reconstruction of the pre-monarchic period compared with broad agreement from the rise of the monarchy onwards. The same searching questions need to be addressed to the biblical traditions concerning the monarchy and later as are used to probe traditions prior. 12. To the rise of the state. Sagan, 1984, 32-3, rightly argues that any history of Israel which attempts to reconstruct the pre-monarchic period, simply by paraphrasing the biblical texts and supplementing them, where possible, with alleged parallels from the ancient Near East, is not only using an inadequate method but ends up by offering a distorted picture of those events which can be ascertained. However, consistency of method demands that these questions are pursued with equal vigor when dealing with Israel's history after the formation of the state. The reason for the uniformity of presentation in textbooks from the monarchy onwards, with only disagreements over details, is due to the fact that the biblical narratives, supplemented at some points by extra-biblical sources, have assumed a position of unquestioned priority. Such an approach, which is in effect a consensus position among biblical historians, embodies two unargued assumptions that need to be exposed. The first is that history writing is dependent exclusively upon written sources, the second is that history is concerned with the unique event or individual. These assumptions are closely interrelated since most written sources are the product of elite groups or those in their employ. Furthermore, these assumptions stem from 19th and 20th century historiography as formulated by von Ranke, which presented history as the actions of unique individuals in narrative form. Sagan's study is similar in this respect to all other textbooks on the history of Israel, since it reflects the nature of historical studies prior to 1950. Both of these assumptions require careful consideration since they have done much to shape the study of Israelite history. A. History and written sources. A major assumption of biblical historians has long been that a history of Israel can proceed only from a detailed literary critical study of the biblical texts, e.g. DeVaux 1970, 78, and recently Miller 1982, 215. Although Albright and his followers opposed the German reconstruction of the pre-monarchic period, it is noticeable that Bright, 1956, 122, started from the assumption that the writing of history must begin with an analysis of the documents of history, emphasis added. Similarly, Sagan, 1984, 36, reflects this standard position with his view that for the period down to the end of the 9th century BC the sources for the history of Israel are for the most part the biblical texts. At a later stage, The Bible is supplemented by other sources from Israel and the ancient Near East, and they give us a more complete picture of the situation, though it is still full of gaps. 6. However, recent changes in perspective regarding the biblical text mean that the biblical historian is forced to proceed with ever greater caution. New literary studies have, above all else, illustrated the artistry and coherence of many biblical narratives. Alter 1981, Gunn 1978, 1980. There is no need to rehearse the important debate on the historiographic intent of the narratives, although this is of course central. 13. See, for example, Thompson 1978, 1980. Barr's attempt, 1980, to move away from history as a central category of theological discourse to story, allied to the burgeoning literature on narrative art, has provided a profound and fundamental challenge to the task of the historian. See also Coggins 1979, Collins 1979. It is not just traditions about the pre-monarchic period which are affected by these discussions, but the entire narrative complex of the Hebrew Bible. Recent literary treatments of the Saul and David narratives vividly illustrate this and do much to remove Soggin's datum point for the beginning of Israelite history, see especially Gunn 1978, 1980. The danger of reliance upon text-based reconstructions is that the starting point of Israelite history will be pushed back ever further until the historian's task becomes impossible. This has seriously undermined one of the main techniques employed by biblical historians, namely attempts to conduct excavations on the text. See also Flanagan 1985, Barton 1984a, 1984b. Those responsible for the final form of the text are now given greater credit for their creative ability in handling and shaping the traditions. The result is that any earlier material becomes so transformed and embedded in the text that it becomes impossible to unravel its intricate structure. The historian has to begin with the problem of how and why later communities shaped the past in the service of their own present. This is not to deny the importance and possibilities of redaction criticism, an essential skill in the armory of any historian, but to caution against the rush to reduce the text to its so-called historical core. The debate on the historicity of the traditions and the study of the Bible as literature has brought into question many of the working assumptions previously employed by biblical historians. The full implications of these moves for the historian have yet to be worked out. Yet it is clear that historians are now required to develop a much greater degree of sophistication in the ways in which they approach and read texts. However, the charge of Davies, 1985, 169-70, that if there are no reliable written sources for the period prior to the monarchy, or even later, then there can be no history writing, embodies the false assumption that historiography is dependent entirely upon written documents. The major objection that the historian cannot proceed or has to delay the starting point of Israelite history is largely overcome once the priority of the biblical narratives for historical reconstruction is renounced. The search can then begin for alternative sources, while the utilization of the text becomes a secondary move in the research strategy. Furthermore, while accepting the recent insights and advances in the study of the Hebrew narrative art, it is not necessary for the historian to concede all the claims of the new literary movement. In particular, the tendency to divorce the text from any social context and the sole concentration upon its aesthetic qualities has resulted in a failure to pursue the ideological aspects or social function of literature. However, in order to utilize these narratives, including the stories about David, it has to be demonstrated, rather than assumed, that they offer usable information to the historian. The most fundamental question is, to what does the text bear witness? Even documents whose provenance and date are not in question, and there are precious few of those in the Hebrew Bible, have to be read and treated with considerable circumspection. It is also important to distinguish between what happened and what the author of the document claimed was happening. C.F. Elton 1983, 84. Braudel, 1972, 21. In his magisterial study of the Mediterranean during the reign of Philip II of Spain, counsels against the bias and myopia of contemporaries who are denied the luxury of retrospective judgment to understand the significance of their actions. Even if it is accepted that much of the narrative complex of Samuel derives from the Davidic bureaucracy, Whitelam 1984, which many doubt, it is not possible to reconstruct David's rise to power by simply paraphrasing the biblical narratives. The text is not a witness to historical reality, only to itself. It is a witness to a particular perception of reality. Its importance for the historian then is that it offers access to a particular perception, in this case the self-perception of the Davidic monarchy, of events and relationships. The historian has to proceed with considerable circumspection to avoid perpetuating the justification and propaganda of the past, whether of the Davidic court or some faction within Second Temple Judaism. Even when this is done, it is false to assume that what is produced is a history of Israel. It is rather evidence for or an insight into one level of Israelite society. The complexities of Israelite society or its relationship to environmental constraints, etc., remain hidden from view. The historian needs to probe much deeper to other levels of social reality and to ask critical questions about how social processes were shaped or changed. b. History and the great figures of the past. The standard histories of Israel concentrate almost entirely on the leading figures of the artful narratives from the monarchy onwards. It becomes a procession of central characters from Saul, David, Solomon, Ahab, Jezebel, Omri, Josiah, through Ezra and Nehemiah, accompanied by a number of supporting players. It is not simply the periodization which is dictated by the traditions, patriarchs, Exodus, conquest, settlement, etc., but also the cast of characters who populate this rather shallow landscape. But what kind of history is it that devotes its attention to the precise chronological sequence of Ezra and Nehemiah, or how many Eliashivs and Sanballats may have figured in the history of Israel, and is able to say little, if anything, about the wider social reality? Such a concentration on the great men of history has been shaped by the intellectual setting of modern historiography in the West. It was the unification of Germany under Bismarck that provided the intellectual and political context for the development of modern historiography under the influence of von Ranke. Hermann, 1984, 267-8, argues that the personality of David is the only sufficient explanation for the development of the Davidic monarchy. He cites with approval the view that men make history and suggests that men burst through social structures to reach new shores. On the contrary, the historian needs to understand and explain the interrelationships between all social groups and their environment rather than adopting the perspective of selective literary remains concerned with a particular individual. Symptomatic of traditional biblical history is Miller's recent identification, 1985, of two of the major areas of concern as the interpretation of chronological data in Kings and Chronicles and the chronological priority of Ezra and Nehemiah. No. 15. Doubt he has rightly reported the state of affairs, but this suggests that one of the dominant factors in previous studies has been a view of history as a series of discrete, sequential events which are amenable to neat categorization and compartmentalization. M. Bloch, 1954, 183, has produced a devastating critique of this position. Now, the scholar loves close dating. He finds it both an appeasement to his instinctive horror of the vague and a great comfort to the conscience. He wants to have read and to have checked everything which concerns his subject. The danger is that this encourages the reduction of complex historical reality to simplistic categories. Bloch goes on to warn against the danger of worshipping the idol of false precision. Metamorphoses of social structure, economy, beliefs, or mental attitude cannot conform to an overly precise chronology without distortion. Standard treatments of Ezra and Nehemiah, for instance, concentrate upon the personalities and the politics of the biblical narratives and the perplexing problem of their chronological relationship. There is little time left to investigate the situation of Palestine vis-a-vis the Persian Empire, particularly changing trade patterns, or to outline changes in settlement patterns in Palestine as a result of the change in political hegemony. It is only when such questions are seen to be significant that strategies will be devised to investigate these complex problems. It is necessary to consider the role and interrelationship of all social groups in all periods rather than to perpetuate the bias of our written sources that it is the great men of history who dictate its course. If the data for investigating social processes are not available, then it is important to try to develop methods which will help to remedy this serious situation. The tendency in the past has been to assume that the biblical text has preserved the most important aspects of Israelite history even if it might be incomplete. Biblical historiography has been dictated by the categories and the characters of the biblical texts in much the same way that modern Western historiography has been dominated by the statement and records of political relations preserved in state archives. Ranke's dictum that history is concerned with wie es eigentlich Joasen or Herodotus's attempt to narrate what was, ton eonta, dominates the biblical histories of Israel to such an extent that no consideration is given to the deeper realities of history. It is not sufficient to ask what happened but why it happened, Renfrew 197-9. In the words of Barraclough, 1979, 156 history is to be viewed not as a sequence of happenings but a series of problems. The whole concept of the study of the history of Israel needs to be enlarged and reformulated in order to overcome the constraints and limitations, for the historian, of the traditions preserved in the Hebrew Bible. See also Malamat 1983, 303-5. The changing shape of history. The standard treatments of the history of Israel, constrained as they are by the biblical texts, are set in the mold of political histories concerned with the unique event and unique individual. It is because of this dominant assumption that biblical scholars have been slow to appreciate the profound changes in the study of history that have taken place in the last few decades in the U.S., Britain, and France. Barraclough 1979, Eggers and Parker 1980, Fogel and Elton 1983, Tosh. 16. 1984. Some of the most profound changes have been brought about by L. Febvre, M. Bloch, F. Braudel and subsequent French historians connected with the journal Annals. They perhaps more than any others have challenged the dominant position of traditional political history which concentrated on the event and great statesmen. Febvre, 1973, 34, argued that although history was fashioned on written evidence, it can and must be fashioned where written evidence is lacking. Then it can be made up out of anything that the historian's ingenuity may lead him to employ. Words, signs, landscapes, titles, the layout of fields, in a word, anything which, belonging to man, depends on man, serves him, expresses him and signifies his presence, activity, tastes, and forms of existence. The expansion of archaeological research in Palestine during recent years promises alternative sources of information for the historian denied earlier scholars. However, the continued conviction that the biblical text remains the primary source for all periods of the history of Israel means that many historians perpetuate this unnecessary restriction in their consideration of other forms of potential evidence. Braudel has had perhaps the greatest influence among modern historians as he and the Annals school have attempted to follow Henry Burr's desire to enlarge the scope of traditional history and admit events other than political ones and actors other than the official figures. Braudel's writings, 1972, 1980, on the nature of historical time, in terms of geographical, social, and individual time, and his insistence that history is not concerned solely with the individual or the unique event have had a significant effect upon the working assumptions of many modern historians. It is now widely conceded that the study of history should not be restricted to the analysis of differences, the novel, or the unique. The novel can only be understood in terms of the recurrent and regular. One of the most striking illustrations of this point is to be found in H. Boehm's study, 1966, of the way in which Bismarck's policies were conditioned by the cycle of expansion and depression experienced by the German economy from the 1850s to the slump of 1873, cited by Barraclough 1979, 39. Similarly, Poston, 1971, 13, illustrates the importance of nomothetic concerns over and against ideographic studies with the analogy of Newton and the apple. Had he asked himself the obvious question, Why did that particular apple choose that unrepeatable instant to fall on that unique head? He might have written the history of an apple. Instead of which he asked himself why apples fall and produced the theory of gravitation. The decision was not the apple's but Newton's. The study of the recurrent and regular demands an extension of the chronological perspective from the short term to what Braudel has termed la longue durée, i.e. geographical time with its slow and almost imperceptible changes over centuries. Important patterns of the past can often be obscured by intense concentration upon a restricted period of time or geographical area. This shift in perspective at least offers a fresh angle from which to view old problems and opens up the possibility of investigating aspects of the history of Israel which traditional approaches, locked in the constraints of the text's horizons, are not able to contemplate. 17. Such a history of Israel must give methodological priority to the investigations and results of the so-called New Archaeology, or rather social archaeology, which is now being applied in the Near East. The nature of these developments has been surveyed and discussed elsewhere, conveniently Dever 1985. The crucial point for the present argument is that the type of approach advocated here requires the development of what Dever terms a Syro-Palestinian archaeology with its multidisciplinary approaches. In particular, the movement away from the investigation of individual sites to more comprehensive regional surveys is a prerequisite for the advancement of our understanding of the history of the region. Current survey work, much of it being undertaken by Israeli scholars, is absolutely essential for the development of this type of history. The investigation and comparison of settlement patterns over long periods of time, and the pursuit of historical demography, both of which are dependent upon regional survey work in the Middle East, need much greater scholarly attention if light is to be shed upon the nature of social change over time. The importance of quantification, however imprecise our information might be, cannot be underestimated since this gives some idea of relative growth patterns and provides a key to important factors involved in social change about which we remain ignorant. The study of demography provides an insight into the numerical relations involved in growth and decline, spatial analysis, trade, the effects of famine and disease, stratification, technological change, political power and dependency, and so on. The effects of climate, disease, shifting trade patterns, for example, throughout the whole region need to be investigated more rigorously. As more results become available and research strategies are refined, it ought to be possible to shed more light upon changes in size of settlement, the relationship between sites, aspects of social stratification, important aspects of subsistence agriculture and pastoralism, trade relationships, etc. The important recent works by F. Frick, 1985, and D. Hopkins, 1985, are good illustrations of the type of work necessary to advance the study of Israelite history. The need is for increasingly interdisciplinary research with a blurring of the lines of demarcation between history, archaeology, and the social sciences. One of the most surprising features of Sagan's study is that any discussion of the important archaeological evidence for the early pre-monarchic period is relegated to an appendix written by D. Conrad. The area of study which has shown the greatest vitality because of the different approaches taken to the attempts to understand a growing body of archaeological data in relation to the biblical traditions has been passed over in favor of a rather stilted discussion of the traditions themselves. It is the utilization of this archaeological data which must form the basis for any progress in the study of the history of the area. Bright, by contrast, following Albright, makes a good deal of use of archaeological evidence but almost entirely in terms of correlations with the biblical text. Archaeological evidence, mainly because of the lack of precise information, has tended to play less of a role in the study of later periods. Its use tends to be descriptive, as in the case of P. Schaeffer's study, 1977, 549-59, of the Hellenistic and Maccabean periods. The standard histories have failed to investigate the significance of archaeological remains for what they reveal of ideological aspects of the society, such as the way in which Davidic/Solomonic remains express royal ideology, see Dever 1982, Lundquist. 18. N.D., Myers 1983, Whitelam 1984, 1986. The comparative study of the maintenance and manipulation of power in early agrarian states is suggestive for research into the dynamics of early Israelite society during the monarchy. As Renfrew, 1973, 20, maintains, it is important to ask the right questions about the growth of society, the processes involved in the changes in settlement pattern, environmental and social constraints on the community and so on. The results of archaeological investigations in many areas of the globe have in recent years had a dramatic impact upon the study of history by calling into question a whole number of previously text-based reconstructions, see Barraclough 1979, 106-47, Delayet 1978. Barraclough, 1979, 107, states the problem in the following terms. The most significant and lasting results of archaeological discovery, however, is to have broken the historian's traditional reliance upon written records, and, in some instances at least, to have demonstrated the unreliability and mythical character of the information those records convey. Both in Anglo-Saxon England and in India, for example, archaeological evidence indicates a radically different pattern of settlement from that put forward in popular traditions and literary texts. Alchin and Alchin, 1968, have drawn attention to the limitations of a text-based assessment of early Indian history. A similar picture of revision of text-based reconstructions can be found in the study of African history. D. Henige, 1974, 40, points out that where archaeological evidence is available, since archaeological work is in its early stages in many parts of Africa, the evidence is that permanent settlement long antedated traditional chronologies. Many of the traditions are now viewed as the justification of land claims by various groups on the spurious grounds that they occupied previously uninhabited territory. J.C. Miller, 1980, 31-4, has found that in a number of African oral traditions claims to migration are often indications of a transferal of ideology and identity from one area to another. The real concern is with political ties or commercial contacts, and the actual geographical origins of a particular people are often discovered to have been elsewhere, if not autochthonous. It is clear from these few examples that archaeological evidence has to be assessed independently of any textual evidence to avoid selective conation and distortion. It is important then to pursue the interpretation of the growing body of archaeological evidence for Syria, Palestine independently rather than as an adjunct to biblical studies. 7. The study of the history of Israel needs to be released from the constraints imposed on it by the methodological priority accorded to the biblical texts. This is not to deny the importance of the biblical traditions for the study of particular periods or aspects of Israel's history. Yet given the growing methodological problems of utilizing these traditions for many periods, which Sagan and others recognize, it is important to investigate alternative approaches. The usual rejoinder to such an argument is to state that the biblical texts offer the greatest body of evidence for Israelite history of all periods, e.g. Miller 1985, 1. But this position has been undermined. 19. By the shifts in approaches to the Hebrew Bible as well as the demise of text-based reconstructions in other geographical and temporal areas. Miller, 1985, 11, for instance, maintains that were we dependent upon archaeological and other non-biblical evidence alone, we would have no reason even to suppose that such a conquest ever occurred. But he acknowledges that it is precisely the archaeological evidence that is turning out to be the most serious problem for Albright's dating and treatment of the conquest, 1985, 22, also 10-12. That is to say, the archaeological data have thrown into question the traditional, text-based, picture of a major external conquest or infiltration and thereby help to undermine reconstructions which demand the methodological priority of complex and late biblical traditions. The treatment of Israelite history has often suffered from the same defects that Barraclough, 1979, 102-3, has identified with regard to the study of what he terms Oriental history. The main interests in these areas have been dictated by literary and philological studies, of importance in their own right, but outside the mainstream of historical thought. Barraclough, 1979, 102-3, points out that this has had important consequences for the way in which Oriental history has been studied. The first is a concentration upon literary sources to the detriment of the social reality. The second is a marked tendency to adopt the self-image which these sources, the Zendavesta, the Vedas, the Confucian classics, propagated. This is also true of the position adopted in the study of the history of Israel in our standard textbooks. The study of literary remains such as the Vedas, the Confucian classics or the Hebrew Bible often reveal only the self-perceptions of an intellectual elite rather than the wide diversity of social reality. The biblical traditions provide one important, though restricted, source for the historian. Once the task becomes the attempt to explain the archaeological record in the context of comparative history and anthropology, then the picture of Palestine during the transition from the LBA to the early Iron Age, for example, looks rather different from reconstructions based upon the biblical text. The essential continuity of material culture in the region, evidenced at Ai, Radna, Isbit Sarda, Tel Massos, and elsewhere, indicates that the social transformation of Palestine at the end of the LBA was part of complex indigenous developments. There is a growing feeling that the emergence of Israel was indigenous to Palestine, whether the result of a peasants' revolt or not. Mendenhall 1962, 1973, Gottwald 1979, Cheney 1983, cf. Ahlstrom 1984, Frick 1985, Hopkins 1985, Coote and Whitelam 1986, N.D. Earlier assumptions that changes in material culture pointed to external intrusion or that Israel could be identified from specific features in the material culture, e.g. collared rimware or the four-room house, have been proven to be fallacious. The archaeological record evidences rather a uniformly poor material culture, with similar house types and pottery types, throughout Palestine and Transjordan, Sauer 1982, 76, 81-2. The many agricultural villages which sprang up in the Palestinian highlands and margins at the beginning of Iron Ia represent a marked shift in settlement away from the lowlands. The main question remains the link between the decline and destruction of many Palestinian urban centers and the growth of dispersed rural settlements in the highlands and margins. A study of long-term settlement patterns in the area reveals that this movement away 20. From the urban concentrations in the lowlands to more marginal areas is by no means unique but is similar in many respects to other periodic shifts in Palestinian settlement. The most striking comparison is found in the EBIV/MBI response to the Ebiath decline of urban centers and urban-based trade, Coote and Whitelam 1986, N.D. The dramatic decline of interregional trade throughout the eastern Mediterranean at the end of the LBA seriously undermined the material prosperity and political effectiveness of lowland urban centers. The result seems to have been a movement away from the most vulnerable areas and away from urban control by agriculturalists and pastoralists. If this was the case, then the growth of highland settlements needs to be viewed as a result of the urban economic collapse rather than the cause. The opening or reopening of agricultural land only became politically and economically viable after the sharp drop in interregional trade throughout the eastern Mediterranean. It is clear from the published results at sites as Ai, Radna, Gilo, Isbit Sarda, Tel Massos, and Tel Estar that the change in settlement pattern was part of complex processes which are only dimly understood. The exposed positions of some settlements such as Isbit Sarda, near Tel Afek, and Tel Massos, in the northern Negev, or the lack of fortifications at many of the rural settlements indicates there is no easy explanations for factors which govern settlement strategy. Many questions remain. The chronological development of the shift in settlement is difficult to determine due to lack of precise information, the precise connection, if any, between sites in particular areas, the factors involved in demographic growth, i.e. whether the result of natural growth or external inputs, the extent of trade relations, and so on. The recent study by D. Hopkins, 1985, on the agricultural strategies involved in early Iron Age Palestine is illustrative of the type of investigations that still need to be undertaken and the many questions that remain to be explored. Similarly, The seminal study by F. Frick, 1985, of early Israel as a chiefdom shows the potential of this type of research over text-based reconstructions. It is evident that the complex processes involved in the emergence of Israel require much more rigorous investigation and testing. The results of recent studies into the emergence of Israel in Palestine also bring into question standard perceptions of the formation of an Israelite monarchy. Text-based reconstructions have been limited in perspective while failing to break free from the ideological presuppositions of the Deuteronomistic historian. Thus, the Israelite monarchy is generally regarded as an alien institution which represents a decisive break with what had gone before. The impression is given that social change operates independently of previous social structures. The interpretation of archaeological evidence and the utilization of anthropological studies on the nature of state formation in many different areas of the globe produces a very different reconstruction. The social and geographical circumscription of the Palestinian highlands places significant restraints upon the limits for expansion. The competition for available land, once the dispersed rural settlements began to expand or multiply, triggered mechanisms which eventually led to the formation of the state. In particular, the nature of highland farming strategies, devoted to terracing and commercial tree crops, required residential stability. This restriction on adaptability to increasing environmental and social pressures must have been an important factor in the move to centralization. Coote and Whitelam 1986, ND 21. The increase in social conflict is evidenced in the destruction or abandonment of Ai, Radna, Shiloh, Tel El Ful, Tel Massos and Tel Estar during the mid to late 11th century BCE. The emergence of large fortified sites in the Negev at Arad, Beersheba, Tel Malhada, and Tel Ira indicates increasing centralization during this period. Aharoni 1976, 68-70. The rise of an Israelite monarchy needs to be viewed in the long term as a result of internal pressures in conjunction with external social as well as environmental constraints. It is the task of the historian to identify and explain the manifold factors involved in significant social change rather than to make theological pronouncements upon the nature of particular social structures. We require a much better understanding of the internal and external factors which coincided to push Israel across the threshold of statehood. The complex factors involved in the emergence of Israel at the end of the LBA and the later formation of a state in the central highlands of Palestine are simply part of long-term trends and patterns that take centuries to work out. This is a far cry from the usual concentration upon the identification of various pro- and anti-monarchical sources in 1 Sam 8-12. It is a concern with exploring the nature of social change and state formation rather than the appeal to charismatic figures or monocausal explanations such as the Philistine threat. 8. The study of the history of Israel needs to be set in the context of a comparative world history. Only when this has been done for all periods will it be possible to ask informed comparative questions in order to explain social change over long periods of time. The sterility of present research into much of Israelite history calls for innovations in methodology to develop techniques to access and interpret information about all aspects of Israelite society. Cf. Club 1981, 608. Implications. It remains to be seen what such a change in methodology will achieve or if the promise will remain unfulfilled for lack of data. Certainly, many later periods in Israel's history have not received the concentrated scholarly probing that has been accorded earlier phases. Therefore, little, if any, information is available to answer the types of questions which need to be asked. The continued refinement of archaeological techniques and the extension of regional surveys offer the greatest promise for expanding the body of data relating to Israel. However, the historian remains in a most unenviable position since much valuable published data is scattered throughout various specialist publications in areas not controlled by the traditionally trained biblical historian. The physical task of collection alone is a daunting task, let alone the problems of understanding and interpretation. Furthermore, the publication of archaeological results and findings can be notoriously slow, hindering the most important task of synthesis. The storage and retrieval of information on computer promises to revolutionize methods of publication and the dissemination of information worldwide. The computer has already had a dramatic effect upon particular areas of historical and archaeological research. The analysis of complex data, such as site information, by computer can only mean that in the not-too-distant future all those who wish to study the history of Palestine will have to acquaint themselves with the requisite skills. Roy Laughery, 1979, may have overstated his case a few years ago. 22. When he pronounced that, at least in the area of quantitative history, tomorrow's historian will have to be able to program a computer in order to survive. Yet, it is now clear that with access to mainframe computers and the falling costs of powerful microcomputers that new directions are being opened up in the study of history which historians of Israel can ill afford to ignore. Those approaches which prove unproductive or less than satisfactory will naturally be rejected. The present vitality of historical research with its innovative ideas and varied methodologies, such as quantitative approaches, demography, new economic history, and so on, ought to provide an important stimulus and direction to the study of Israelite history. In particular, a debate on methodology is extremely important if the crisis of confidence in our standard approaches is to be alleviated. It is important to define the nature and direction of research with a consciously formulated body of theory. The present impasse in research can only be broken when there are a variety of competing methodologies. The success or failure of these ventures will only be judged in retrospect. One of the important implications of an appeal for change in the approach to the study of the history of Israel is that it becomes clear that all reconstructions are contingent. As Renfrew, 1973, 5, has remarked, the past is not so much discovered as recreated. The discoveries of archaeologists still need to be interpreted and made to give up vital information. This is a continual process since as our perspective or vantage point shifts, a frequent occurrence in the present age, so our view of the history of Israel must be readjusted. This is not to suggest that what happened in the past or the reasons why it happened change, but our perspective of these two aspects of the past radically changes with adjustments in our own situation, new discoveries, or fresh perspectives on the interrelationship of various pieces of data. Elton, 1983, 100, expresses this problem in the following manner. The difficulties can be reduced if the historian remembers that all reconstructions, his own or his colleagues', constitute stages in a process of growing understanding and therefore remain forever open to revision, by himself as much as anyone else. As more evidence is found, questions are reformulated, and adjacent areas undergo development. Major historical problems do not ever reach final solutions, and this is because a term like verification has virtually no usable meaning in history. Emphasis added 9. The complexities of past and present reality are such that indeed there are more things in heaven and earth than any study of the history of Israel can begin to appreciate. The inability of the historian to offer definitive solutions produces unease among students and lay people, not to mention many scholars. One of the reasons for this is the implications such contingency is thought to have upon the widely held religious belief in the Old Testament as a witness to the history of God's dealings with Israel. But, just as the new literary and canonical studies have begun to reveal the richness and complexity of the Hebrew Bible, so the historian is only just beginning to appreciate and ways of investigating the 23. Richness and complexity of the social processes that contributed to the emergence and development of Israel. The study of the history of Israel ought to be seen as an area of exciting new possibilities and potential. It remains a worthwhile and important area of investigation and teaching, albeit conceived of in entirely different terms than the way in which it has previously been pursued. Coggins, 1979, 40, acknowledged recently that the history of Israel had become a subdiscipline in its own right. Involving just the same rigorous evaluation of the sources, correlation of different types of material, and introduction of social, economic, political, and environmental factors, that we should expect to find if we were dealing with the history of any other ancient people. Israelite history is but one facet of comparative world history. It needs to be set in the context of historical time rather than studied in isolation. When the past is viewed in a worldwide perspective, history becomes not a study of facts, but a study of interrelationships, cultural, social, and commercial, as well as diplomatic and religious. Wall 1966, 302. It becomes a search for links and connections across political and cultural frontiers in order to identify the perennial problems of man and the different responses to them. Barraclough 1979, 162-3. The demands and pitfalls of such an interdisciplinary approach are not to be underestimated, yet the potential rewards are immense. We are only just beginning to glimpse the rich diversity of historical experience of communities which contributed to the formation of the Hebrew Bible. Notes 1. There is, of course, an extensive literature on Israelite history in specialized journals and monographs. The standard textbooks are the focus of concern here because they define and enshrine the dominant methodology employed by biblical historians and are particularly influential in the way the subject is taught to undergraduates. 2. See also the important essays on method by Wright, 1971, De Vaux, 1966, 1970, Harian, 1981, 1986, Sasson, 1981, Thompson, 1978, 1980, Malamat, 1983, Miller, 1982, 1985, and Flanagan, 1985, among many others. 3. Sikut and Whitelam, 1986, N.D., for the view that all standard histories, including Noth's, share the same methodological presuppositions about the central significance of the biblical text and therefore more or less paraphrase the text for many periods of Israel's history, particularly from the monarchy onwards. 4. He does note, however, the observation of Sasson, 1981, 16, that there is no independent confirmation of the kingdoms of David and Solomon from ancient Near Eastern sources. 5. Hermann, 1981, has recently defended the authenticity of these narratives for reconstructing the Israelite monarchy. In particular, he questions the value of social scientific approaches for understanding the texts and rejects as unprovable arguments about the polemical nature of the narratives. 6. N. Lemsch, N.D., is a major exception to this with his view that the Hebrew Bible contains hardly any textual sources for Israelite history prior to the 7th century BCE. His methodological approach for periods prior to this would appear to be in line with the arguments developed in this essay. 24. 7. For the debate on the status of biblical archaeology and Syro-Palestinian archaeology, see Dever, 1985, and the literature cited there. The historian is also, of course, forced to take account of the nature of archaeological evidence with its own particular biases, whether from selectivity of research design or the accidents of discovery. Wright's discussion, 1971, provides an important agenda for any such considerations. 8. For a discussion of the interconnections between the emergence of Israel and the formation of the state, Sikut and Whitelam, 1986, N.D. Frick, 1985, and Hauer, N.D., have also utilized studies on state formation to explain the rise of the monarchy. 9. Elton, 1983, 100, and 18, accepts that verification is possible for establishing dates, the existence of a person, etc., but does not recognize these concerns as serious historical problems. It may seem strange to many that a paper presented to the Sociology of the Monarchy seminar should attempt to deal with the emergence of Israel. The justification for this lies in the thesis developed in this paper that the emergence of Israel and the development of the monarchy need to be studied as a continuum. The standard perception of the dichotomy between pre-monarchic Israel and the Israelite monarchy overlooks important aspects of the historical process. This paper will outline a number of methodological issues which inform our thinking before going on to offer an interpretation of the emergence of Israel and the implications for understanding the transition to statehood. Some methodological considerations. The debate. The debate on the emergence of Israel in Palestine is so well known that there is no need to rehearse the positions of the main protagonists, Cheney 1983, Ramsey 1982. However, despite the deep disagreements, it is possible to identify an important underlying assumption shared by all in the debate. The problem of the origin of Israel as it has previously been formulated has been heavily influenced by the issue of literary interpretation. The beginning and end have been the biblical text. The chief question has been, how are the biblical texts pertaining to the origin of Israel to be understood? How are they to be illuminated by the archaeological evidence, as well as sociological and anthropological studies? The debate on the nature of the text has become particularly acute in the historiography of early Israel, enough so as to merit our considerable attention. The most influential source of prevailing ideas of what Israel was and is the Bible. Yet the Bible itself is largely a product of such ideas, and their historical basis, in effect during the lengthy period of composition, formation, and selection of the biblical documents, and among the limited socio-political groupings primarily responsible for its development. This observation applies with equal force to all periods of the Bible's formation and of its ostensible referents. Hence, we assume as a starting point that the critique of biblical history is a function of the critique of Palestinian history rather than the other way around, as is so often the case. Social transformation and state formation following the decline in late Bronze Age trade. 2. 28. The traditions of the Hebrew Bible with their theological stances and complex and largely hidden history of development, transmission, adaptation, and reformulation spanning a millennium or more, provide an immense obstacle for the historian. As often pointed out, the Hebrew Bible was not written to record the type of social, scientific, or historical data we as historians might wish to have. It cannot be stressed too strongly that what we are dealing with in the Bible are the religious traditions of early Israel. It is ultimately a document of faith that preserves the life, shape, and identity of the communities of faith. By the same token, the traditions have developed along with the communities and been shaped accordingly. Kierkegaard's dictum has been aptly applied to these traditions: it is no use remembering a past that cannot become a present. It is the adaptability of these traditions that gives the biblical literature its dynamism and life-affirming qualities for the communities of faith. The significance of this observation for historical reconstruction can be illustrated from the long narrative complex that begins the Hebrew Bible. The final shape of the canon as it addresses the identity and problems of the communities that preserved Israelite traditions in the 6th century BCE has become an object of intense study in recent years, through the work of Sanders 1972, Childs 1979, and Blenkinsop 1977. The significance of the narratives in their final form is that they address the problems and identity of the later community outside their homeland following the traumatic events of 587 BCE. They establish Israel's right to the land and contain an underlying promise for the future. Israel's final conquest will be the result of faithfulness to the law of Moses as set out in Deuteronomy, Mays 1983, 56. Nor is it simply a matter of using specialized tools to identify particular layers. Even if it is possible to show that particular narratives or units are contemporary with a particular period under study, it is important to be aware of the dangers in contemporary descriptions. What we are presented with is a particular perception of certain events and relationships, cf. Whitelam 1984. Brodel, 1972, 21, expresses this most elegantly. We must learn to distrust this history with its still burning passions, as it was felt, described, and lived by contemporaries whose lives are short and as short-sighted as ours. It has the dimensions of their anger, dreams, or illusions, a world of strong passions certainly, blind like any other living world, our own included, and unconscious of the deeper realities of history. It is these features over which the historian must stumble. The adaptation and reformulation of the various traditions mean that it is extremely difficult if not impossible to get behind or beneath to anything like an underlying historical core. It is because they have faced this task squarely that many have simply abandoned the historical task. In the context of the present state of the discipline of biblical studies, with its concern with literature, structure, canon, and philological minutiae, it is necessary to address this problem if the attempt to reconstruct. 29. The history of Israel is not to be looked upon with passing antiquarian interest or dismissed as the pursuit of the impossible. The power of the past, in the form of our traditions, our perceptions of the past, exerts tremendous influence on the present, which makes such a venture of utmost importance. Various political and religious communities view themselves as heirs to the biblical traditions, and their perceptions of the emergence of Israel in the distant past have tremendous repercussions in the modern world. This study is an attempt to provide a new synthesis of the history of early Israel by bringing together insights drawn from many disciplines as well as recent biblical studies. The power of the past. If, as many believe, the study of history is really a dialogue about the present, then this task poses an awesome responsibility upon those who presume to undertake it. George Orwell dramatized the power of the social function of history writing, or rather its abuse, in his novel 1984. Winston Smith's work in Oceania is, in official parlance, to rectify previous newspaper reports now out of line with official reality. Thus, the party has the power to reach into the past and decree whether or not a particular event ever happened. The party slogan decrees that who controls the past controls the future, who controls the present controls the past. Cf. Plum 1969, Harian 1981, 32-3. Orwell's nightmare is really an extension and perversion of the important historiographic principle that historians discuss the past using categories and paradigms drawn from the present. J. Sasson, 1981, has illustrated how the models of previous scholarship, mainly those associated with American and German historiography, have been fractured by the altered historiographic perceptions of post-war Germany and post-Vietnam America. This raises further important questions about the nature of history writing in biblical studies. The most immediate question for biblical scholars is what type of history is possible or appropriate given the changed perspective of recent years, particularly with the influence of liberation theology as well. It is a task which, far from being worthless or peripheral, needs to be carried out with the greatest vigilance if the all-important dialogue between present and past is to continue rather than be abandoned to the kind of monologue conducted in Oceania and dictated solely by the present. Rewriting the history of Israel. It has become apparent in recent years that the growing body of archaeological evidence from Palestinian sites cannot be fitted into any of the present dominant models of the emergence of Israel in Palestine. Fritz 1981, Weipert 1979, 1982. The continued attempts to reconstruct the history of Israel from the starting point of minute literary study of the traditions of the Bible show little sign of real progress. Such studies run the risk of perpetuating the theological inclinations of their sources, whether from the Pentateuch, the Deuteronomistic history, or even the prophetic books. The more archaeological evidence that becomes available, the 30. More questions it raises about the nature of our sources. The time seems ripe to attempt a fresh synthesis of the history of Israel from a different perspective. The histories of Noth and Bright have dominated the field, shaping the perceptions of a generation of students and teachers. Despite the considerable differences between their presentations of the so-called patriarchal and conquest periods, these works concentrate on the nature of the literature. The picture of much of early Israel's history they share is remarkably one-dimensional. They are concerned to describe what happened but rarely ask why it happened. They present an odd world, drawn from the biblical traditions, populated by a few leading individuals, cf. Block, 59, with a minimal and shadowy supporting cast. These reconstructions, dominated as they are by the events and individuals of the artful narratives of the Bible, are the epitome of Voltaire's complaint about French history. It seems that, for 1400 years, there have been none but kings, ministers, and generals in Gaul, cited by Block 1954, 178. As such, these standard presentations fail to account for or even investigate the underlying causes of social change, cf. Frick 1985. A major debate has grown up in recent years concerning the historiographic intent of the biblical narratives themselves. J. Barr's seminal essay, 1980, categorizing the narrative complex of the Hebrew Bible as story rather than history, along with the ever-increasing new literary studies, raises fundamental questions for the historian. The implications of this redefinition of the narratives as story rather than history, following Barr, has had its greatest effect upon biblical theology, see Collins 1979. The full implications of this shift have yet to be worked out for the historian and historical reconstruction. It might be thought that this debate strips the historian of the ability to write any kind of history of early Israel by removing the greatest body of information about its emergence and development that we have at hand, see Miller 1982, 215, C. F. Thompson 1978a, 20. The result has been for many a retreat into historiographic nihilism. It is by no means the case that the historian cannot or should not investigate periods devoid of usable written sources or should not seek to reveal those aspects of society which are not the subject of literary remains, cf. February 1973, 34. The study of geography in combination with long-term settlement patterns is the foundation of such a history which transcends the short-term perspective of traditional political histories. And settlement pattern is precisely the best historical evidence we are in possession of with respect to the emergence of Israel. The recent developments of Palestinian archaeology devoted to surface surveys and focusing upon anthropological, sociological, and ecological concerns is obviously central to such a venture, cf. Thompson 1978b, Rainey 1983, Gannon 1984. This enables the historian to build up a network of mutually supporting relationships which make up for the absence of written documents. This is not simply an archaeological inventory but rather the attempt to analyze and interpret the data provided by the archaeologists paid to throw light on settlement history, demography, economic and political relationships, that is, the internal shifts and strains which are vital for understanding social change. The correlation of evidence independently culled from the biblical traditions is secondary to this task, cf. Thompson 1980. 31. In order to illuminate a historical, social, or political process, the historian often appeals to analogy from some other society or period of history. But it is not always clear how valuable particular analogies are, especially if they are drawn from societies that are considerably removed in time and space from the one under consideration, Hodder 1982, 11-27. The sea change in the reception accorded Noth's hypothesis of a pre-monarchic Amphictyony in Israel, which has changed in the last decade from general acceptance to general rejection, demonstrates the inherent risks of analogy. These are compounded by the lack of objective controls that provide a check upon free-ranging eclecticism. The importance of a consciously formulated research strategy or interpretative framework is that it provides some controls over analogical reasoning, although a greater knowledge of archaeology, anthropology, sociology, or other disciplines will not automatically produce a better result. Price, 173. Data need to be categorized, organized, and structured, especially when they are as sparse as they are concerning early Israel. Admittedly, as many point out, Thompson 1978b, 11, Frick and Gottwald 1975, 172, structure is no substitute for data since the conclusions need to be drawn from data. Nonetheless, facts are meaningless until placed within an interpretative framework. Explanation has to be imposed upon otherwise mute data. As C. Renfrew maintains, the past is not recovered but recreated, 1973, 5. One of the essential elements of this recreation is inference based upon comparative material, but such inference can only be carried out in the context of a well-defined research strategy. It is then possible to make logical deductions or informed guesses on the basis of the comparative data. One of the strongest objections to the use of social scientific categories in the study of ancient Israel is that it is impossible to use the field worker's notebook and observe Israelite society directly. Yoffe's rejoinder to the same objection made with respect to Mesopotamian studies applies equally to the study of Israel. If certain elements of Mesopotamian social systems will never be directly observable, it obviously does not follow that those unattested elements did not exist in the living culture, nor does it mean we cannot infer their presence in an orderly, rigorous way. 1982, 348. Inference is a dynamic process which allows the formulation of new questions, the investigation of previously unexplored areas and the renamment or reformulation of hypotheses to take account of new discoveries, fresh ideas, or greater understanding of available data. It is precisely because of the lack of data, the inability to observe directly, and despite continued advances and renaments in archaeological techniques, that it will remain impossible to offer a definitive reconstruction of the emergence of Israel. But historical nihilism is not the only choice in the face of this residue of uncertainty. Certainty is not a prerequisite to understanding. It is the will to understand rather than simply the will to know for certain that is the motivation for the inquiry to be undertaken here. Cf. Loin, 132. The distractions of our own specialization within biblical studies need to be balanced by investigating how Israel fits into or differs from the regular and recurrent. 32. Patterns of Palestinian history which can take centuries to work out. Thus, it is necessary to extend the chronological perspective of biblical history, which spans the period from the 13th century BCE to the 2nd century CE, to include the whole of Palestinian history from at least the inception of the Middle Bronze Age to the present day. The myriad of social and political permutations throughout the kaleidoscopic history of Palestine proves a formidable obstacle to any attempt to provide a broad overview of Palestinian history. Only after this task has been faced is it possible to achieve an important perspective from which to view the emergence of Israel and its transition to statehood as part of complex processes spanning many centuries. These processes are related to the geographical constants which provide the foundations on which the surface events are played out and in turn affect the range of possibilities open to any community. The domination of this area by outside political powers is one of the most important constants of Palestinian history which has had a profound effect upon settlement patterns. The rare periods of serious decline or absence of outside political influence, of which the period under study is an example, thus take on much greater significance but still need to be viewed in relation to the overall pattern rather than in isolation. The works of authors like Brodel, 1972, Harris, 1980, and the Lenskys, 1966, 1976, 1982, have had a particular influence on our thinking in this area. Brodel, 1972, 1980, is perhaps the main source of our critical sense of periodization with his important distinction between different levels of historical time. The Lenskys are useful to us mainly for their description of the type of agrarian society, based on the use of metals for agriculture and warfare, although their distinction between advanced and simple agrarian societies based on the difference between iron and bronze use does not seem significant for the emergence of Israel, even though it occurs on the cusp of the Bronze and Iron Ages. In addition, although the category agrarian society is based primarily on the history of technology, we do not subscribe to recent attempts to emphasize the significance of technological change in Palestine for the emergence of Israel. Further still, the Lenskys' exclusion of nomadic societies from their category of agrarian society means that the latter must be modified and adapted to the Palestinian setting, with its prevalent and politically significant pastoral nomadic component. And yet theirs is possibly the most astute justification of the socio-historical category that allows us to make comparisons between ancient and modern Palestine, at least up to about the middle of the 19th century. They and others have worked out the basis for ascribing a degree of commonality among all periods of Palestinian history and culture from the early Bronze Age to the beginnings of industrialization. Harris's view of infrastructural causation requires considerable modification for certain aspects of Palestinian culture. Such broad-gauge enterprises are not fashionable within biblical studies, cf. Mendenhall 1961, 38, 1976, 152, and certainly run the risk of attack from specialists in many disciplines. Yet there is pressing need to attempt a new synthesis of the history of Israel from this extended chronological perspective. It is an attempt to loose biblical studies from the merely descriptive or chronological histories which concentrate upon what happened, particularly in the political area, in order. 33. To ask the fundamental question of why it happened. The search for broad patterns and generalizations helps to throw valuable light on periods of social change. It is necessary to view the emergence of Israel within the context of millennia-long agrarian relations and processes from the Middle Bronze Age to the present. Viewed from this perspective, the kaleidoscopic history of Palestine reveals a number of regular and recurrent patterns, of which the most significant is the domination of this area by major outside powers and their political economies. Biblical studies in the past have sought to illuminate only a small section of the rich and troubled history of Palestine. There is much to be gained by trying to see how biblical history fits into the tapestry of Palestinian history, a tapestry still being woven with many of the same threads. This is an awesome task. But Palestinian history is so rich that it draws the researcher on, wanting to know more, ever conscious of the vast array of material that beckons. The dangers of such an approach are partly offset by the rewards of fresh understanding. This approach offers a fresh perspective on the emergence of Israel in Palestine while providing a corrective to a number of damaging assumptions which underlie much of biblical scholarship. It is the regular and recurrent that shapes the possibilities open to a particular society but that so often escapes the awareness of the social actors themselves. Febvre, 7, notes that with regard to the environment there are no necessities but everywhere possibilities. This extended chronological perspective helps to overcome the problem of periodization, that is, the belief that social, economic, political, and religious change can be neatly compartmentalized with overly precise chronology without distortion. Datable to about 1250 to 920 BCE is, to use concepts popularized by Braudel, a surface event that is understandable only in terms of the wider, slower movement of much longer duration, what Braudel styles la longue durée. Human beings in history are constrained by climate, vegetation, animal population, agricultural potentialities, and the like. Surface events, primarily those events which are most often the focal point of traditional political histories, are played out around more permanent elements such as urban sites, trade routes, harbors, and climate. The realization of the various potentialities of Palestine have been governed throughout its agrarian history by the presence, or, rarely, the absence, of outside powers and the complex interaction of external world events. The most important feature of the synthesis for the present paper is that the emergence of Israel and the development of the monarchy, that is, the transition to statehood, must be seen as a continuum, within an imperial power vacancy, and not as a dialectical conflict, as is commonplace in other studies whether sociologically oriented or not. The common view, or rather the domain assumption, that the monarchy is some kind of aberration or alien institution foisted upon true Israel is partly due to the self-limiting perspective of specialization. The views of Bright, 1981, and Noth, 1960, alien institution, Mendenhall, 1983, pagan reversion, and Gottwald, 1979, dialectically opposed, fail to explain how significant social change takes place. Buxalati, 1967, in his important study of Syria, had already emphasized the crucial point that such a notion denied the internal dynamics of Israelite society. The monarchy is rather an outgrowth, though not inevitable. 34. Contra Mays 1977, 331, of the particular configuration of circumstances surrounding the emergence of Israel in Palestine. Past and present. It is the assumption of the uniqueness of Israel which has had the greatest distorting effect upon the study of Israel. This notion of uniqueness stems from Jewish and Christian ideologies which have developed from the Roman era to the present day. It is for this reason that it is essential to develop an analytical, interdisciplinary approach to the history of Israel. It is unreasonable to assume that Israel's social organization differed from all other known human societies. The uniqueness of the Bible in Jewish and Christian culture stems from the developments that occurred long after the emergence of Israel. It is vital to ensure that the all-important dialogue between the past and the present is maintained rather than to abandon the past to the tyranny of the present. It is inevitable that the historian approaches the past from the perspective of the present. Lewis, 9. The ever-increasing pace of change over the past few centuries and particularly during the 20th century means that our view of the past is subject to radical changes of perspective, cf. Renfrew 1973, 5. Comparative studies at least offer some hope that historians are not imprisoned by their own present. The perspective of la longue durée is able to readjust and balance our own view of the emergence of Israel. The most fundamental question remaining touches ourselves as authors. How far are we as historians reshaping the past to suit our own present, to suit our own political and religious prejudices? Have we in undertaking this study reached back into the past and decreed that particular events did not take place, or at least that particular perceptions of those events are mistaken, because they do not conform to some present official, or unofficial, reality? It ought to be obvious that complete objectivity is not an attainable goal for the historian. That is surely one of the landmark perceptions of 20th century historiography. All that is possible is to set out one's presuppositions and methods of working for critical gaze without turning the work into an extended treatise on the philosophy of history. It is hoped that this study will throw fresh light on the emergence of Israel onto the stage of history. The importance of the task is aptly summed up in the dictum of M. Bloch: misunderstanding of the present is the inevitable consequence of the past. 43. The opposite is of course also true, and we are aware that it is our understanding of the present that is to be tested here, as much as anything, as is the case with every other historian. It can only be hoped that the errors we have made will be corrected by others who find this approach of value. Setting the scene. Israel originated during the 3rd and 4th quarters of the 13th century BCE with the shift in the land use and settlement patterns of the Palestine highland. 35. And dry land margin. This shift occurred mainly in response to changes in the economy of the eastern Mediterranean area associated with a drop in trade during the 13th century. Such shifts are endemic to Palestine and are a major feature of its kaleidoscopic history. They differ in extent but are nearly always the result of economic and political forces from outside the region. The uniqueness of Israel that makes it of such significance in world history lies less in its origin than in the persistence and adaptability of its ideologies as they functioned in various political and economic forms through history, along with the fact that the peoples of Palestine have, for geographical reasons, tended to play significant roles in the wider history of the world. During the centuries prior to the emergence of Israel, the small highland population, Ghanan, concentrated by and large in and near cities, under urban organization and protection. In these areas, chiefly Shechem, Jerusalem, and Hebron, ruling military families headed by kings, governors, prefects, and the like, frequently of non-local ethnic affiliation, held local arable land and much land planted in perennials in royal tenure under nominal Egyptian suzerainty. These lands provided part of the local grain requirement along with commodities for trade and commerce. These included wine, oil, fleece, salt, honey, wood, tar, and other locally available products. Over the cultivators of the lands attached to these cities the urban military families exercised little control, and over tracts of uncultivated hilly and wooded hinterland none at all. The policing of the urban agricultural lands and their cultivators was subsidized by lowland and Egyptian contributions, as indicated for example by the appeals of Palestinian highland rulers for military reinforcements from Egypt in the Amarna texts. By turn these lands were secure and insecure. State control in the highlands was tenuous and competitive, as the Amarna texts demonstrate, with effective control in many areas non-existent. This fragmentation into local pockets was fostered by the imperial power of Egypt, which was interested in promoting political fragmentation and dependence rather than mutual interreliance conducive to independence. With pastoralism and other avenues of withdrawal available, the integument enclosing the peasant cultivator in highland city regions was porous and friable at best. To simplify, if the peasant stayed to plant, it was as a beneficiary as much as a victim of the commerce of the city. Even when the peasant withdrew, there remained a close tie to the urban economy. This was perhaps less true for nomadic groups, a larger proportion of whose subsistence could perhaps be provided by their pastoralism. There is no questioning the participation and even integration of nomadic groups in agricultural society, see especially Roten 1973a, 1973b, 1974, 1976, Gottwald 1979, 435-67. To the degree, however, that the nomadic tribe emphasized pastoralism, was a socio-politically distinctive group, and was organized to maintain some domain, it functioned as a paramilitary unit in a permanent state of partial mobilization, Roten 1973a, 255, and as such figured as an enemy or friend in the commercialized policing of urban agriculture and trade. The bandit or mercenary group, with little or no pastoral base, was more dependent on commerce, Cheney, 72-83, Horsley, 409-32. The bandit either robs the rich or works for them, or both. 36. The dramatic change in Highland settlement pattern, which witnessed a rapid expansion of agricultural settlements in the Palestinian highland and steppes during the 13th to the 11th centuries BCE, generally acknowledged by archaeologists and historians as evidence of the emergence of Israel, needs to be explained. At the same time, Syro-Palestinian archaeology has revealed a widespread destruction of many of the important urban centers as part of the upheaval experienced throughout the whole of the Eastern Mediterranean. The causal connection between this wider movement and the emergence of Israel in Palestine is frequently overlooked or approached from the opposite perspective, with the exception of course of G. E. Mendenhall 1961, 1975, 1976, who has campaigned for a long time for this view. Israel is seen to be largely or partly responsible for the destruction of urban Palestine either through conquest or revolt. If we are adequately to understand the processes we now label the origin of Israel and their implications for the rise of the monarchy, it is necessary to explain the connection between the breakup of Eastern Mediterranean civilizations and the emergence of the hill country settlements in Palestine. The direct evidence for the period of the emergence of Israel in Palestine is limited. Nearly everyone agrees that the following pertain: 1. The mention of an Israel in the Merneptah Stela about 1200 BCE, 2. The expansion of mostly unwalled villages in the highlands, 3. A widespread destruction that affected nearly all the important urban centers of the region during the period of transition from LBA to the early Iron Age. A comment about the last point might be instructive. Albright and his followers seized upon this destruction as ample testimony to the historicity of the biblical account of a planned campaign by Joshua. Yet the evidence is mute and ambiguous since there is no clear indication as to the agents of destruction. We know cities were destroyed. We do not know who destroyed them. It would appear to be the result of a combination of factors: internecine urban warfare, well attested in the Amarna texts, Egyptian imperial campaigns to the region, again well attested in the documentary evidence, the arrival of the sea peoples on the coast and inland lowlands, domestic fires, earthquakes, and conceivably immolation as a magical warding off of the contagion of disease. Furthermore, the fact that such sites as Jericho, Ai, and Gibeon, key cities in the biblical account of the conquest, provide no archaeological evidence of occupation during this period undermines the conquest model. The whole of the Eastern Mediterranean had become a vast nexus of international and interdependent trade. The imperial powers and petty kingships of the area were governed by highly centralized royal palace bureaucracies. The high degree of specialization demanded by such systems produced significant economies of scale that supported high concentrations of population. The interrelationships that evolved meant that even localized upheavals could resonate throughout the whole system and produce quite dramatic effects. See Renfrew 1979, 487-8, on World Economies and Trade, see Brodel 1984, 24, Curtin 1984. The direct causes of the traumatic upheaval of the 13th century BCE in the Eastern Mediterranean are 37. Hidden from our view. Whatever the causes, the Mycenaean and Hittite empires fell, Egypt was seriously weakened, and many city-states along the Levantine coast ceased to exist. This precipitated a dramatic decline in interregional trade during this period. The abrupt decline of this trade, which had sustained the power structures of the Palestinian cities and towns, crippled the urban elite and their means to power. It is these dramatic developments which provided the conditions for the emergence of Israel in the Palestinian highland. As mentioned above, it is clear that it was not just the urban elite who depended upon interregional and regional trade for their livelihood, even though they might be described as the prime beneficiaries. Nomad, bandit, and even peasant groups were also economically dependent upon such trade. As a result of the instability and material decline, such rural groups, particularly nomads and bandits, would have become increasingly politically independent, as is the case in other periods of Palestine's history. The regional expansion of agricultural village settlements in the highlands, we suggest, was a means of risk reduction through a shift to and expansion of agriculture and pastoralism following the general economic collapse. The exploitation of more marginal areas away from the larger urban centers seemingly became politically and economically viable as the close ties to and benefits from urban interregional trade disappeared. Tubb in fact describes a very similar process at the end of EBIV following the disruption of Palestinian trade. Approached from this perspective, then, Israel emerged in the Palestinian highlands as a result of a dramatic change in settlement and land use, mainly in response to the reduction in East Mediterranean trade, which had a seismic effect upon the material prosperity of Palestine. The lack of state control in much of the highland was a major factor in the emergence of Israel. The drylands in the vicinity of Jerusalem were of prime importance in this respect as the domain of pastoral nomadism and the refuge for bandit groups. It is here we find the crucial mix of nomads, bandits, and village communities in close proximity outside the reach of state power, yet dependent on Jerusalemite commerce prior to its collapse in the Late Bronze Age. Pastoral nomads and bandits were in competition with the urban powers for much of the highland, or in their employ in the struggles for control. Such political instability meant the highland was not exploited to its full agricultural potential. But clearly the unsettled areas were not to be thought of as empty wasteland awaiting a tidal wave of population to sweep over it from outside. The MBII period witnessed a similar, though not as extensive, expansion of settlement. The growing evidence for the view that the EBIV/MBI transition to MBII was due to internal factors rather than the result of some external Amorite invasion, Tubb 1982, Thompson 1978a, 1978b, Digis 1976, Livrani 1973, and Dever 1980, provides the closest and most suggestive analogy to the emergence of Israel following the LBA collapse. The early iron extension of settlement in the highland should be viewed as a reopening and expansion of this move into the marginal areas rather than the opening up of virgin territory. In the Piedmont and lowland, the population was denser, the hinterland less extensive, and political and military control tighter. There the peasants had less of 38. An option to stay in place and benefit from commerce at the same time. There too the integument fissured, yet once away, given the pervasive hinterland instability, the peasant, though less contained, became more not less dependent on the commercial sector of the socio-economic system of his erstwhile containment. In the highland hinterland, sparring bandit and nomad groups, allied to warring urban factions, exercised over the various subregions a typically sporadic and alterable control. Although such interregional gang warfare, supplemented by intervillage gang warfare to judge from later evidence, was itself largely a result of severe depredation and extreme economic disadvantage, it was carried on largely by the means of weapons, resources, and influence acquired from or through the inter-urban network, as well as through raids on peasants. It was this rural political instability that prevented the establishment of village agriculture on any extensive or permanent basis beyond the lands within the bounds of urban security, even though much of the uncultivated hinterland was fully suited to agriculture and had indeed in many areas at least once before been settled. And it was some change in this pattern of rural instability, rather than peasant unrest per se, that led to the emergence of Israel. The change in the highland hinterland from political instability to political stability, and from hostility among bandit groups and nomad tribal bands to forbearance if not federation, was brought about not by a bandit victory, not to speak of a massive peasant revolt, but by a major economic change in the eastern Mediterranean area as a whole during the 13th century. The level of trade declined. Some would say it plunged. Within a generation, two of the three main trading states, the Mycenaean and Hittite empires, were destroyed. The third empire, Egypt, came under attack by the invading sea peoples. Nevertheless, Egypt at this time not only maintained its political presence in lowland Palestine but even increased it. Egypt's presence continued to crescendo for a further two-thirds of a century or more, until the New Kingdom's collapse after the reign of Ramses III, 1195 to 1164. Not until then did the Philistines assume sovereignty in the southern lowlands of Palestine in their place. According to Weinstein, 1981, Egypt's presence in Lower Palestine was greater just prior to its collapse than at any time in the entire LB period, even though its return on expenditure, due to the decline in trade, was ever less. The result is clear: for nearly a century Egypt's imperial budget, so to speak, ran a long-range and eventually catastrophic deficit. The highland bandit leaders and tribal sheiks, not necessarily always different persons, faced a choice: continue to choose sides in imperial or city-state conflicts whose economic basis, in terms of both support and purpose, was melting away, or find some alternative means of subsistence. Sufficient numbers chose the latter, and the means was subsistence agriculture. More precisely, it was a direct exploitation of an expanding subsistence agricultural base in place of an indirect exploitation of a shrinking commercial and agricultural base. Again, the political condition for the exploitation of the highland hinterland land base for subsistence agriculture was stability. Under the circumstances, stability could only come about by an inter-subregional, intergroup, and intertribal, again not all mutually exclusive categories, stay of conflict. The political form, whatever. 39. It was, that achieved and maintained that stay was referred to by its adherents with the name Israel. It is important to stress that the main event was not an agreement among usual and erstwhile hostile and aggressive opponents, but that the Highlanders faced an economic choice. Their choice was individual and by groups, then eventually with a collective effect and finally some kind of collective political expression. But the economic choice was primary. When the urban arrangements of which they were a part decayed or collapsed, some alternative had to be found. Agriculture was at first a necessity, then an opportunity. The sub-regional peace, the switch from crime to crime watch, as it were, had to do with the lack of gain to motivate continued mutual hostility. At the socio-political level at which the stay was carried through, it is difficult to choose between the alternative scenarios of mutual forbearance among a group of influential leaders or the dominance of a single leader. Band and tribal decision-making tends to be in terms of consensus conceived by and then imposed by the single dominant leader. A more realistic assessment might be that a tacit agreement came about simply because the problem of survival in such marginal areas was for a long time the dominant problem. A stay in inter-subregional and intergroup conflict did not mean a stay in conflict altogether. The loose coalition of bandit and nomad groups reinforced their truce, drew the political backing of some peasants, and attracted peasant support in the development of villages by exchanging sub-regional intergroup conflict for regional class conflict. The stay in intergroup conflict and the commitment to subsistence agriculture required among other things that the groups as a collective counteract any political advancement among themselves based on an individual's or group's commercial advantage. This tendency could be expressed, and corresponding strategies carried through, in dramatic class terms. One manifestation of this might be preserved in the anti-urban and anti-commercial bias of some laws, such as the prohibitions against man-stealing and household aggrandizement. Another might be the rooting of Israelite identity in a polemic against Egyptian corvée, particularly significant for the pastoralists of the Negev and Sinai, of particular relevance in Palestine during the reigns of Ramses II and Ramses III. A third more general and important manifestation was the attack on local urban elites. These elites had of course been weakened by the same developments that had posed for bandits and nomads their crisis of subsistence, the drop in trade and Egypt's choice to exhaust its resources on its own presence in Palestine. Early Israel attacked the kings of its region under the leadership of erstwhile paramilitary leaders who had every reason to expect that they could bring that fighting to a successful resolution far more quickly than they could the fighting among themselves. And, in the meantime, one had to eat. Such a reconstruction calls for a different explanation of the population increase in the highlands from those usually advanced. It need not be denied that the settlement of the highland involved some external input as well as movement away, withdrawal, from the urban, especially lowland, areas. Perhaps some lowland peasants preferred to transfer their cultivation to lands under the aegis of some 40. Highland chic. The question remains how significant these factors were in the formation and growth of Israel. The statistical significance of any large-scale external nomadic invasion or infiltration has already been overturned by Mendenhall and Gottwald. However, as yet there is little archaeological evidence to suggest a large-scale withdrawal from lowland areas corresponding to the increase in highland settlement. The major factor, we believe, in population increase may be postulated on the basis of comparative studies of agrarian societies. Harris shows how pre-industrial societies regulate population through severe forms of psychobiological violence and deprivation. The relaxation of such techniques allows a significant increase in reproduction in a short time. This becomes possible when for some reason there is an increase in food production. The extension of agriculture in the Palestine highland with the emergence of Israel allowed a relaxation of population controls. It is commonplace for peasant populations to invest economic surpluses in population increase rather than a higher standard of living. The increase in population led not to growth in village size but to the proliferation of villages through fission. These villages tended to increase in number faster than in size as the Iron Age archaeological record shows. In Israel's case the increase was presumably demand-induced through the need for labor vital to intensive activities in the highlands as well as the need for defense, see Harris 1980, 68-70, Myers 1983. Israel came into being when the highland hinterland population shifted rather precipitously to agriculture. This hinterland population included not only peasants already involved in agriculture, but also nomad and bandit groups. All three groups combined subsistence food producing and fighting skills in the same person, although in different degrees. The increasingly extensive tilling of the hinterland was largely motivated by short-term risk aversion and evasion. The formation of independent villages in more marginal areas, in conjunction with bandits and nomads, would have enabled the population to hold off the already weakened urban threat. Israel thus designated a loose federation of highland villages, small towns, pastoral nomad groups, and erstwhile bandits, to preserve and defend local village sovereignty over land and produce particularly against state encroachment. This was most probably an extension, brought about by the economic crisis, of pre-Israelite decentralized alliances and agreements among hinterland groups. Such an understanding of the emergence of Israel helps to explain the lack of fortifications around highland towns and villages, replicating the lowland LBA pattern. This lack would appear to contradict models assuming widespread conflict in the emergence and establishment of early Israel. We must reckon with a complex process, since there is evidence of fortification at some sites, as for Gilo, and many of the highland sites are inaccessible anyway and so have a kind of natural fortification. The general political instability of these areas might help to explain such factors without appeal to invasion or the primacy of ideologically motivated conflict. Most importantly, it helps to explain why agriculture and settlement were extended in the highland at precisely this time. Other factors such as appeal to technological innovations have at most considerably less explanatory power. 41. We have characterized Israel as a loose confederation of various groups, at times competitive or hostile with one another, held in equilibrium momentarily by a particular configuration of circumstances. The inherent fragility of this configuration based on short-term objectives meant it was inevitable that the result of a change in circumstances would be either fission or fusion into a more centralized society. The gradual re-establishment of trade and an upturn in the interregional economy provided the trigger which produced the fusion and the rise of the Israelite monarchy. Indeed, one could say this process had begun with the very emergence of Israel. A restatement of the main point made so far might be helpful. The settlement into villages in the hinterland was given political and incipient ethnic form in the loosely federated people calling themselves Israel. This shift and formation had as much to do with the economic losses suffered directly by trading, transporting, thieving, mercenary, and craft groups more or less dependent on the declining inter-urban economy as with the resultant shrinkage of urban military control over local lands and population. The latter, particularly in the highland, had already long been minimal. The main issue in the emergence of Israel was thus not the regional socio-economic and political forces that led perennially to peasant unrest, though these obviously played a role in the equally perennial spawning of bandit and nomad groups. These forces were not distinctive for the 13th century, while the decline in trade was. Instead, the main issue was the super-regional economic forces and their political consequences that forced groups who held military control over separate pockets of the hinterland to turn to agriculture themselves, to supervise and to secure the extensive agricultural development of the hinterland by others for whom hinterland agriculture had at this point come to involve less risk than agriculture under city protection, and to settle for a more or less peaceable standoff among themselves. Although heirs to a history of mutual hostility among themselves or their heads, highly decentralized in their regional polity, and, if villages everywhere are any indication, parochial and even reclusive in their separate interests and identities, nevertheless these village groups collectively prevented, for several generations, the restoration of urban dominion over their newly developed lands. Although they did not themselves as a unity permanently dominate the highland region, they were able regularly, mostly within subregions, to fend off threats to local subregional autonomy, particularly during the 12th century. Early Israel probably owed its collective security as much to its scattered production combined with expanding resources, production, and population as to its decentralized militia descended from the original hinterland armed bands and strengthened by the expression, through cult and otherwise, of its mutual self-interest. The unity of early Israel as seen in the Bible is the invention of state propaganda from a later period. The consolidation of the political-economical condition for the ongoing development of highland agriculture, relative peace, order, and prosperity, was sustained on several interrelated fronts. From the beginning, the following factors were among the most important. Agricultural lands, and especially highland. 42. Arable, expanded. Iron tools became increasingly available. The mortality slope flattened, a population largely dispersed in villages away from highways are less susceptible to epidemic diseases, and a more consistently maintained mixture of agriculture and pastoralism at the clan level made people less vulnerable to recurrent famine conditions. The birth rate rose in response to increased production. Early Israel adhered to an apparently sharpened male reproductive bias in order to favor fighters in defense of its political economy, yet Israel's overall reproductive success overrode this countervailing tendency. Greater population meant more labor for the expansion of agriculture. The villages retained the bulk of their product. Regional defense continued to be helped by geography and the low levels of production relative to the lowland. Lowland military elites were preoccupied with the shift from Egyptian to Philistine sovereignty. There was a continual migration of villagers from the lowland to the highland. Decentralized defense was particularly suited to support infrastructural expansion in the hinterland and to counteract the emergence of a more expensive military elite. Early Israel could not however prevent this development in the long run. Finally, as for domestic economy, early Israelite culture fostered an increase in peasant family size and perhaps favored exogamy in order not to undercut the political basis of its federation. To repeat, All these factors played a role in the emergence of Israel in that they contributed to its consolidation over a period of several generations. They were interrelated, cumulative, and in concert of gradual not immediate effect. The emergence of the state, some theoretical considerations. Factors in the perception of a dichotomy between pre-monarchic and monarchic Israel. The standard perception is that the monarchy represented a decisive break with pre-monarchic Israel. S. Hermann's treatment, 1981, 132, is representative of this position. All this confirms the common view that the monarchy was a later phenomenon in Israel, forced on it by historical circumstances and essentially alien to its original nature. The assumptions of this statement are widely shared, including the implication that Israel should somehow exist beyond historical circumstances, or that there is some essence of Israel quite apart from all but the first 200 years or so, usually idealistically conceived, of its history. Indicative of the strength of this notion that the monarchy is alien and due entirely to Philistine pressure is the striking agreement between the presentations of M. Noth and J. Bright. Their reconstructions of the pre-monarchic period represent antagonistic positions developed from widely differing methodological standpoints. However, these differences are almost completely resolved in their discussions of the rise of the monarchy. Noth, 165, is of the opinion that the idea of the monarchy became effective so late and went so much against the grain in Israel, being due entirely to Philistine pressure which threatened the continuity and existence of Israel as a whole. A similar line of reasoning is pursued by 43. Bright, who sees the cause as one and the same, the Philistines, concluding that the monarchy was an institution totally foreign to Israel's tradition, 187, yet can go on to add. But Israel's monarchy was nevertheless unique. It was certainly not patterned on the feudal city-state system whether of Canaan or Philistia. While it may have borrowed features from the national kingdoms of Edom, Moab, and Ammon, it remained a phenomenon characteristically Israelite, at its beginning as little a change from the old order as possible, 189. Bright's attempts to juggle the two contesting notions that the monarchy is both foreign to Israel's traditions yet uniquely and characteristically Israelite points out a fundamental methodological problem common to these standard histories in their treatments of this period, namely, their inability to account for social change. The disagreements between Noth and Bright over their reconstructions of the pre-monarchic period stemmed from different assessments of the value of the archaeological record in relation to the biblical text. With this methodological problem removed, due to lack of clear archaeological evidence for early monarchy, the biblical traditions assume a position of overwhelming importance as source material with the result that the events and characters which preoccupy these narratives have been magnified to such an extent that virtually all else has been obliterated from view. They offer accounts which are little more than a reiteration of the biblical text. As such they serve to perpetuate the theological worldview of these sources, be it the Deuteronomistic history or some other earlier or later document. Although fresh stimulus has been given to the debate on Israel's emergence in Palestine, the main proponents of the so-called revolt model do not deviate significantly from the standard approach to the rise of the monarchy. Mendenhall's portrayal of the Israelite monarchy as a rapid reversion to Lba paganism, associated with what he describes as the typical Syro-Hittite monarchies of urban Canaan, draws the distinction with pre-monarchic Israel in even sharper relief. The same is true of Gottwald's contrast between egalitarian tribal Israel and its return to the exploitative social setup of the monarchy. The basic assumption remains that the Israelite monarchy represents a decisive break with what had gone before, being brought about entirely by external Philistine pressure, see Mendenhall 1983, 99, Gottwald 1979, 415. Mendenhall and Gottwald, like the proponents of the conquest and infiltration models of Israelite origins, are unable to explain significant social change embodied in the movement to statehood except by appeal to external forces. If one begins with a formalistic definition of state, in essence what the state became under David and Solomon, then it is natural that it appears to be diametrically opposed to emergent Israel. Pre-monarchic Israel defended itself on the basis of a decentralized village and sub-regional voluntary occasional militia supported by village production in order to preserve village sovereignty. Monarchic Israel, on the other hand, defended itself on the basis of a centralized palace. 44. Standing army supported by village and state economic production designed to protect the royal family's sovereignty. If Israel is defined permanently and essentially in terms of its pre-monarchic arrangement thus categorically stated, then the monarchy will be viewed as an alien imposition, an excoriable departure, a morbid accretion, an awful violation of true Israel. The monarchy was, in a word, non-Israelite. It was the unlawful seizure of the nation by a minority who had forsaken their Israelite identity. The whole question of the rise of the Israelite monarchy is in need of fundamental re-examination, cf. Flanagan, 47. Whatever the reality of the Philistine threat, and we might characterize it as the catalyst to Israelite state formation, its portrayal as the cause of this transition, while concluding that the monarchy is alien to Israel, ignores the importance of internal developments and forces in combination with other external forces necessary for significant social change. It is commonplace for societies, or those in the positions of power who dictate and write history, to externalize crises and social change, see Adams, 1. On the other hand, historians, social scientists, and anthropologists are becoming ever more reluctant to attribute social change to catastrophic or major external events unless all internal stimuli have been discounted, see Cole, 103-4. More attention is being paid to the dynamic shifts and adaptations of internal patterns, Marfo, 34-5, Adams, 1. Clearly the state establishes the great economic advantage of a small class of urban elite officers, warriors, and landowners. In this respect the state represents a marked departure from the lesser degree of stratification that may be posited for early Israel. The state of David and Solomon turns Israel into a virtual imperium in its own right, with the boundaries of its imperial influence extending many times over the earlier heartland of Israel. The rapid amplification of the transition to monarchy, from the modest court of Saul to the proverbial magnificence of Solomon over a period of little more than a generation, magnifies the sense of the state's departing from the Israelite norm. The tendency is to forget that such amplification is itself the historical norm for emergent states. Finally, much of the biblical literature with its prophetic point of view reinforces the perception, which indeed it introduces, that monarchy is an alien institution, like the nations, not like Israel. As previously stated, if the question of the emergence of Israel has been too much determined by issues of literary interpretation, then the question of the emergence of the monarchy has dealt too little with such issues in a truly critical way. The popular critique of the state that continues the prophetic analysis into our own day and age, including the Marxian critique, is also valid. When absolutized, however, its forms become less valid not more, and less analytically sharp. The prophetic literature of the Bible comes to us in the form of state literature contained in the scriptures of state churches, by itself and in absolute form, its critique of the state lacks bite and is historically superficial. The idealization of pre-monarchic Israel, furthermore, supports a wide spectrum of political and religious views today, both for and against the state. There seems to be no single persuasive interpretation of the current political meaning of pre-monarchic Israel. 45. All these factors and the perception of the dichotomy between Israel the non-state and Israel the state which they support depend on limiting the definition of the real Israel to a pre-monarchic static ideal with no reference to the inherent processive character of the emergence of the monarchy and the points of continuity in the historical process that join the monarchy not only with pre-monarchic Israel but also the very circumstances of its emergence. Such a limitation leaves many important issues regarding early Israel's infrastructure and political economy unaddressed. We can scarcely make sense out of the development of the monarchy in Israel without recognizing its continuities with early Israel. Indeed, as already indicated, unless these continuities are recognized, the origin of Israel itself is liable to be misunderstood. Circumscription and the limits on early Israel. Before detailing the trends of early Israel's history that led relatively directly to the monarchy, it will be useful to look briefly at the general theory concerned with the emergence of states. The theory which is most useful for conceptualizing the limits on early Israel's continuation as a loose federation in the highlands of Palestine is Carneer-Rose, 1970, Theory of State Origins, which stresses the importance of environmental and social circumscription, cf. Hauer 1984. Cohen, 1978b, 35, claims that the decisive difference between pre-state polities, particularly chiefdoms, and states is the tendency to fission. Pre-state political systems have an inherent tendency to break up and form similar smaller units. Cohen, 1978b, 56-7, goes on to show that such pre-state autonomies and chiefdoms can only tolerate a certain level of conflict before they either break up or fuse into new integrative institutions. One major question posed by Cohen's work is why pre-state polities that formed the basis of Israel fused rather than fissioned. It would seem that states emerge where such breakup is impossible or unacceptable, or where one chiefdom opens up new economic resources and thus acquires an advantage over all others. There is considerable disagreement among political anthropologists as to the specific causes or origins of the formation of the state, contrast Service 1978 and Fried 1978. The utilization of the anthropological literature for the study of Israelite state origins is complicated by the fact that the major concentration is on the so-called pristine or primitive states, such as Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, the Indus Valley and Mesoamerica. Israel, by contrast, as Flanagan has already noted, was a secondary state formation. However, although the specific circumstances may differ, with the primary state acting upon the secondary state formation, both still appear to be in gradual process with discernible patterns, see Clayson and Skalnick, 620-1. Fried, 37, also makes the point and adds the important observation that secondary states often use parts or all of the organization of some prior state as a model for emulation and improvements. Similarly, Cole, 112, points out that societies within historically interacting areas adopt basic organizational principles, not solely as a common solution to natural problems, but because they had been tried, tested and proven to work by earlier societies with which they were familiar. 46. The most important overall conclusion to be drawn from the extensive anthropological literature is that no one factor is sufficient or even consistently antecedent to state formation, Cohen 1978b, 30-70, Clayson and Skalnick, 629. This casts further doubt upon the standard interpretation of the origin of the Israelite state as due entirely to Philistine pressure. Whatever triggers the process offsets in motion a multiple and complex feedback system involving and acting upon all forms of economic, social, political, and religious organizations. Frick, Cohen 1978a, 15, Clayson and Skalnick, 624-5. It is for this reason that, despite wide geographical and temporal differences, similar patterns of development can be discerned and strikingly similar end results occur. Examples include Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, Inca Peru, and pre-colonial West Africa, Cohen 1978b, 70. A more developed approach would need to take account of other important environmental and social factors, rather than concentrating upon the Philistine threat, which on the basis of the anthropological literature must be viewed as a necessary, though not sufficient, cause of the Israelite state. Although pre-state polities appear to have an inherent tendency to fission or disintegrate, particularly through conflict, states develop where such disintegration is either impossible or unacceptable, Cohen 1978b, 57. The question remains, why did Israel not disintegrate or succumb to external force? A modified version of Carneer-Rose's argument that circumscription has an important role to play in state origins may help to illuminate this problem. Circumscription theory highlights the environmental and/or social factors which operate as a counterweight against the tendency of a society to disintegrate. Carneiro took over the notion of social circumscription from N.A. Chagnon. Carneiro's original theory held that social and environmental circumscription intensified warfare, and this acted as an impetus towards statehood. It is not simply a notion of warfare as the prime mover, as many have argued, since he notes, 1970, 734, that warfare was a necessary, though not sufficient, condition for the rise of the state. His model is an attempt to explain why states arose where they did as a response to specific cultural, demographic, and ecological conditions. Haas, 1982, 135, cites some material which questions Carneiro's conclusion whereby the conflict was within valleys rather than between valleys. However, this might only be the first stage of the process of centralization within a valley before conflict spreads between valleys. The geographical setting of Israel in the central highland of southern Palestine was effectively circumscribed by environmental factors, especially semi-arid steppe and desert regions. This was particularly true of the Judahite highlands, where the first stable state emerged and eventually took over the rest of the Israelite highland. The compact rock plateau that forms the Judahite highland was well provided with natural defenses to the west, south and east. The soil distribution gives relatively shallow but fertile terraroses throughout most of the highland. The deeper alluvial soils and pale rendzinas are also found on moderate slopes in the valleys. The Shephelah has the most easily workable pale rendzinas of moderate depth, with pockets of alluvium and grumusols in the wider valleys. The extreme south and southwest are adversely affected by aridity and form a 47. Semi-steppe zone, Thompson 1979, 49. An understanding of the environment is important, not as mere background to the picture, but in order to outline what kinds of possibilities or restrictions faced a community in adapting to its surroundings during several generations of agricultural and community development. The loose federation of groups composing Israel was socially circumscribed by the network of lowland city-states, the incursions of hostile nomadic raiders, the Bible names the Midianites and Amalekites, and Philistine pressure from the Mediterranean littoral. It is the combination of environmental and social circumscription with other internal and external factors that provided the impetus to the formation of the Israelite state. The standard interpretations of the rise of the monarchy, regardless of the position adopted on the origins of Israel, fail to pose or answer the major question of why it is this particular area and its population which centralizes and introduces an Israelite monarchy. Why is it the incorporation of the highlands which succeeds in subduing and incorporating into its own political structure the surrounding, especially lowland, areas despite the seeming military and economic advantages of urban Canaan or the Philistine Pentapolis? The monarchy, far from representing some alien cancer in the Israelite body politic, is fundamentally determined by the nature of the origins of Israel in the hill country and is the result of internal stimuli in response to social and environmental circumscription. It is not the case that there is a straight choice between two polar opposites, but rather that pre-state societies and the state involve differing degrees of sharing, stratification, and exploitation. For this reason, the origins of Israel in Palestine and the development of the monarchy need to be studied in tandem rather than in opposition. The emergence of an Israelite state also needs to be set in the wider context of the as yet little understood process which saw conflicting and almost simultaneous state formations in Edom, Moab, and Ammon. The process culminating in an Israelite monarchy is inherent in the emergence of pre-monarchic Israel, though by no means inevitable, nor is it wholly unique in the patterns of Palestinian history, as the example of Deir al-Umar in the 18th century shows, or the even wider context of state origins. The importance of understanding the formation of an Israelite state in terms of the preceding economic decline and systems collapse is borne out by Renfrew's general study of systems collapse. The model propounded here suggests that increasing marginality, whether arising from an increased population, circumscription, or whatever, may be one of the preconditions for the sudden catastrophic formation of a state society. Intriguingly, it is likewise a necessary precondition for the catastrophic collapse of a highly centered political system. 1979, 499. Trends toward monarchy. How exactly did circumscription work in Israel's case? The history of Israel's decentralized, low production, and low military cost hinterland polity is the history of increasing production based more on expansion than intensification. 48. Increasing population, and increasing stratification. Gradually expansion became less cost-effective, growth depended more and more on intensification, the threat from urban-based militaries in the lowland became greater and the cost of conquest more attractive to them. To survive, the hinterland polity of Israel was forced to shift to institutionalized intensification. This was the switch to the monarchy, which when it occurred was a formal political redefinition of product distribution and labor arrangements carried through in order to regularize the intensification of productive relations and processes, to support increased defense costs. Though formally this shift occurred at a moment in time, through the establishment of royal sovereignty over arable, it was more generally one moment in a lengthy train of events and changing circumstances. The reversal of some of the primary factors that led to the emergence of Israel set in immediately. If the emergence of the monarchy is in any sense a paradox, the paradox is to be located at Israel's birth rather than in some premature death at the hands of a party of kingmakers. And, in fact, the monarchy was not a paradox, as has been intimated, but the result of the same major shift in highland infrastructure that marked the success of Israel's earliest years. We can characterize this shift in the following way. Economically, whereas Israel emerged in the midst of a shrinking economic base, from the beginning it grew steadily on an expanding economic base. In other words, the frontier, such that it was, gradually disappeared. Socially, whereas Israel emerged in the midst of a diminished socio-economic stratification, from the beginning it was characterized by increasing stratification. Politically, whereas Israel emerged in the midst of a decentralized polity, from the beginning it included within it expanding groups whose interests lay in eventual centralization. The tendency in histories of Israel has been to set the monarchy in opposition to the RST set of tendencies, the ones that roughly identify the circumstances of Israel's emergence. Instead, or in addition, the monarchy ought to be seen as a continuation of the second set, which more accurately describe its growth. Of course, the opposed tendencies are not exactly equivalent, and thus do not contradict each other. The shrinking economic base refers primarily to trade and the expanding base primarily to agriculture. Diminished stratification refers to the exclusion of top and bottom in the highly UID and mobile context of hinterland populations, and increasing stratification to the laying out of the vertical dimensions of the socio-economic pyramid in the context of the relatively high commitment to settled, stationary village life. One major factor that acts as a stimulus to this commitment, previously overlooked in favor of the all-encompassing Philistine threat, is the nature of highland farming strategies. Terracing was the most important technique for opening up marginal land in the highland, since this preserved shallow soils, removed rocks from the ground to provide terrace walls and prevented erosion on the steep. 49. Slopes. Terracing demanded long-term investment. Terraces needed continual maintenance or they rapidly disintegrated. Tree crops like the vine, olive, and fig, furthermore, were one mainstay of highland agriculture. It required 10 years for the olive to bear fruit and up to 15 to 20 years for it to reach optimum production. Thus, both terracing and tree crops, as Marfo has pointed out, called for residential stability. This would have been a crucial factor in the complex forces which resisted disintegration and led to centralization under an Israelite monarchy. This process of compaction meant that disintegration was not possible, see also Frick. From its inception, Israelite society and economy were committed to expansion and growth. We have already touched on a number of ways this is so, but perhaps we should look at its economic, social, and political development a bit more thoroughly in order to specify how precisely Israel did change over time in ways that led, intrinsically and through the process of circumscription, to the monarchy. A. Expansion and intensification of the economic base. The expansion of agriculture and the growth of population, supporting each other hand in hand, were the foundations of the adaptive success of early Israel. There existed powerful and uninhibited practical and ideological incentives for each. Systematic fallowing was weak or non-existent. There is some evidence for alternate cropping with legumes, and the droppings from flocks were usable as manure. Enough land was apparently available that careful husbanding of cultivation was not required. With respect to potential agricultural carrying capacity, Israel began with the capacity for major enlargement. The switch to agriculture by itself raised the carrying capacity of the highland, especially areas newly settled by the villagers of early Israel, far above what it had been. The pre-monarchic period is essentially a way to categorize the period it took for the growth in population to exceed the point of diminishing returns, assuming a relatively higher standard of living. As J.K. Galbraith has written concerning poverty, the law of secular diminishing returns can be indefinitely postponed in its operation in the rich, industrialized, country. It still works inexorably in the poor rural country. 1980, 53, eventually this law of diminishing returns set in and continued to work its disadvantageous effect. Arable was depleted, more marginal lands brought under cultivation, tougher forests attacked, and more labor was required to convert lands to production through terracing, provision of water in some cases, and similar tasks. Once the demographic faucet was turned on, furthermore, it was difficult to turn off. Although it is possible to point to traditions and institutions relating to Israel's need for demographic balance, these measures were limited in practice by the continued opportunities that existed for economic expansion and intensification and by the cultural expectations aroused by Israel's earliest experience. It was only a matter of time before the effects of depletion and overpopulation would lead to the political forms created by landed interests for the furtherance of their power. Along with ecological pressure in favor of the cultivation of the 50. Vine and olives, richer people, those with more land, had less incentive to grow food and more to grow cash crops for market. It is impossible to understand early Israel without realizing that the market component of its product was continuously increasing, and that there was a probable correlation between expansion and market avoidance on the one hand and intensification and market acceptance on the other hand, spurred on by the following factors which worked in combination: agglomeration of lands, an increase in mulk-like over miri-like holdings for a few, the shift from expansion to intensification, and from local consumption to urban marketing, which hastened the social integration of wealthier Israelite farmers with residual urban elites in the highland cities. The terms mulk and miri have been used in Palestine to refer respectively, to freehold land usually intensively cultivated, and to village lands nominally in state ownership and typically farmed as arable. There was no way these trends could be halted given the decentralized forms which were Israel's initial advantage. The development of the monarchy shows that at most they may have been restrained. There is little likelihood that village arable was periodically redistributed, thus removing that brake on intensification, and the expendability of household mulk property gave a great potential for household improvement through intensification available to nearly every family. Because an upswing in interregional trade throughout the eastern Mediterranean was one factor in the economic growth of Israel, why did the usually more dominant areas not benefit to a greater extent than Israel and engulf that newer political economy at the earliest opportunity? One answer is of course that in time they did. Whatever the degree of autonomy exercised by the highland Israelite monarchy, and autonomy in name might not always have meant autonomy in fact, with the death of the Israelite and Judahite states, Palestine was again economically fully integrated into surrounding River Rhine regions. The answer for early Israel, however, has to do with certain features of circumscription as they worked themselves out in Israel. The lower level of interregional trade meant the higher value of what was traded, and this higher value had a correspondingly greater effect on Israel's lower overall economic level. Israel was of course well positioned to influence and benefit from trade. In the decades following the breakdown in trade, what traders who remained would have been looking for were alternative trade routes, and Palestine's inland ways offered one possibility. As long as a deal could be struck with these less controlled people, goods could transit rather than being siphoned off. See Fritz, 66, and Aharoni, Fritz, and Kempinski, 108-9 for evidence of extensive trade relations in marginal areas. The process of compaction was reinforced by the fact that the limits of the marginal areas available for agriculture were relatively quickly reached. With such tight environmental and growing social circumscription, the opportunities for the peasant agriculturalists to escape the increasing pressures of intensification and stratification were drastically reduced. Fried suggests that the potential for stratification was already present in egalitarian societies, simply waiting for the right conditions to make themselves felt. Once the population expanded to the limits of the land, there developed a chronically precarious balance between 51. Population and food resources. Under these conditions, the rise of kingship may have been largely a self-generating process. Furthermore, the inherent fragility of the highland community based upon such short-term objectives increased the possibility that a change in circumstances would lead to greater centralization. The reintroduction of commercial trade throughout the eastern Mediterranean saw the re-emergence of Egyptian imperial power to the southwest as well as the development of more local regional political and economic centers such as Phoenicia, Edom, Ammon, cf. 1 Sam 11, and the Aramean Kingdom of Syria, cf. Halpern 1981a, 1981b, 84. The gradual development of such external pressures from urban Canaan, nomadic raiders, the Philistines, and re-emerging or emerging regional and interregional political powers meant that there were numerous social and environmental factors acting and reacting in a multiple feedback process which gave impetus to centralization. The consequent strengthening of the position of various leaders or chiefs and the potential benefits of protection from external threat, along with the development of a system of economic redistribution, led Israel into chiefdom and ultimately to a centralized state. The largest effect of the gradual upswing in trade in the 11th century, however, was not felt until the time when the monarchy actually did emerge. b. Increasing socio-economic stratification. Although the population of early Israel may be described correctly as more socio-economically homogeneous than the typical population of a Palestinian city-state of the same period, it is essential not to overdraw such homogeneity. The concept is more relevant to contrasting Israel's emergent population with the highly class-stratified population of a city-state than to the internal constituency of early Israel. The idea that socio-economic stratification increased in early Israel is based on nothing more than the assumption that, over time, and in the midst of gradually expanding interregional trade, socio-economic differences present at the outset would be magnified rather than erased or ameliorated. This is particularly true given the comparatively marginal level of Israel's town and village economy, in which even a slight advantage in land holdings or commercially based wealth would make a large difference. As mentioned above, furthermore, under circumstances where initially interregional trade was sparse, many items that a few Israelites would have access to would have that much more value. The socio-economic stratification of the monarchy, we would argue, was latent in an early Israelite stratification that had a number of interrelated facets. The sub-regional diversification and isolation in early Israel was greater than is nearly always suggested in the literature. Even within the sub-regions themselves, it is a reasonable guess that villages if not towns were isolated from one another. The ethnographic parallels hardly allow any other construction. This social isolation permitted the ongoing economic diversification of the different sub-regions based on the varying degrees of contact with trading routes and centers and their own productive advantages. Proximity to urban centers and trade routes would give some Israelites more opportunity than others to sell some of their produce, or 52. Their labor or military service. The marginality of the Israelite heartland must not be thought of as automatically implying distance from whatever commerce there was. In many cases, such as the southern steppe, trade routes lay in the very midst of the marginal lands. A population along marginal routes, furthermore, under the circumstances stood to gain from the desire of traders to find alternate trade routes to the ones so recently shut down. This advantage holds whether the population uses its military readiness to intercept the trade or its marginal basis to convey it more efficiently. Distance from urban centers might reduce such commercial pressures, but the greater socio-economic equilibrium within areas so removed from commerce would represent a long-term disadvantage as long as other segments of Israelite society were gradually expanding their participation in commerce. The effect of subregional variability on the increase in stratification was compounded by other factors. Different families, groups, and areas had different relationships with nomadic groups, some of whom would have been particularly well positioned to participate in what commerce there was. Some would benefit more than others from raiding along trade routes or controlling passes. It has been pointed out that this might be one of the reasons for the importance of the territory of Benjamin, cf. Halpern 1981b, 86. Some areas paid tribute to urban or nomad elites while others did not, so that different areas bore the burden of this kind of taxation, which did not cease with the formation of Israel, to different degrees. As villages physioned, complex relations of dominance and subordination among them developed as a consequence of time and the vicissitudes of growth. Each village would have its peculiar internal history of increasing stratification. Even slight initial differences would tend to be magnified over time by the random development of the economic careers of the different families, dependent on varying factors of production and economic relations. Years of hardship are known to have a particularly drastic effect in such situations. As long as there was work for more labor and little limit on fields for the taking, the success of a family was limited by their relative good fortune in reproduction. The bearing and raising of sons bestowed a disproportionate advantage. As richer farmers emerged, they grew increasingly for the market and thus improved their position as a creditor class within the town and village. This kind of opportunity was particularly present in the areas near the old highland cities, which already combined traditionally more secure fields with the proximity of urban markets. Halpern accurately describes the relationship among the different regional and socio-economic sectors of early Israel as loose, sectionally defined, and probably in constant flux, 1981b, 75. The agricultural heartland and foundation of early Israel benefited least from this inherent socio-economic variability. The basis of early Israel's general prosperity and therefore its prevailing ideology, namely its agricultural expansion, was quite distinct from the simultaneous basis of economic advantage in early Israel, namely agricultural intensification going hand in hand with some form of participation in commerce, conversely the targets of critical ideology. The inevitable search for economic advantage, of which the emergence of Israel was itself one consequence, in the context of circumscription led inevitably to the amplified stratification of the monarchic state. 53. Biblical indications of socio-economic stratification include the stories of the pre-monarchic judges, or sub-regional rulers. These figures are worth looking at for a moment, because they are not usually adduced in support of stratification in early Israel, cf. Whitelam 1979, 59-60. Not all the elements of these stories go back in origin to pre-monarchic times, but together these stories are consistent with the picture being suggested here. All these rulers were, in the end, rich. One group was established villagers or townsmen, another bandits. The Deuteronomist gave notice but little elaboration to one group of minor rulers who were wealthy enough to have large families and were situated where they could take advantage of whatever trade was developing. In the context of early Israel, they apparently represented a source of relative stability and so were of little interest to the Deuteronomist, who preferred to downplay traditions that did not illustrate the kind of social disruption that a strong centralized monarchy was good for preventing. Abdon is said to have had 40 sons, 30 grandsons, and 70 asses, Judges 12, 13-15. With that many asses he could transport a considerable quantity of goods and produce. Ibzan had 30 sons and 30 daughters, probably his sons' wives, for each of whom he was able to provide a suitable bride price, Judges 12:8, 10. He lived in Bethlehem, an Israelite town that no doubt prospered from its proximity to the erstwhile trading point Jerusalem. Jair of Gilead, a frontier area just off the main routes to Damascus, had 30 sons, 30 asses, and 30 towns and villages, Judges 10:3, 5. This clan head must have been one of the most powerful and influential individuals known to the greater Palestine region for a century or more. There is no reason to doubt that disproportionate wealth like his ramified throughout Gilead, and that most, if not all, Palestinian subregions contain such elite clan networks. Caleb of Hebron is pictured making grants of land from his urban situation, Judges 1, 11-15. Admittedly, this tradition is as likely as any to have been edited by a monarchic scribe. Recent writers on Israelite history have been aware of the stratified nature of these rulers. Halpern speaks of entrenched elites, 1981b, 63, and a wealthy warrior class, 88. Bright himself describes Shamgar, albeit for slightly speculative reasons, as presumably, a city king of Bethanath in Galilee. He could as likely have been a Galilean nomad sheik, but the socio-economic implications would be the same. We should perhaps think of Saul as belonging, at the beginning of his career, to this category of ruler. Writers like Bright are equally aware of the bandit nature of the major rulers who for the Deuteronomist illustrate the kind of social disruption and sub-regional hostility kings were useful for preventing. Bright calls Jephthah a bandit, 178, and a Gileadite freebooter, an Apirah, 181, and Samson a rogue, 178. These are the rulers who dominate the Deuteronomist's account of political turmoil prior to the institution of the state. The norm is for these to threaten to become king, and eventually one of them, David, does. They tend to be opposed, as David was opposed by Saul, by established leaders of the first type, the men of Gideon's town, the sons of Gideon in Shechem, the men of Sukkah and Penuel, and the Judahites who turned Samson over to the Philistines in order to remove him as a source of friction between themselves and their Philistine neighbors. From the perspective of the Deuteronomist, the resistance of the good bandit David against 54. Saul was an omen of Josiah's ascendancy over the established sheiks, elders, and other landed notables in his realm. Among other indications in the biblical literature of stratification in early Israel are the traditions about town and village elders and the continued allowance of debt service. The elders would have been among the wealthier men of a town or village, whose influence was based upon, among other things, the ownership of greater amounts of land and capital than usual and the partial distribution of these in credit. Laws governing debt service, to the degree they refer to the pre-monarchic period, demonstrate the unequal distribution of capital, cf 1 Sam 8.16 and 25.10. It is important not to mistake the restraint of stratification which can be posited for early Israel for its successful suppression. The indications of an ideology of restraint are at the same time the clearest indications of the prevalence of its object, the existence of stratification. The monarchy that eventually emerged in Israel was based on a social structure whose stratification went back directly to Israel's beginnings. C. Increasing political centralization. Political centralization increased at an accelerated pace during the 2nd century of Israel's existence. Centralization was the means by which an emergent landed class attempted to preserve the power and privilege created for them by their increasing wealth. Centralization was eventually perceived to serve the interests of these few rather than the many. There is evidence in the Davidic period texts, therefore, that centralization culminated in the monarchic redefinition of ultimate village tenure only after a struggle. This was a struggle within Israel between an increasingly dominant group of larger landowners whose primary social bonds had gradually shifted from the village to the regional level and a much larger subordinate group of non-wealthy villagers whose political economic integrity was being threatened by economic developments in Israel. The interests of the villages of Israel were represented at the regional level by the rural priesthood. Thus, the struggle appears in the sources as between wealthier landowners and the priesthood. Halpern 1981b, may be the best treatment of the emergence of kingship in such terms, see, example 76-9. The priestly political representatives of the villages could not equal their landed opponents in solidarity. The villages with their priesthoods were intrinsically parochial, and the closest thing to a national priesthood had too many interests that coincided with those of the landed themselves. That the priesthood across the board was hereditary shows that it was based on some form of land tenure. The most likely situation is that the priestly families serving at shrines located in regional market and religious centers like Shiloh, who might have spearheaded a united villager movement, instead increased, through the advantages of their position, their land holdings disproportionately over time. If the traditions about the house of Eli are an accurate indication, the priest's espousal of villagers' rights was undercut by a tendency within their ranks for those who held hereditary. 55. Offices at regional shrines to see their interests better served by the landowners than the villagers and their local priestly representatives. Brights, 1981. One-dimensional account is typical of historians who have not looked deeply into the socio-economic tensions present. Whatever Samuel thought of Saul, the remnants of the Amphictyonic priesthood rallied round him and accompanied him in the field. 1 Sam 14.3, 18, 190. With the establishment of the house of Zadok by Solomon, however, all other priestly groups, whatever their allegiance had been in this struggle, were thrown into an opposing group representing rural and decentralizing values. It would be inaccurate to describe this struggle simply as a class conflict. Superimposed upon the class-oriented grouping just outlined were the sub-regional clan, tribal, and party alliances endemic to Palestine. These find clearest expression in the sources in terms of the conflict between the houses of Saul and David, but this Davidic version of the situation no doubt schematized what in actuality was a complex matrix of special interests and their realization in political groupings. The evidence is not available, however, for anything other than a theoretical statement of such complexities. The pressures of circumscription contributed to political centralization in pre-monarchic Israel through two basic trends. First, as the increasing cost and burden of defense fell disproportionately upon the emergent landed class, they sought the means to shift these costs back down the socio-economic scale. Second, highland participation in the inter-regional economy gradually came to be dominated by the few wealthiest families. These saw increasing advantage to themselves in integrating with the lowland political economies. The bulk of the emergent landed class, however, sought the means to prevent such a development. A single political economy ruled from the lowland would bring a considerable loss of power to the highland landed as a group. All but the wealthiest of the highland landed therefore sought the means to preserve control over their economy in the highland. The means to both these ends was for a sufficient number of highland landed to unite and appoint one of their number sovereign over the arable of Israel. With this crucial step, the climax of long-term trends, the monarchy came into existence. Though these trends are theoretical, they can be analyzed in slightly more detail. Basic to the political process of the creation of the monarchy was the relationship among the total product of Israel, the cost of defending Israelite control of that product, and the distribution of that cost among the people of Israel. These are the same prime factors used for analyzing Israel from its beginnings. We have already seen that the total product, though low in comparison to certain lowland areas, was increasing. There are reasons to believe that, as this product increased, the cost of defending control over it increased at a greater rate. In other words, as the total product increased, the percentage of it necessary for defense also increased. As the product increased, it became increasingly attractive to the lowland elites, apparently particularly the Philistines. As the standard histories note, over time the Philistines developed both the incentive and the means to undertake the conquest of the Israelite highland. With the gradual expansion in trade, moreover, the Philistines themselves became politically more centralized and enlarged. 56. Their lowland dominion. Evidently for the first time in Israel's history they faced a militarily superior enemy on virtually all borders and deep within their highland heartland. Both the regionalization of Israel's defense and its upgrading with whatever metal weaponry was available fell predominantly to the emergent landed class with its superior regional ties and wealth. Moreover, although in one sense this class was better able to bear these costs and received the greater benefit from their expenditure, because defense in Israel was traditionally conceived on the basis of clans and protective associations rather than the extent of land holdings, person power rather than wealth, the wealthier families who could contribute more sons to defense felt the greater burden. In sum, those in Israel who were increasingly called upon to bear the greater defense burden, and who in one sense were better positioned to do so, were at the same time increasingly able, through their power, to shift this burden back down to the village smallholders. Seen in this light, monarchy was a means of redistributing the cost of defense that increased along with but at a greater rate than the total product of Israel. The internal dynamics of this redistribution was veiled at the time, as it has been in the historiography of Israel, by the overwhelming consciousness of the Philistine threat. The second trend saw the emergent landed class attempting to retain among themselves control of their participation in trade rather than allowing control to transfer, through the machinations of the wealthiest of them, to the lowland. There is little if any hint in written sources that the highland landed were involved in such trade in the first place. This bias of the sources, however, should occasion no surprise given the tendency of elites to externalize threat. The almost exclusive attention given to the Philistines in the sources, which come from the Davidic state, results from the same tendency. There is no reason not to take the comparative view and assume that the pattern of highland elite participation in interregional trade applies to the emergent elite of 11th century BCE Israel, whether they themselves conceived of such activity in this way or not. The monarchy represented, therefore, the means by which a subgroup of emergent landed elite in Israel imposed greater costs of national defense upon village smallholders and retained political control over their participation in trade among themselves. The creation of the monarchy by a privileged subgroup of Israelites represented little threat to themselves. The right of the state to redistribute lands functioned to the advantage of those who already bore a larger share of defense. The threat posed by such a right was overwhelmingly greater for the more numerous village smallholders. Still, there was little incentive for the original kingmakers to give Saul a great deal of power. The expansion of the monarchy was mostly a result of internal forces let loose by the initial political transmutation. The concentration of lands which the monarchy sealed produced a jump in the intensification of agriculture on the lands of the wealthier class dedicated to commercial viticulture and tree crops. Partly in response to this pressure, poorer farmers leaned further in the direction of pastoralism. This bifurcation of production set the stage for the emergence of David and his band as a force in Judahite and then Israelite politics. David gradually came to control the marginal pastoral lands. 57. Along the entire crescent of the southern border and to use this control for the benefit of southern farmers already furthest from the influence of the house of Saul. Conclusion. The tentative reconstruction advanced above is an attempt to suggest some possible lines of inquiry in order to develop the discussion of the rise of the monarchy beyond the standard approaches. The reconstruction necessarily rests upon a number of broad generalizations. It is less concerned with what happened in the sense of a merely descriptive or chronological history, but rather with why it happened. In order to explain why social change takes place, it is necessary to search for broad patterns and generalizations within a theoretical framework. Only then is it possible to test the hypothesis more rigorously against all available data and to choose among competing reconstructions. This type of analytical, interdisciplinary approach to the history of Israel is one way of ensuring that the all-important dialogue between past and present is maintained. Introduction. The Exodus, wilderness, and conquest traditions which dominate the opening to the Hebrew Bible insist that Israel's origins were external to Palestine. This tradition of Israelite origins outside of Palestine has dominated biblical studies and the various reconstructions of early Israelite history. Yet this insistence conflicts with the growing body of archaeological evidence from the region which points to the emergence of Israel, or at least the Iron I highland and steppe eland villages identified as early Israel, within Palestine at the beginning of the Iron Age. Recent work by Lemsch, 1985, and Coote and Whitelam, 1987, among others, has concluded that the formation of Israel resulted from complex indigenous processes within Palestine. They, along with Thompson, 1987, argue that the biblical traditions within the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history are inadequate for historical reconstruction. This represents a significant shift away from the general acceptance by many scholars of the testimony of these biblical traditions that the origins lay outside Palestine. Traditional interpretations and reconstructions which take the biblical traditions as their starting point have invariably placed great emphasis on the Exodus traditions as fundamental for understanding the origins of early Israel. However, the growing recognition that recent archaeological evidence indicates that the expansion in rural villages in the highlands and steppes of Palestine during the early Iron Age, usually identified with early Israel, show a marked continuity in material culture and fit patterns of settlement known in other periods of Palestinian history. Coote and Whitelam 1987, calls into question the notion that Israel's origins were external to the region. 2. If this conclusion is correct, then the question arises as to why the biblical traditions place such emphasis upon a radically different picture of the origins of Israel. 3. How are the biblical traditions of origin to be understood if they do not reflect the historical reality of external origins for the community? The way in which the biblical texts are read is the crux of the problem. The traditions of origin, which form such an important part of the complex narrative at the opening of the Hebrew Bible, have continually been employed as an objection to any notion of indigenous development for early Israel. These objections were originally employed to counter the internal revolt hypothesis associated with Israel's traditions of origin. Reclaiming the land. 3. 62 Israel's traditions of origin. Mendenhall and Gottwald. Recent proposals for indigenous development have placed little or no emphasis on the biblical traditions and do not even appeal to a statistically small but ideological potent group in the way that Mendenhall, 1962, 73-4, 81, and Gottwald, 1979, 214-17, have. 4. However, since these same objections are pertinent to recent discussions, it is worthwhile to review them briefly. Hauser's arguments, 1978, 14, are representative of a general view that it is unlikely that Canaanite peasants formed the main part of the Israelite conquest of Palestine. This is especially so in light of the tradition's deep-seated assumption that the bulk of Israel came into Palestine from without. Miller, 1977, 257, surveyed the various options concerning Israelite origins and cited unpublished work by Callaway and Stager in suggesting that the increase of highland settlements might have come from the west. 5. Nevertheless, he objected, 1977, 279, to Mendenhall's thesis on the grounds that the idea seems to have been deeply ingrained throughout Israel's memory that the ancestors were tent dwellers who entered Palestine from elsewhere and that they were conscious of not being one with the people of the land. More recently, Sagan, 1984, 139, especially 156-7, while recognizing the ethnic and linguistic continuities during the transition from the Late Bronze to the Early Iron Age, insists that Israel's perception of its external origins is crucial. First of all, Israel was always aware of not having originally been native to Palestine, but of having come from abroad. Of course, this awareness is expressed in theological rather than historical and ethnic terms, but it is difficult to deny that it has real basis. Perhaps it was because this awareness contrasted so markedly with the right which Israel had always claimed to what was its promised land. Attributing to a divine gift what it could have claimed as the consequence of a situation which had existed from time immemorial, would have removed from its claim that very element which even now seems to be its distinguishing feature. Sagan makes an important observation: why would Israel advance a theological claim to the land as outsiders if they could claim that land through indigenous right? How are these biblical traditions to be read, particularly in the light of recent archaeological evidence, and what, if any, significance do they have for an understanding of the origins of Israel? The more detailed archaeological picture which has brought the historical veracity of these traditions into question has also coincided with a general shift in biblical studies towards a preference for literary readings of the Hebrew Bible. Thompson, 1987, 40, goes so far as to describe the influence of new literary criticism as resulting in a thorough, even revolutionary, reappraisal of biblical narratives. The appreciation of biblical narratives as story has marked a fundamental shift within the discipline during the last couple of decades. The insights which have accrued from this move have informed the questioning of the relevance of these traditions for historical reconstruction. However, the tendency has been to study the text as a literary artifact as though it were independent and autonomous. 63. Of social and political processes. The problem of the social setting and function of such religious traditions has received a lot less attention. An illustrative survey of the function of traditions of origin in other agrarian societies offers an important comparative perspective from which to view the Israelite traditions. It will also illustrate that the self-perceptions of various communities concerning their origins are not always to be accepted literally as accurate historical records. The ways in which various origin traditions have developed and functioned raises important questions about the ways in which we ought to read Israel's traditions. The social function of the past. A recent collection of essays, Hobsbawm 1983, has shown that traditions which appear or claim to be old are often quite recent in origin and sometimes invented. 6 Hobsbawm, 1983, 1, argues that the study of peasant movements has shown that village claims to some common land or right by custom from time immemorial often express not a historical fact, but the balance of forces in the constant struggle against landlords or against competing claims from other villages. This is in line with Sanders' study, 1976, of the canon of the Hebrew Bible, in which he has emphasized that the biblical traditions were adaptable for life. Tradition in agrarian societies is dynamic and adaptable. Recent canonical approaches have shown the ways in which biblical traditions were adapted and interpreted over long periods of time and made relevant to different circumstances. Thus, tradition which is meaningful is constantly being reshaped, reinterpreted, and reapplied to the changing social order. Van Setters 1980, 102. The Exodus and conquest traditions of the Hebrew Bible need to be understood in terms of the complex processes which contributed to the formation of the canon immediately prior to and particularly during the Second Temple period. It is important to ask how far the Israelite traditions of origins in Exodus, Joshua, and Judges represent the self-perceptions of later communities and have been retrojected back onto earlier history. It would be better to adopt the term development of tradition in order to reflect the notion that we are dealing with a dynamic and creative process. The term invention of tradition can be construed too easily as a pejorative and thereby dismissed. Hobsbawm notes that tradition develops during periods of rapid social transformation when the social patterns for which the old traditions had been designed are destroyed. 1983, 4, cf. Van Setters 1980. Sanders, 1976, and Blenkinsop, 1977, both stress that those traditions which were not sufficiently adaptable or flexible were eliminated. However difficult it might be, it is important to try to probe the conflicts, crises, and factional disputes of the Second Temple period in order to understand the complex socio-political and religious processes which helped forge the biblical traditions. It is instructive to consider particular instances of the development of traditions. H. Trevor Roper, 1983, 15-41, has shown that the whole concept of a distinct Scottish Highland culture and tradition, with its sense of national unity and outward badges of the kilt and bagpipes, was a retrospective development whose origins lay in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Prior to the 17th century. 64 Israel's traditions of origin. The Highlands of Scotland were politically fragmented and little more than an overflow for Ireland. An important element in this process was the rewriting of Scottish history, culminating in the insolent claim that Scotland, Celtic Scotland, was the mother nation and Ireland the cultural dependency. The new Highland traditions, which have played such an influential role in fashioning later Scottish literature and history, were far from ancient remembrances of the historical origins of Highland Scots. Trevor Roper provides a striking illustration of the ways in which traditions of origin are shaped by later communities and then treated as historical facts by historians reconstructing the development of a particular community. There are numerous examples of this process from other societies and the dangers they present for the historian. African societies provide a wide array of migration traditions which offer important comparative material for assessing and understanding the nature of the Israelite traditions of origins within the Hebrew Bible. These types of tradition are so frequent in African societies that J.C. Miller, 1980, 31-4, terms them clichés. He discovered that many of these traditions did not accurately record the historical origins of communities but rather reflected political and social contacts between groups in different areas. Such traditions, like genealogies in traditional societies, rarely preserve historical information about the origins of specific groups but rather reflect their political, religious, or economic ties to a particular area. 7 Yoder, 1980, 82, states that as religious constructs, social paradigms, or ritual charters, Genesis legends seem to reflect current influences rather than chronologically related events from the past. Vanzina, 1974, has demonstrated that Cuba traditions of an alleged migration from the west in the vicinity of the Congo reflect later trading relations from the Cuba region to the coast rather than authentic traditions of the origins of the people of Cuba. This is supported by Miller's findings, 1980, 33, that many traditions of origin are concerned with present-day political ties or commercial contacts with the region from which the community claims to have originated, whereas its historical origins may well have been from elsewhere or even indigenous to the region. 8. It is interesting to note, in comparison with Israelite traditions, that there are frequent claims by groups to have the territory they now occupy by conquest or to have occupied previously unsettled areas. Renfrew's study, 1979, of systems collapse illustrates how new power groups attempt to establish their legitimacy in historical terms by the construction of genealogies that either trace their origins to the autochthonous former state or claim to have taken power by right of conquest. As he notes, there have been a tendency for historians to accept such traditional accounts which were first committed to writing several centuries after the collapse. Miller, 1980, 56 and 35, relates that Mbundu historians tell a migration tale which includes several notable events that are arranged according to where they occurred along a presumed, but false, itinerary. Such traditions have to be treated with great care in order to elucidate the social function rather than assume that they are the literal traditions of the geographic and historical origins of African peoples. 9. D. Henige, 1974, 64, has illustrated the 65 dangers for the historian in failing to recognize the social and political functions of such traditions and the ways in which they are shaped by the communities that preserve them. Significantly, even those cases of fabrication were long accepted as being fact. Too often the canons of historical criticism have been subordinated to the interests of national or ethnic pride. Less obvious cases of this kind of fabrication undoubtedly lie undiscovered. Many of them are probable and discoverable, but this does not exonerate the historian from an investigation duly based on a healthy dose of skepticism. It has long been argued that the motif of humble origins within the Israelite traditions is unique and, in the words of Bright, 1981, 119, the biblical tradition a priori demands belief, it is not the sort of tradition any people would invent. Yet a comparative study of traditions of origin demonstrates that very often they are invented or rather are the development of later self-perceptions of the past. Like so many other features of Israelite history and society which were previously thought to be unique, this is a feature that is paralleled in origin traditions from different areas of the world. The Kanyok myth of Saitendum Famu, Saiten the daughter of the chief, described by Yoder, 1980, 82-107, recounts how she was mistreated by the Luba of Shabel before she escaped to the Nayok. Yoder, 1980, 100, also mentions a number of variants to this story which introduce the theme of suffering even before the birth of Saiten, since her maternal grandfather Mwina Ngoy is often depicted as a suffering hero, punished by his Luba master and bereaved by his own daughter. In addition, Saiten, the paragon of innocent suffering, is also depicted as a mistreated outcast who arrives in her homeland bewildered and fatigued after her long journey. The tradition is important for the Kanyok since it bears witness to the boast that, as Saitend was victorious, they have consistently expelled their foreign oppressors, no matter how powerful. Yoder sees this myth as embodying four important points. 1. It symbolizes the ethnic unity of the community. 2. It evokes the memory of the suffering of the Kanyok at the hands of outsiders. 3. It illustrates the hostility to the Luba of Shaba. 4. It justifies the political rights of the dynasty occupying the chair of the Mwina Kanyok. In the light of such a tradition of origin, which does not re-ect historical reality, it is appropriate to ask what kind of functions Israelite traditions of origins might have served. It is a dangerous practice for the historian to believe any tradition of origin a priori. Clearly such traditions fulfill important social and political roles dealing with the identity, claims to land, right to rule, and so on, of particular communities or groups. One of the most interesting examples of migration traditions comes from pre-Columbian history concerning the origins of the Aztecs in 66. Israel's traditions of origin. Migration traditions of the Mexica. There are a number of striking correspondences between the Mexica migration account and the Exodus traditions as an origin story. In particular, Mexica myths emphasize the humble origins of the group, with a totally egalitarian social and political structure. Conrad and Demarest 1984, 22-3. It is also noteworthy that the Mexica claim to have founded their capital, Tenochtitlan, at the end of their wanderings during the mid-14th century CE, followed shortly after by the foundation of Tlatelolco. However, archaeological evidence has revealed that both sides were inhabited at least by the early 13th century CE and probably much earlier. Conrad and Demarest 1984, 22. During the migration, it is said that 40 Omamaz, bearers of the god, interpreted and mediated the will and commands of the patron deity Huitzilopochtli. Conrad and Demarest 1984, 25. Conrad and Demarest, 1984, 17, indicate that the common concern for legitimacy by the elite results in the invention or distortion of earlier history by the projection backwards of events in order to establish a mythical precedent or establish a connection with a prestigious heritage. While some features of the migration tale may be factual, the Mexica's late need for a legitimizing Toltec ancestry explains many details of the native chronicles account. Conrad and Demarest 1984, 22. They conclude that the Mexica migration must be seen in light of the Aztecs striving for Toltec ancestry, and the Mexica's rewriting of history after their rise to power in 1428. Conrad and Demarest, 1984, 22, relate how Izicotl burned all earlier codices and had new historical and religious texts written which were more in line with the imperial ambitions of the Mexica leaders. This represents a sustained attempt to alter ancient myths and religious cosmology into an integrated cult that supported Mexica military imperialism through art, literature, and religious ceremony. Townsend, 1979, 49, concludes that the Mexica used art to promote the imperialistic view of the cosmos, for myths could be adapted, regenerated, or created anew according to the policies of imperial states. Fray Diego Duran, a 16th-century Dominican friar and ethnographer, produced an outstanding collection of material on pre-Hispanic Mexican history and customs. He collected traditions about a charismatic figure Topiltzin who is said to have come from a foreign country. Again, this appears to be an attempt to claim Toltec origins. Duran 1971, 60. Topiltzin is accredited with the performance of miraculous deeds. He is said to have opened a great hill and disappeared within it, and to have cast his mantle on the sea, sat on it, and moved across the sea. The testimony of one of Duran's sources is particularly noteworthy. When I asked another aged Indian what he knew about the departure of Topiltzin, he narrated to me chapter 14 of Exodus, stating that the Papa had reached the sea with a number of followers and that he had stricken the water with his staff. The waters then dried up, and a road appeared. Topiltzin and his men had managed to pass, but his pursuers, who went after him, were swallowed up when the waters returned to their place and were never heard of again. Duran 1971, 62. 67. Duran realized that the Indian knew the biblical Exodus tradition and stopped the interview. Nonetheless, it is important for two reasons. 1. The major dangers in trying to understand native traditions is to discover how far the traditions that are recorded by the ethnographers have been influenced by other, in this case European Christian, cultures and traditions. 10. 2. Even allowing for the influence of Christian missionaries on the Indians' account of Aztec origins, it is noteworthy that he still thought that the two were comparable. Aztec origins lay in a miraculous escape led by a charismatic miracle worker, whereas the historical reality appears to have been quite different. The Indians' recital of the Exodus story illustrates the dynamic nature of tradition. The ways in which it develops is reinterpreted or assimilated by other traditions. The Inca myths of origins show similar interesting features. Inca imperial mythology traces their origins to the Titicaca Basin and presents them as rightful heirs of Tiahuanaco, Conrad and Demarest 1984, 95. Despite differences in detail, the various myths of origin locate them in or around Lake Tiahuanaco. However, Conrad and Demarest, 1984, 95-6, report that, archaeology belies this claim. Even the scanty data at hand are enough to show that the Inca were native to the Cuzco district and that their culture in its initial form developed out of local antecedents. The parallels with the discrepancy between archaeological evidence for the emergence of early Israel in Palestine and its own traditions of external origins are, once again, striking. Clearly there are many aspects of migration myths from other cultures which have important correspondences with Israel's traditions of origin as preserved in the Hebrew Bible. The preceding survey has highlighted the late nature of many traditions of origins and their variance with recent archaeological investigations. Such traditions clearly fulfill many different functions. We need to explore the nature of the Israelite traditions further in order to gain some insight to the possible social and political functions of their stories of origin. Reading the Israelite traditions of origin. It is now clear that recent archaeological evidence from Palestine is at variance with those biblical traditions which emphasize the origins of Israel as external to Palestine. It is also clear that origin traditions from other areas and cultures are at variance with what is known about the early history of these cultures. Such traditions of origin often preserve the self-perceptions of communities far removed from their supposed historical origins. It still remains, however, to account for the insistence within the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history that Israel's origins were outside Palestine. Any attempt to come to terms with the biblical traditions needs to give priority to their literary nature and intent. In effect, the question which needs to be asked is how are we to read the texts? To argue on the basis of recent archaeological 68 Israel's traditions of origin evidence that Israel's origins were within Palestine is not to say that the Bible is wrong, as is so often claimed, but rather to challenge the dominant ways of reading these texts as historical records of early Israelite history. Thompson, 1987, 39, in recently addressing this problem, claims that the biblical tradition is not a history at all. The tradition is not concerned with the historical question of how Israel came into being. Its primary concern is with the identity of Israel as it is. He goes on to argue that it is historiographical only in the etiological sense of defining the Israel of its own day in terms of the traditions of the past. Thompson 1987, 39-40. The concerns of these traditions, as with traditions of origin from many other cultures, is one of self-understanding of the communities or groups that transmitted them. We have already noted the important shift in approaching biblical material as well-crafted literature and the many insights that this has contributed to our appreciation and understanding of the Hebrew Bible. Undoubtedly the Exodus traditions are powerful and finely crafted histories. There is much to be learned by paying attention to the literary artistry and details of these stories. However, it is also important to recognize that these traditions are not ethereal entities floating above the urgencies and contradictions of history, Howard 1986, 15, but the products of social processes acting upon authors and trad-ents. The text is not simply to be explained as a mirror for history, a reflection of historical fact, but nor is the text independent of historical and social processes. It cannot be understood simply in and of itself as though it exists outside time. Howard, 1986, 25, articulates the complex relationship between literary works and history. Rather than passively reflecting an external reality, literature is an agent in constructing a culture's sense of reality. It is part of a much larger symbolic order through which the world at a particular historical moment is conceptualized and through which a culture imagines its relationship to the actual conditions of its existence. In short, instead of a hierarchical relationship in which literature figures as the parasitic reflector of historical fact, one imagines a complex textualized universe in which literature participates in historical processes and in the political management of reality. The appreciation of biblical literature which has become pervasive in the discipline needs to be tempered by a greater sensitivity to the complex relationship between literature and society. The crude appropriation of the biblical text by historians in the past does not mean that it is any more acceptable to ignore the interrelationships between society and culture which need to be studied in tandem. Such a recognition does not detract from the artistic achievements of biblical writers. It is generally recognized that any author, as well as any historian, is the product of social and political forces. 11 Yet all too often, these origin traditions have been read from a theological perspective with little regard for the social and political processes that have helped to shape them. The shift to literary studies has also continued to ignore this problem. As Davies, 1987, 8, notes, one of the major questions facing the discipline is how to read the text as serious literature. 69. While at the same time acknowledging and understanding the social and political processes that have shaped and been shaped by the text. The difficulties of such a task are not to be underestimated, but nor should the quest be abandoned because of the many obstacles in identifying the social and political realities which were an essential part in the production of the text. The ways in which Israelite traditions of origin contributed to different constructions of reality can be illustrated by briefly looking at the ways in which alternative traditions of origin function in the Hebrew canon. A comparison of the major traditions of origins indicates that they may well have presented different understandings of the nature of Israel and thereby represented different socio-political and religious claims in exilic or Second Temple Judaism. A. An exilic claim to the land. The Exodus, wilderness, and conquest traditions. The Exodus, wilderness, and conquest traditions fall within two extensive narrative complexes that are generally accepted as products of the exile, at least in their final forms. 12. However, the location of the origin traditions in these narrative complexes is significant for the ways in which they are read, for as Kleins, 1978, 98, has remarked, wherever exilic Jewry opens the Pentateuch it finds itself. The same is also true of the Deuteronomistic history which addresses the concerns of a defeated community stripped of its symbols of national identity and exiled outside its national territory. Kleins, 1978, 107-11, has characterized the Pentateuch as a travel story. It is full of movement, the preparations for travel, obstacles on the journey and movement towards the land. The Pentateuch as a whole, read in an exilic setting, represents the claims of a small group of exiles who returned to the land from which they or their families had been exiled only a few generations earlier. Their claim to the land to which they are returning, or hope to return, is based upon a divine promise of progeny and land, General 12.3. Its exilic setting has led Kleins, 1978, 98, to remark that the significance of such a setting is that the Pentateuch functions as an address to the exiles, or, perhaps it would be better to say, the self-expression of the exiles, who find themselves at the same point as that reached by the Israelite tribes at the end of Deuteronomy. The promise of God stands behind them, the promised land before them. The projection of their current situation into the past couched in terms of a divine promise legitimizes their right to return and claim the land that has been occupied by those who either did not face deportation or have moved into the area in the intervening period. The conquest traditions within Joshua and Judges provide an explicit legitimization of the returnees' right to the land. The narratives continually emphasize the rights of Israel entering from outside to take possession, YRS, of the land and in particular to dispossess, YRS, those groups already in the land, Josh 13 ff, Judges 1. There is an underlying theme of antagonism between the 70 Israel's traditions of origin occupants of the land and the true Israel who are being led up from captivity to occupy that very land. An acceptance of these narratives as a historical record of Israel's origins has obscured the severe socio-political problems for those in Palestine in the 6th century BCE and after who had not been exiled from their land. They were being dispossessed by returnees who couched their claims in the theological terms of a divine promise. Davies, 1987, 6, has already remarked that the political, economic, religious, and social effects of a relatively small but powerful group of ex-landowners and temple priests returning to claim the land and state must have been considerable. The earlier discussion of exodus/migration traditions in agrarian societies highlighted that the Israelite exodus traditions were not unique. The notion of escape from captivity can be described as distinctive but hardly as unique. However, once the exodus, wilderness, and conquest traditions are recognized as late reflections of the conditions and concerns of exilic and post-exilic communities, then it becomes possible to appreciate the significance of the motif of escape from captivity and oppression. Sagan's question of why a community would invent a past of external origins if they could claim the land through right of occupation from time immemorial finds its answer in the plight of the exiles. Their claim to the land as outsiders is based upon a divine gift but is opposed by those inside the land who refuse to recognize the rights of the returnees. Garbini, 1988, 64, similarly understands the conquest traditions as a transfer to the time of Israel's origins of hostility between the returnees and the people of the land, i.e. those who were spared deportation. 13 As we have seen, traditions of origin cannot be accepted uncritically as accurate historical records but rather very often reflect the self-perceptions of later groups projected back into history in order to legitimize their claims to rule or occupy territory. Vanzina, 1974, 317, has pointed out that too many historians have been merely restating what a society says, thinks, and feels about itself. Nowhere is this more true than with regard to traditions of Genesis, as one may call traditions of creation, origin, and migration in which the last term flows from the preceding one. For Genesis means a statement about a basic identity for most communities and collectivities. And so historians uncritically restate an article of faith. 14. Even if such origin traditions are late constructions, they remain valuable sources for the historian, not as witnesses to the earlier period they purport to describe, but rather to the later socio-political processes that shaped and adapted them. Thompson's recent study, 1987, of the origin tradition of early Israel has recognized the important fact that the concept of Israel in the Pentateuch is more idealistic than historical. He sees the concept as a product of 7th century Judah, looking back on its history and the traditions of its people, as a unified and harmonized reality, 1987, 39. This ideology is extremely potent, as he points out, since it has the power and capacity to survive the political and social disruption of the loss of kingdom, temple, and exile from the land, 1987, 194. He acknowledges 71. That it is tempting to set this ideology in the exile, or, with Van Seters, in the post-exilic period, but points out that there is insufficient evidence to offer such a precise date. However, Thompson's concern has been primarily with a literary examination of the stages of the tradition, what he terms the chain narratives, rather than the social processes that lie behind the final form of the tradition. While agreeing with many of the comments and the direction of Thompson's research, particularly his comments on the problems and prospects of writing a history of early Israel, 1987, 11-40, it is also important to probe the narrative for the social processes of which it is a product and in part a reflection. The Israelite traditions of origin in the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history need to be read from the perspective of the groups that shaped the traditions. The factional disputes have left their marks on the traditions preserved within the Hebrew Bible. B. Alternative traditions of the origins of Israel. Although the Exodus, wilderness, and conquest narratives represent the dominant traditions of origin within the Hebrew Bible, they are by no means the only such traditions preserved within the canon. In particular, the chronicler presents a very important alternative understanding of Israel's origins. 15 S. Jaffe, 1979, 205-18, has drawn attention to the chronicler's omission of major elements in the presentation of the history of Israel in the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history. What is so surprising about this presentation of early Israelite history is that the Exodus and conquest do not feature in the period prior to the monarchy of David. 16 in 1 Chronicles 7.25-27 Joshua is presented as already in the land in contrast to his fundamental role in the conquest as presented in the book of Joshua. In 1 Chronicles 7 the historical situation which provides the necessary conditions for Joshua's activity is absent. By being a descendant of Ephraim who is in land, the possibility of the accepted tradition is ruled out. Joshua did not conquer the land, he simply was there. Jaffe 1979, 214-15. The Exodus and conquest traditions are missing from the chronicler's presentation of pre-monarchic history, while references to the Exodus in parallel texts are often omitted. See Jaffe 1979, 217-60. There is a striking omission in Solomon's prayer in 2 Chronicles 6.16 of any mention of the escape from Egypt. Cf 1 KGS 8.16. Similarly, 1 Chronicles 17.5 omits the reference to Egypt in Nathan's oracle, cf 2 Sam 7.6. The composite psalm of 1 Chronicles 16.8-36 is also noteworthy since the parallel material in the Psalter is set in the context of a recital of the Exodus traditions, material which has not been included by the chronicler. CPSS 105, 106. Jaffe concludes, 1979, 218, that the chronicler's presentation of the early history of Israel is a most distinctive and revolutionary concept, contrary to most established historical traditions of the Pentateuch and the former prophets. The chronicler 72 Israel's traditions of origin presents a concept of people and land which is autochthonic in its basic features. This concept is anchored in broader religious axioms which, in a very marked and idiosyncratic way, set forth the basic relationships between people, land, and God of Israel. Williamson, 1977, 61-7, acknowledges that the chronicler does not deal directly with the early history of Israel, but shows by incidental references an awareness of the whole range of Pentateuchal traditions. He sees the most significant point as being one of a difference in emphasis. Williamson argues that although a number of references have been altered, the traditions concerning the Exodus and settlement have not been completely suppressed. For example, he points to David's prayer in 1 Chronicles 17 where the establishment of the dynasty, the basis of the previous saving events in the nation's history, i.e. the Exodus and the conquest, are given all due attention and emphasis, cf especially verses 21f. 1977, 66-1. The fact that 1 Chronicles 17.5 omits any explicit reference to Egypt calls into question his view that the Exodus is given all due attention and emphasis, as do the numerous other alterations and omissions introduced into the chronicler's presentation. The chronicler appears to have known of the traditions of Exodus and conquest, yet it is clear from the number of parallel texts where references to these events have been omitted that the chronicler was free to present the history of Israel with a great deal of latitude. Clearly the history of Israel was presented in Chronicles in accord with the precepts and conditions of the chronicler's own time and community. North, 1963, 377, asserted that the work was structured in such a way that the Exodus was assigned a role that is scarcely compatible with its position elsewhere in the Bible. Why would the chronicler omit such an important theological claim to the land and present the history of Israel in such a distinctive manner? Since there are indications that the Exodus tradition was at least known to the chronicler, as Williamson notes, one possibility must be that the work was designed to counter the claims of those outside the land who professed they had a claim by divine gift. In the work of the chronicler, Israel is depicted as being present in Palestine from its origins. The Exodus traditions are played down because they imply that Israel was at some point outside the land. The chronicler wishes to stress that Israel has always been in the land. In 2 Chronicles 30.5-11 the north is still populated by Israelites. The chronicler omits the tradition of resettlement of the north from 2 Kings 17, Williamson 1977, 67. Significantly, 2 Kings 17 stresses that the foreigners who have been resettled in the north have no right to land. Indeed, it is necessary to send for a priest from exile in order to instruct them in the religious rights and duties of Israel. The covenant with the original inhabitants, i.e. Israel, is reiterated in 2 Kgs 17.34-39. By contrast, 2 Chronicles 30.6 calls upon Israel to return to Yahweh that he may turn again to the remnant of you who have escaped from the hand of the king of Assyria. It is clear that we are dealing with different perceptions of the nature and identity of Israel. There is a noticeable lack of antagonism between Israel and the inhabitants of the land. For the chronicler they are one and the same. By contrast, Ezra's recital of the 73 Exodus traditions in Nehemiah 9 emphasizes the antagonism between Israel coming from captivity to dispossess the inhabitants of Palestine. His recital is prefaced by the assertion that the Israelites separated themselves from all foreigners, NA 9.2. In Ezra-Nehemiah, the phrase people, of the land, is used to distinguish the inhabitants of the land from the true Israel of the returnees, Ezra 4.4, 9.1, 10.2, 11, NA 9.30, 10.29, 31, 17. Similarly, Ezek 11.15-17 illustrates the conflict which developed when the returnees claimed the land for themselves. This antagonism is absent from the genealogies at the opening of Chronicles, cf 1 Chronicles 3.11. The significance of the chronicler's perception of Israel as a counter to the claims of the returnees presented in the Exodus and conquest traditions is apparent in the story of Jehoshaphat's conflict with the Transjordanian coalition. The material in 2 Chronicles 20.5-12 is peculiar to the chronicler. Jehoshaphat complains that a great multitude from Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir is coming to drive them out, GRS, of the land, 20.11-12. This is a reversal of the conquest tradition of Israel driving out, GRS, the inhabitants from the land. The chronicler's tradition represents an indigenous claim to the land which is diametrically opposed to the exile's claim from outside on the basis of a divine promise and the right of conquest. The chronicler appears to be presenting a claim for the land which is based on possession, the claim of those who were not taken into exile, and oppose the return and claims to the land of those in Babylon or, perhaps, in Egypt. This would explain why the chronicler omits, alters, or plays down the Pentateuchal and Deuteronomistic traditions of Exodus and conquest by divine gift. North, 1963, 378, came close to a similar conclusion with his view that the chronicler was attempting to rectify an existing popular misconception that Israel's chosenness was through Moses on Sinai, who was the vehicle of Israel's relationship with Yahweh. Myers, 1965, XL, also recognized that the chronicler was attempting to show that the true Israel was the one perpetuated in Judah from the period of David to Ezra. However, he then concluded from this that the returnees from exile were the true successors of Davidic Judah. It would appear rather than the true Israel, for the chronicler, was composed of those who remained in the land and not of those returning. Thus, Joshua was not the brilliant military strategist who led the Israelite invasion from outside but was always in the land, 1 Chronicles 7.27-29. The focus of the chronicler's attention is upon legitimizing the society and structures of the community in the land through its connections with the Davidic dynasty and Davidic institutions. Once again, what we appear to be dealing with is the shaping of the past in terms of the present, the attempt to understand the present by appeal to an adaptable and dynamic shaping of the past. If this is the case for the chronicler and other works from the Second Temple and Roman periods, then we should approach the Exodus and conquest traditions of the Hebrew Bible in the same way rather than as some exceptional objective reporting of the past. This is even more the case in light of the discrepancy between the archaeological evidence from the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages and the biblical traditions of Israel's origins as external to Palestine. 74 Israel's traditions of origin conclusions. The present paper only touches upon some of the many vexed questions about the development and use of the Exodus/conquest traditions. However, it is clear from the archaeological results that such questions need to be asked about the development and use of these traditions, their socio-political functions and shaping by communities outside the land or involved in struggles for the land. Origin traditions from many different communities illustrate the many problems and pitfalls facing the historian who tries to use them as sources for reconstructing the early history of particular communities. Invariably they represent the self-perceptions of much later groups who retroject their own situation or factional disputes into the distant past. The origin traditions of the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history preserve, among other things, claims to the land of those in exile. This is a view of the nature and identity of Israel that is disputed in the work of the chronicler, who appears to present a claim to the land on behalf of those who escaped the exile and are in danger of being dispossessed by the returnees. Different and competing conceptions of Israel can be found throughout the Hebrew Bible. A close reading of the alternative traditions of origins might help to reveal some of the complex social and political processes which have contributed to and been shaped by the biblical texts. The implications of recent literary work on the Hebrew Bible for the study of Israelite history is a fundamental problem, possibly the most important problem facing current biblical research. The way in which the debate is resolved or fragments into ensconced positions will influence the future directions of research for years to come. The signs are not encouraging, and certainly current frictions between literary critics and historians provide a salutary warning to all who venture into this area. It appears that hitherto, during the debate between biblical historians and literary critics, there has existed a chasm so wide that it is difficult to see how it might be spanned. The debate has engendered a good deal of rancor, as practitioners of either art have argued passionately for their point of view. When we look at the growing debate, if it really is a debate rather than the statement of entrenched positions, between the rise of new literary criticism and the old orthodoxy of biblical history, we discover confident statements from both sides that present diametrically opposed views of how we should read the Hebrew Bible. One literary critic, Esslinger 1989, 8, has recently remarked that despite calls for a rapprochement between the new literary studies and historical criticism, the contest has hardly begun. One can hardly deny the immense gains of literary studies of the Hebrew Bible in recent years. The various studies of Hebrew narrative art associated with P. Tribble and many others have added immensely to our understanding of the Hebrew Bible. These studies have issued a challenge to traditional source-critical treatments that have been the basis of so much historical work within biblical studies. David Gunn has been one of the most vociferous and persuasive voices for the pervasive use of literary approaches. In a recent overview, 1987, 65-75, he has stated that the study of narrative in the Hebrew Bible has altered so radically in the last 10 years that he is able to suggest that literary criticism has become, perhaps, the new orthodoxy in biblical studies. 1987, 65. He highlights, 1987, 66, the failure of modern historical criticism, which now faces a challenge to its notion of history and its notion of text. He asks, 1987, 66. What compositional units have been securely established and dated, beyond, that is, the mere convenience of consensus? Even these cornerstones of the social production of Israel's traditions of origin. 479. Historical critical endeavor, the Pentateuch and, to a lesser extent, the Book of Isaiah, are currently the subject of rethinking, some of it radical, in this regard. The ways in which confidence in the ability of the historian to reconstruct the origins of Israel has been undermined by this challenge can be illustrated by reference to recent histories of Israel. J.A. Sagan, 1984, 26, has concluded that an attempt to write a history of Israel can only begin with the reign of David. His reasoning for this is that any material relating to earlier periods is beyond analysis within the wider body of Pentateuchal and historical material dating from the so-called exilic and post-exilic periods. The recent volume of J.M. Miller and J.H. Hayes, 1986, has been recognized as marking a significant point in the writing of Israelite history. It is noteworthy that although the authors see their work as standing within the accepted parameters of the broad tradition of Altnoth and Bright Albright, they acknowledge the manifold problems with biblical texts relating to the pre-monarchic period so that they are not willing to venture into historical reconstructions for these periods. Even when they begin their reconstruction of the period of David, they acknowledge that this can only be a best guess, thereby going even further than J.A. Sagan, 1984, 26, who argued that a history of Israel could begin with the period of David since this represents a datum point, Sagan 1977, 332. The candor and clarity in their presentation of the problems that they have faced and the reasons for the choices they have made has ensured that Miller-Hayes has become the standard modern presentation of the history of Israel and Judah. It is testimony to the dramatic shift in approaches to the biblical texts that this major work, the representative of the genre that Philip Davies, 1987, has termed the genre biblical history, is unable to deal with the emergence of Israel on the basis of the Hebrew Bible. While the monographs by G. Ahlstrom, 1986, R. Coote and K. Whitelam, 1987, I. Finkelstein, 1988, and N.P. Lemsch, 1985, which are the focus of the earlier papers in this symposium, show an encouraging degree of convergence, particularly in some of their conclusions about this period. What is perhaps most striking is the increasingly common view to which they subscribe that the biblical traditions cannot be used for the reconstruction of Israel's emergence. Furthermore, it is likely, as some have pointed out, that the problems for the historian can only increase with the production of more extensive works on the poetics of the whole corpus of the Hebrew Bible that underline standard reconstructions of later periods. 3. This problem has been compounded by the increase in archaeological data, especially from surface surveys, for some periods at least, raising further questions about attempts to correlate archaeological and textual sources. The growing body of archaeological evidence from the region supports the view that the Iron I highland villages, usually identified as Israel, emerged in Palestine as a result of a complex combination of indigenous processes and external pressures, culminating in the realignment of Palestinian society. For the fact that we are unable to identify, in ethnic terms, the inhabitants of these villages means that we have to resign ourselves to the study of the realignment of Palestinian society and the 80 reasons for the settlement shift rather than an explanation per se of the emergence of Israel. The convergence of various literary and archaeological studies and new literary approaches to the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history have resulted in the need for a complete reappraisal of earlier attempts to reconstruct the origins or emergence of Israel. What we appear to have between history and literature is a vast gulf. Yet historians of ancient Israel, or, as I would prefer, ancient Palestine, have to take into account the rise of the newer literary criticism. It is an issue that strikes at the heart of the question of the nature of biblical narratives. How are we, as historians, to read the narratives of the Hebrew Bible? Can the historian utilize serious literature for historical construction? The common way of proceeding, based upon source-critical analyses, has been to identify repetitions or perceived oppositions within the text as the basis for the reconstruction of different ideologically motivated sources, as in the Pentateuch or 1 Samuel 8-12. But many of these assumptions have been brought into question by literary critics who have offered aesthetic arguments for the integration of what historians have perceived to be opposing sources. Close readings of these texts, as advocated by R. Alter, 1982, or attention to the differences between the narrator and various character voices, highlighted recently by L. Esslinger, 1985, 1989, and R. Paulsen, 1980, 1989b, provide explanations for some repetitions or oppositions that do not require resort to theories about different sources. The historian can no longer confidently assume that all statements in a narrative are expressions of the author's view. 5. The utilization of such material depends upon prior literary analysis of character and narratorial voices. As L. Esslinger, 1989-5, charges, we can hardly draw valid conclusions about the author's views unless we grasp the problem of different voices within the narrative. It is also crucial to know whether or not the narrator is trustworthy. The historian simply cannot accept the text at face value. 6. The central question of the gulf between literature and history is not a parochial problem faced by biblical specialists alone. It is a fundamental concern for the humanities in general, and any discussion must take account of this wider context. 7. An underlying assumption of much recent literary work, we might say the domain assumption, is that the text is autonomous. This stems from a conscious adoption of methodologies that are largely ahistorical, or it has come about unconsciously because literary critics, in defining their agenda in opposition to historical critical readings, have concentrated on exploring the aesthetic qualities of biblical narratives. The result has been that the question of the social production of literature has been ignored. The notion that meaning resides in the text forms a domain assumption of many modern theories of hermeneutics. Admittedly, reader-oriented theory has begun to erode the confidence of this, but it has not, as yet, resulted in a greater concern for the sociology of literature within biblical studies. However, it is a concern that the historian cannot ignore. While care must be taken in guarding against a return to previous attempts to utilize the text by simply reading off historical data, i.e. seeing the text only as a witness to some reality external to itself and thereby emptying it of meaning, it is nonetheless a legitimate concern to explore the relationship between literature and society. 81. What is of particular concern here are the ways in which literature is involved in the construction of reality and being. J.E. Howard, in a review of New Historicism, complains, 1986, 15, about the ways in which Renaissance literature has been taught as if it bears no relation to the historical process from which it emerged. Literature is not the result of some disembodied process but is intimately linked, both in its inception and reception, to the complexities of the social process. Great literature endures and survives not just because it uses complex, playful, or pleasing structures of language. The aesthetic aspects and rhetorical strategies of the Hebrew literature were presumably chosen because of the effects they were likely to achieve or the responses they might draw from an audience. The very survival of the Hebrew Bible, not just its physical survival but the way in which it demands attention, testifies to its nature as literature of real power, as all biblical critics would accept, be they historians, theologians, or literary critics. As such, it is a social and political force. The survival of the canon and its profound effects in shaping Judaism and Christianity and thereby much of Western culture, undermines any strong notion of the autonomy of the text. It has to be understood in social terms both in its inception and reception, and the historian needs to understand how and why it helped shape and was shaped by the society from which it emerged. 8. The relationship between literature and history is considerably more complex than the common binary opposition between these two terms, or the terms text and context, would have us believe. Yet to say this does not solve the problem for the historian. It simply makes it more acute. The social practices represented in a text may not correspond, however, to social practices as experienced in reality, rather they may be an attempt to subvert current social practices. Literature has a very important role to play in shaping and changing, particularly in challenging, human consciousness, and thereby affecting as well as being affected by material conditions. Howard, 1986, 28. In order to understand whether or not a piece of literature represents the construction of reality of a particular group or subverts the dominant perception of reality depends upon its relationship to other pieces of literature, monuments, artifacts, etc., that can reveal important comparative information about social attitudes or perceptions of reality. 9. Thus, it is historically conditioned and not some timeless statement of the human condition, nor are we dealing with timeless, idealized readers. However, we are hardly in a position to carry out such a comparative study for most biblical literature with any confidence. Even though we might subscribe to the position that the texts are multilayered, have developed over a protracted period of time, and have been subject to constant editing, the degree of integration of the final product, which literary studies have done so much to highlight, makes it ever more difficult to identify earlier material that can be placed in any comparative context. The historian needs, in the first instance, to address the question of how the past was remembered and used in traditional societies and explore this in relation to Second Temple Judaism as the period when most of the biblical literature took its shape. But when we begin to consider the use of the past, we do well to remember the dictum of J.H. Plum, 1969, 40, that the past has always been the handmaid of authority. 82. A comparative study of the past, or as Hobsbawm would term it, the invention of tradition, is instructive in dealing with origin traditions in the Hebrew Bible. It is instructive precisely because it challenges the common assumption that traditions of Israelite origins in the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history provide historical remembrances of Israel's origins as external to Palestine. The initial question to ask is, how were these powerful stories of Israel's origins in Exodus, Joshua, and Judges, and elsewhere understood and used in Second Temple Judaism? What function did they perform in the period in which the literature of the canon emerged? It is inappropriate to term these narratives history in the sense of modern academic history writing. As J.H. Plum, 1969, 102-45, points out, there is a significant difference between history and the past. The past in many traditional societies is living and dynamic and is used to address questions of the present. 10 various traditions of origins from Africa, Europe, and Central and South America have been shown to reflect the social and political concerns of later groups rather than preserving accurate historical information about the past. 11 Just as genealogies in traditional societies are dynamic and address present social and political concerns rather than record strict physical descent, Tudor chroniclers, in justifying the monarchy of their own time, traced an unbroken succession back through the Norman conquest and Alfred to David and Adam, Plum 1969, 26-7, while the Yoruba in Africa traced their origins back to Nimrud and the Middle East under later Islamic influence, Law 1984, 195-221. It is noteworthy that many stories of migration or external conquest present political or economic ties or provide justifications for occupying a particular territory. Tradition is continually adapted, reread, and reworked in order to address the changes and shifts in social and political alliances that are a constant of any society. Where we find competing factions or authorities, we are likely to find competing views of the past. Again, in the words of J.H. Plum, 1969, 40, warring authorities mean warring pasts. Thus, traditions of origins in the Pentateuch and the Deuteronomistic history that view Israel as non-indigenous to the land, having migrated from Mesopotamia and eventually conquered Palestine, contrast sharply with the chronicler's silence about the Exodus and conquest in the presentation of the pre-monarchic period and a deliberate omission of these traditions in a number of parallel texts. Thus, for the chronicler, Joshua is not the brilliant military strategist who conquers the land but is already in the land, 1 Chron 7, 25-27, while Israel's relationship with Yahweh is not dependent upon Moses and Sinai but upon David and the temple. Here we have two strikingly different presentations of the past advancing different claims to the land, by right through constant occupation or by divine gift and conquest from outside. This fits the pattern of J.H. Plum's warring pasts, and it is tempting to link these traditions to disputes about the land and authority between different groups returning from exile and those who had remained in Palestine. These competing presentations of the past do not reflect historical reality but rather challenge and move their audiences by the power of language, their choices of rhetorical devices and strategies, to identify with their perception of reality, in effect their perception of what it is 83 to be Israel. In order to carry the analysis through, it would be necessary to pay much greater attention to the details of language in the texts and the way in which these traditions are in constant conversation within the canon. It would also be instructive to investigate and compare other competing claims about origins or the identity of Israel from Qumran or other Second Temple period literature. In order to justify such arguments, the historian has to build up a whole network of interrelationships based upon reasoned argument, drawing upon historical, literary, anthropological, and sociological evidence. It is important to construct such hypotheses in order to make sense of the data. The historian does not deal in certainties. After all, that which is certain in history is usually trivial or unimportant. Within the construction of such hypotheses, the text should not be seen as a record of facts but should be explored for the ways in which it functions or participates in the shaping of reality. Clearly, we are not in a position to answer many of the questions that bear upon such an enterprise. However, the whole question of the sociology of Palestine or Israelite literature is one that deserves much greater consideration and investigation. What do we know about the social production of literature and reading strategies in traditional cultures? What is the relationship of the artist to patronage, and how does this affect production or reception? 12. The question of reading and reception, or the social status of readers, is also related to the vexing problem of literacy. Storytelling is an act of communication, and as such it is governed by social, political, and economic forces, and, of course, it presupposes a historically conditioned audience. *****. The implications of the above arguments call for a different conception of history writing that moves beyond past presentations of early Israelite history. The rise of newer literary studies, drawing their methodologies and language from contemporary humanities, has issued a profound challenge to the ways in which biblical historians have traditionally read their primary sources. The outcome has been an opposition between internal readings and external analysis, leading many to question the possibility of writing a history of Israel, particularly for the period of its emergence. The impasse has been caused to a large extent by a shared assumption on both sides that the study of history is dependent entirely upon written sources. The argument runs as follows: if we do not have written sources for periods prior to the 7th century BCE or whenever, then the history of Israel must be relegated to the realm of prehistory, as if the accident of the preservation or discovery of written sources means that such periods or peoples have no history. If we can write the history of geology, then we can write the history of peoples without written records. However, it will not be a history that we are accustomed to or even comfortable with, given the common preoccupation with great individuals and so-called unique events. This assumption, embodied in the term prehistory, needs to be challenged if the study of the history of ancient Israel and Palestine is to proceed. Particularly for the early periods. 13. I would advocate a broad regional history dealing with questions of trade, settlement, social relations, and so on, in terms of Braudle's conception of history. In 84. Dealing with written sources, such as the Hebrew Bible, literary studies have priority, as they always have had, in determining how we should read the texts. But here the focus is not so much on events and individuals but rather on the social and political issues addressed in the text. Do origin traditions represent an attempt to remember and portray the past accurately? Or are they about present claims to the land? I am not advocating a view of history that ignores real people, nor do I charge the biblical writers with incompetence or bad faith. 14. Instead, it is a concern with the nature of historical construction that ought not to be thought of as dependent exclusively upon written sources and cannot be, where such sources are lacking. The historian has to ask questions about the social production of literature and the use of the past in traditional societies. As for the question of a concern with real people, we might ask what types of people inhabit the pages of our standard biblical histories, for the most part rulers or elite figures, mostly male, with the odd supporting female. Where are the real people? It is what has been termed the summit view of history. Any knowledge we have of the living conditions of the vast majority of the people who inhabited ancient Palestine comes through archaeological reconstruction. The Hebrew Bible, like all written sources, is of immeasurable value to the historian, and surely as a text it has real power. It has shaped Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Yet, like all written sources, it is a danger and a distraction. It is a danger and a distraction precisely because written sources lull us into believing that they represent reality, that we should construct our own histories in their terms, using their chronological framework, focusing on their characters and events, or, even worse, because they delude us into thinking that they represent all there is to know. We need to learn to read the texts differently. But in doing so it is crucially important for the historian to try to determine the social production of literature in order to expose its hidden assumptions, its reasons for presenting reality or the past in the way that it does. Is it to represent or misrepresent? Are they world-affirming or world-challenging? Only after we have reinvestigated the nature of the texts, the possibilities and probabilities of their ideological aspects, will we be able to incorporate them into our histories. The confidence in our knowledge of ancient Israel that is embodied in many of our biblical histories has not been borne out. It is for those who wish to extract data from the texts of the Hebrew Bible to make the case in the face of current objections rather than to continue with unargued assumptions that ignore the developments and questions of our colleagues in other areas of biblical studies and particularly, throughout the humanities. The nature of historical research in biblical studies has been changed irrevocably during the last decade or so by the development of literary studies. We cannot ignore the subtleties and sophistication of internal readings, for they help to determine the internal organization of the text. We need to transcend the opposition between internal readings and external analyses if such texts are to be utilized in historical research. Historians are forced to face questions that demand a response if their work is to be taken seriously and is to remain a contribution to the central debates that will shape biblical studies for the foreseeable future. 85. Introduction. The publication of research on the emergence of early Israel in Palestine, which reached a climax in the latter half of the 1980s, seems to have subsided into a new phase of assessment, critique, and reformulation. The appearance of monographs by Halpern, 1983, Lemsch, 1985, Ahlstrom, 1986, Coote and Whitelam, 1987, and Finkelstein, 1988, marked the culmination of a period of intensive study arising out of growing dissatisfaction with the ability of the three major models of Israel's origins to cope with the increasing archaeological information or the growing impact of the new literary studies on the Hebrew Bible. Trenchant criticisms of some of these views have been raised by Miller, 1991a, Bimson, 1989, 1991, M. Weipert and H. Weipert, 1991, and Thompson, 1992b, for example, which provoke important questions requiring further discussion and clarification. Coote, 1998, by contrast, goes so far as to say recent research on early Israel has brought us to new understanding, which he terms a new horizon, signaling a growing set of shared assumptions despite continuing important differences. Just as we find recurrent patterns in the study of long-term trends in history, so we can trace interesting recurrent patterns in the history of scholarship. The present attempts at critique, reformulation, and synthesis at the beginning of the 1990s, following an intense period of research and publication in the 1980s, are not unlike the 1930s when the classic formulations of the infiltration and conquest models were produced by Alt and Albright, to be followed from the 1940s onwards by critique and debate. The present essay is an attempt to explore some of the implications of questions raised by the recent debate on the emergence of early Israel for our understanding of ancient Palestine at the beginning of the early Iron Age and the broader issue of a Palestinian regional history. It is now generally recognized that the convergence of so-called sociological approaches to the study of Israelite history and literary approaches to the study of the Hebrew Bible has resulted in a major paradigm shift in biblical studies. However, this paradigm shift has largely been understood in terms of its implications for the study of the Hebrew Bible. It is now becoming clearer that such a shift has very profound implications for historical studies. There is now a recognition by a growing number of scholars of the emergence of Palestinian history as The identity of early Israel. The realignment and transformation of Late Bronze, Iron Age Palestine *. 5. 89. A subject in its own right. The study of the history of Israel and in particular the so-called emergence of Israel is a part of this larger regional history. Thompson, 1992a, 2, talks in terms of a new historiographical paradigm for, and certainly the shift towards Palestinian history has been signaled most clearly by the recent publication of H. Weipert, 1988, T.L. Thompson, 1992b, and G.W. Ahlstrom, 1993. Thompson, 1992b, 107, sees a new and promising direction emerging from the studies of the mid-1980s away from biblical and archaeological syntheses towards what he terms an independent history of Israel. 5. His study is a sustained argument for the development of a history of Israel within the context of a comprehensive regional and historical geography of Palestine. Thompson, 1992b, 401. It is the various successes, confusions, and failures in the discussions of the mid to late 1980s of the emergence of Israel that have led to a clearer conception of the need for the definition of a history of Palestine. It is one of the ironies of scholarship that the works of Ahlstrom, Lemsch, and Kut and Whitelam, in particular, which appeal so strongly to the interpretation of archaeological evidence in their reconstructions of the emergence of early Israel in Palestine, were all published before the appearance of Finkelstein's important work. The translation and publication of Finkelstein's monograph mark a significant point in the discussion, since it provides a quantity and quality of archaeological data on early Iron Age Palestine not available since the work of Albright and others in the 1930s. The promise of further publications of survey and site data will ensure that the debate will continue for some time. However, the paradoxical result of recent investigations, and particularly the accumulation of archaeological data, appear to lead us even further from an understanding of the nature and organization of early Israel at the beginning of the early Iron Age. This expansion of archaeological data, ironically, just as it undermined Albright's conquest model, has led to many more questions than it solved. It is testimony to the tenacity of particular ideas that they have managed to survive in a period in which so many of the basic assumptions that have underpinned biblical scholarship for much of the century have been brought into question or abandoned. Although there has been increasing acceptance in recent years that the emergence of early Israel in Palestine was largely the result of indigenous responses to significant external stimuli, as evidenced in the recent monographs, it remains a domain assumption within biblical studies that Israel in the pre-monarchic period was a unified tribal society. Yet how Israel is to be identified in the archaeological record of the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition or how it might have been organized are moot points. The implications of recent work on tribal organization seem to have had little effect on assumptions prevalent in biblical studies that derive from the work of Noth and others in the 1930s. Although the Amphictyonic hypothesis was dramatically overturned 2 decades or more ago, there remains an underlying assumption of much research that Israel was organized as some form of super-tribal confederation in the pre-monarchic period which was also an ethnic and religious unity. Much of the current debate has focused upon the difficulties of differentiating Israelite material culture within the Late Bronze, Early Iron Age remains in 90. Palestine. Even among those who argue that such a distinction is not possible on the basis of the archaeological evidence, the terms Israel or Israelite have been retained in their reconstructions of the period. Clearly a basic assumption of virtually all recent scholarship has been that the proliferation of highland villages during the early Iron Age is to be identified with Israel. Thompson, 1992b, has traced the development of this assumption from Alt and Albright through recent scholarship, illustrating how it has influenced almost all subsequent interpretations of the evidence. Equally as pervasive has been the notion that this entity was tribal. Yet the most pressing question remains, how can we identify Israel and its organization? The usual appeal is to 2 important bodies of information, recent archaeological and survey data alongside the Maranta Stela, in conjunction with the biblical traditions. Although the increase in archaeological data has had a dramatic effect upon the discussion, it is questionable if the far-reaching consequences of this information have been fully recognized or admitted. The Identity of Israel and Recent Archaeology. The publication of Finkelstein's monographs represents, to use his own words, a veritable revolution in research, 1988, 20. It is important to consider the implications of his publication of archaeological data, since it provides a body of data that will be at the center of a continuing debate of the emergence of Israel for some time to come. This work, along with his numerous important reports in archaeological journals, is a model of clarity in the presentation of vital archaeological data, particularly from the Land of Israel survey and his own important excavations, which will be the starting point for historians for the foreseeable future. One of the most noticeable trends in recent research, especially by some biblical specialists, has been the questioning of the reliability of the biblical narratives as sources for the history of early Israel in the pre-monarchic period and an appeal to archaeological evidence for an understanding of this period. Yet once again this debate and Finkelstein's interpretation of the data have demonstrated how difficult it is to free the debate from the constraints imposed by the Hebrew Bible. Finkelstein's interpretation of the archaeological data and his overall reconstruction of what he terms Israelite settlement is heavily colored by the picture presented in the Hebrew Bible. His working methodology, 1988, 22, briefly set out in the opening chapter, is presented as being primarily concerned with archaeology and settlement, which will hardly touch upon the biblical evidence at all, except for site identifications, etc. Without in any way minimizing the singular importance of the Bible for the study of the history of Israel, attempts to reconstruct the process of Israelite settlement by means of traditional biblical archaeology, by seeking direct correspondences between excavated finds and the biblical text, have been notoriously unsuccessful. This would appear to be in line with the methodologies professed by Ahlstrom, Lemsch, and Kute and Whitelam, among others. Finkelstein, 1988, 22, see also. 91. 1991, 56, understands what he terms the primary biblical source, the Book of Joshua, as being redacted centuries later and as reacting the understanding of Israelite settlement at the end of the period of the monarchy. Thus, he too advocates trying to reconstruct the process on the basis of new archaeological research, after which it will be possible to return to the question of the implications of archaeological research for understanding the biblical narratives. However, his strategy of investigating the archaeological evidence independently of the biblical text is not carried through in his attempt to identify Israel and what constituted Israelite identity. Finkelstein, 1988, 27, believes that the formation of Israelite identity was a long, intricate, and complex process which, in our opinion, was completed only at the beginning of the monarchy. Yet, the presentation and interpretation of archaeological evidence is prefaced by a controlling assumption about Israelite identity which rests upon his understanding of biblical texts. He goes on to say, 1988, 27. An important intermediate phase of this crystallization is connected with the establishment of super-tribal sacral centers during the period of the Judges. The most important of these centers was the one at Shiloh, whose special role at the time is elucidated in 1 Samuel, a historical work, as all agree. Emphasis added. The designation of the period of the Judges is, of course, derived from the categories and chronology of the Hebrew Bible rather than archaeological periodizations. Equally striking is his assumption that Shiloh was one of the super-tribal sacral centers. 6. This claim clearly embodies an explicit assumption that Israel was some form of tribal organization and religious unity. It hardly needs to be pointed out that it is by no means the case that all agree on the social reality of pre-monarchic and early monarchic Israel, as the proliferation of literary studies makes abundantly clear. Miller, 1991a, 97-9, similarly draws attention to Finkelstein's use of biblical traditions such as the so-called Ark narrative, 1 Sam 4-6, 2 Sam 6, for controlling the interpretation of archaeological data. See also Dever 1991, 79. The difficulties of trying to identify and define Israel during the Iron Eye period are highlighted by Finkelstein's discussion. He admits, 1988, 27, that it is difficult because, he believes, distinctions between ethnic groups at that time were apparently still vague. He goes on to say that it is doubtful whether a 12th century BCE inhabitant of Gilo would have described herself or himself as an Israelite. However, despite these reservations, he is still prepared to refer to the site and its material culture with precisely this ethnic label on the justification that an Israelite during the Iron Eye period was anyone whose descendants, as early as the days of Shiloh, first half of the 11th century BCE, or as late as the beginning of the monarchy, described themselves as Israelites, 1988, 27. This is a claim that can only be advanced on the basis of an acceptance of the essential historicity of the narratives in 1 Samuel, as Miller, 1991a, 97-9, points out. In essence, the term Israelite is applied to anyone residing in what is thought to have been the territorial framework of the early monarchy, whether they considered themselves to be Israelite or not. 92. The weakness of this argument is highlighted by his own admission that Galilee poses a particular problem for his definition, 1988, 28, especially since it was not part of the territorial jurisdiction of the early monarchy. 7. Furthermore, he illustrates, 1988, 323-30, that Iron Eye settlement in the area was later than previously thought. Settlement in Galilee belongs to a later or secondary phase rather than being part of the first phase of settlement as Aharoni believed. Even though it falls outside the territory of the monarchy, Finkelstein still insists, without giving precise reasons, that the population should be considered Israelite. He then offers a definition of Israelite in the following terms. Israelites in the Iron Eye are those people who were in a process of sedentarization in those parts of the country that were part of Saul's monarchy, and in Galilee. The term Israelite is used therefore in this book, when discussing the Iron Eye period, as no more than a terminus technicus for hill country people in the process of settling down. 1988, 28. Essentially the term Israelite is nothing more than a designation for those individuals and groups settling in the hill country during the Iron Eye period. In fact, Finkelstein, 1991, 53, has stated more recently that he might be willing to omit the term Israelite from the discussion of Iron Eye settlement and refer instead to hill country settlers until the period of the monarchy. As many have argued and, I believe, Finkelstein's own presentation of his archaeological endings makes clear, it is not possible to attach ethnic labels to the various sites at the end of the Late Bronze Age and the beginning of the Early Iron Age. Thus, Finkelstein's adoption of a more neutral term, hill country settlers, is much more prudent. If we cannot attach precise ethnic labels, then the settlement shift should be discussed in broader regional terms of the settlement distribution of the Palestinian highlands and margins in comparison with lowland and coastal areas. The terms Israelite and Canaanite are misleading and carry too many implications which the evidence at present does not support. 8. It is important to note that a key element of Finkelstein's interpretation of what he terms Israelite settlement throughout his monograph is the priority of the biblical text for historical reconstruction. Thus, he states, the starting point of a discussion about the characteristics of Israelite settlement sites is the historical biblical text, the only source available, which specifies the location of the Israelite population at the end of the period of Judges and at the beginning of the monarchy. Israelite cultural traits must therefore be deduced from the Iron Eye sites in the central hill country, especially the southern sector, where the identity of the population is not disputed. 1988, 28, emphasis added. The view set out by Finkelstein here begs a whole series of questions. It is clear that his understanding of particular biblical texts has priority in the interpretative. 93. Strategy which then acts as a controlling factor in understanding the archaeological evidence. The location of Israelite sites depends upon an acceptance of the historical reliability of certain biblical texts that pertain to the so-called period of the Judges immediately prior to the inauguration of an Israelite monarchy. The difficulty of identifying the inhabitants of Iron I villages on the basis of known archaeological data has been overcome by an appeal to these texts which are recognized as having priority. Once again, however, it is far from the case that the identity of the population of the Central Hill Country sites of this period is undisputed. Equally questionable is his contention, 1988, 29, that it is clear, then, that the Iron I sites in the southern and central sectors of the hill country can be denied as Israelite even if at that time certain older or foreign elements were present. The question raised is what does such a term as Israelite designate, and how are groups identified by this term understood in relation to older or foreign elements? The implication seems to be that Israelites are somehow younger but not foreign. Sites should not be labeled as Israelite solely on the basis that they were located in an area that became part of later monarchic Israel. 9. As we shall see, one of the most puzzling elements in the discussion is the precise relationship between the entity termed Israel in the Maranta Stela, the highland settlements of the early Iron Age, and the later formation of an Israelite state. The whole focus of our discussion of this period changes once it is accepted that a term such as Israelite identity is much too restrictive when applied to the highland settlements of the Late Bronze, Iron I transition. 10. The ambiguities and lacunae in our current evidence demand that a much broader term has to be used to designate the inhabitants of Iron I villages, as Finkelstein, 1991, 53, has now recognized. Thompson, 1992b, 160, makes a similar point in relation to Finkelstein's earlier use of the term Israelite when he asks, is he not rather and perhaps better dealing with the archaeology of the early Iron Age settlements of central Palestine, leaving for others the question of Israel's origins? 11. This means that any attempt to explain this settlement shift can no longer be concerned solely with trying to identify or explain the origins or emergence of Israel. Rather, the historian needs to try to identify and account for the processes involved in the settlement shift that took place in Palestine at the end of the Late Bronze Age and the beginning of the early Iron Age. The focus of concern becomes the transformation and realignment of Palestinian settlement. The concern with Israel has been a distraction which has obscured an understanding of the complex processes at work during this period. The socio-economic setting of Iron I sites, which Finkelstein does much to illuminate and confirm, is of considerably more relevance for our understanding than supposed ethnic labels. This distraction is evident in the other works on the emergence of Israel which appeared in the mid to late 1980s. It has become a commonplace, following the work of Alt and Albright, to identify Israel with the growth in early Iron Age rural sites in the highlands and steppes of Palestine. 12. However, one of the major points that Ahlstrom, Lemsch, and Kut and Whitelam emphasize, again in line with many other recent studies, is that it is no longer possible to distinguish an Israelite material culture from an indigenous material culture in terms of the 94. Archaeological data. The implications of this is that the term Israelite becomes unusable in the context of the discussion once it is accepted that the biblical traditions do not bear upon the problem. Even though Kut and Whitelam, for the most part, concentrated on trying to understand and account for the processes that led to the switch in settlement during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition, the term Israel was retained throughout the discussion despite reservations, 1987, 179 and 3. We do not assume that by referring to the early Iron Age highland settlement as Israel that anything qualitative has been said about early Israel. We focus our history of Israel on this highland settlement because it is the clearest archaeological datum that precedes the eventual emergence of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. 13. The analysis has not been carried through radically enough by those who discount the evidence of the biblical traditions for this period on methodological grounds. 14. However, in the absence of convincing evidence, either from the archaeological record or corroborative literary materials, it is better to leave aside the distraction of the supposed ethnic labels and to concentrate on trying to explain the settlement shift in broader regional terms. Or, as Thompson, 1992b, 310, puts it, it has become exceedingly misleading to speak of the term Israelite in an archaeological context of Iron I Palestine. Thus an irony of the increase in archaeological data, such as that provided by Finkelstein, is that it has resulted in a situation where, far from placing discussions of Israel's emergence in Palestine on surer ground, it has led to a position in which it is possible to say very little about Israel at all during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. The preoccupation with Israel has drawn attention away from the most immediate task facing the historian, the task of trying to explain the shifts in regional settlement and society during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. The identity and organization of Israel in the Maranta Stela. The most obvious objection to the above argument is that such an entity is referred to in the Maranta Stela toward the end of the 13th century BCE. It is well known that the Maranta Stela represents the earliest reference to Israel outside of the biblical texts. Yet despite the fact that this information has been available since 1896, when the stela was discovered, there is still considerable debate as to its meaning or significance. 15. The mention of Israel in the stela raises three major questions which are important for the present investigation. What was the entity called Israel, how was it organized, and what was its relationship to the settlement shift at the end of the Late Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age? The first question as to the identity of Israel in the stela has received considerable attention. It is not necessary to review recent theories in detail, but only to mention the salient points which bear upon the present discussion. 16. The 95. Significance and meaning of the determinative attached to Israel in comparison with the determinative used for Ashkelon, Gezer, and Yanoam and the other entities mentioned in the stela is the most tantalizing feature. Obviously, such a contrast invites speculation, but it has to be admitted that we are hardly in a position to solve the puzzle. Evidently there appears to be some differentiation in the minds of the Egyptian scribes, but the reference is so ambiguous and tantalizing that the historian can only proceed with the utmost caution. It seems reasonable to conclude that this entity must have been a relatively significant political force in the region for it to be mentioned by the Egyptian scribes. But again, caution is required here since we are dealing with a political and ideological presentation of the achievements of the pharaoh. The scribes are hardly likely to imply that the pharaoh's victory was insignificant, hence it is proclaimed in such categorical terms, Israel is laid waste, his seed is not. Moreover, the stela offers us precious little information on the precise location or organization of this entity and certainly tells us nothing of its origins. The northern location of Israel in the stela has been asserted on the basis of a supposed south-north arrangement within the text. However, once again the evidence is ambiguous. The location of Yanoam is unknown, undermining attempts to correlate the literary arrangement with precise geographical information. Taking into account the dispute over whether or not Canaan is referred to before Ashkelon or whether this ought to be translated as Gaza, the existence of a south-north orientation rests upon the citation of two, or possibly three, towns and a third, or fourth, unidentified site. The few place names cited, even assuming a positive identification for Yanoam, are too small a statistical sample to confirm or deny their perceived geographical arrangement. If Gaza is not mentioned, but is a reference to Canaan as a whole, as some argue, then the attempt to find a south-north orientation is even more questionable. By contrast, Ahlstrom, 1991, 32, 1986, see also Ahlstrom and Edelman 1985, believes that a perceived literary structure of the text in terms of a ring structure equates Israel with Canaan as making up Huru. Canaan represents the well-populated lowlands while Israel refers to the central highlands. Emerton, 1988, 372-3, illustrates the problem of such an approach in his critique of Ahlstrom's attempts to discover a ring structure in the text. 17. Even if it is possible to demonstrate that the stela, or, more accurately, this brief reference at the end of a victory hymn over Libya, has a recognizable literary structure, it is still a major shift in argumentation to conclude that it provides precise geographical information for the location of Israel on the basis of such an arrangement. Bimson, 1991, has drawn some significant conclusions from the stela in his critique of recent discussions of the emergence of early Israel. An important assumption embodied in the work of Bimson is that there is a clear relationship between Israel of the Maranta Stela and the inhabitants of the highland villages at the beginning of the Iron Age. He subscribes to the general scholarly assumption that the inhabitants of these villages were Israelites. He refers, 1991, 6, to an Israelite occupation at Shiloh separated from a late Bronze stratum, but he does not spell out the reasons for such an assertion. The existence of some 96 entity called Israel as early as the end of the 13th century BCE is considered to be of prime importance in the discussion of the settlement shift. However, in the absence of more precise information, it is difficult to know how this entity referred to by Egyptian scribes relates to the settlement shift at the beginning of the Iron Age. Bimson, 1991, 14, is certain that there is no reason at all to doubt that the Israel of the Stela is biblical Israel of the pre-monarchic period, and that it is quite unreasonable to deny that the Maranta's inscription refers to biblical Israel. He admits that we cannot be sure what form Israel took in Maranta's day. Nevertheless, he is reasonably sure that Maranta's Israel was a tribal confederation, such as we find reflected in the Song of Deborah, 1991, 14. Such a view begs a host of questions. What is biblical Israel? What is our evidence for pre-monarchic Israel? What is the relationship with Maranta's Israel, and how do we know that it was organized tribally? Does biblical Israel refer to Israel as pictured in biblical texts? If so, which texts are being considered and why? The question remains whether the representation of Israel in Joshua, Judges, and Samuel conforms to historical reality or portrays an important ideological and political presentation of the past from the perspective of the later monarchy or Second Temple period. 18. However, Bimson draws a further important conclusion from the Maranta Stela. We may conclude that in Maranta's reign Israel was a geographically extensive tribal coalition with considerable significance in Egyptian eyes. 1991, 22-3. It has been pointed out above that although it is a reasonable conclusion that Israel is being cited as a relatively significant political entity in the region, it is difficult to see how it can be concluded on the basis of the evidence of the inscription that it was geographically extensive or that it was necessarily tribal. The view that Israel of the Stela was a tribal coalition can only be maintained on the basis of biblical and extra-biblical evidence and parallels, since the Stela provides no direct evidence for such a conclusion. 19. The notion of the existence of a pan-Israelite tribal structure prior to the period of the monarchy is still influential in much biblical scholarship despite the demise of Noth's Amphictyonic hypothesis. 20. This notion is evident in Finkelstein's discussion of the results of his archaeological investigation of Shiloh, as we have seen, when he concludes that the site was one of the super-tribal sacral centers. As noted above, this is a conclusion based upon an understanding of the biblical traditions and their applicability to historical reconstruction for this period, rather than an analysis of the archaeological data alone. Similarly, Bimson states, 1991, 25, that there were cultic centers which seem to have served non-sedentary groups, e.g. at Shechem and Shiloh, places that feature as important centers for Israel in biblical traditions concerning the settlement and Judges periods, Josh 24, Judges 21, etc. In his discussion of the work of Finkelstein, he states that since Merneptah's inscription predates the sedentarization process, the Israel to which it refers was presumably nomadic, 1991, 19. In his conclusion, he states that before the beginning of the Iron Age, Israel must have been chiefly a semi-nomadic people, 1991, 24, and then he adds that archaeological evidence for the existence of a semi-nomadic population in the highlands during LBA, Finkelstein 1988, 343-5, is probably of relevance to Israel's pre-sedentary stage. It is not entirely clear. 97. From this discussion whether or not he is drawing a clear distinction between nomadism and sedentarization that entails a view of nomadism as some kind of evolutionary stage that is prior to sedentarization. 21. By contrast, we might compare the recent discussion of the nature of Israel in the Maranta Stela by Coode, 1990, 72-83, which superficially seems to be very much in line with Bimson's reading. Although Coote concludes that Israel of the Stela was a major political and military power in the region in the 13th century BCE and that it was a tribe or tribal confederation, his understanding is significantly different from that of Bimson. Coote, 1990, 71, concludes that Israel was not a single religious group, family, nation, race, nor ethnic group but as a tribe or tribal confederation during the New Kingdom period it was a name for power. His view is that the biblical texts do not describe the origin of Israel but what some later court writers thought was the origin of Israel on the basis of ideas and experiences of their own time and place. 22. His understanding of the nature of tribal Israel is based upon a wide body of evidence including parallels drawn from similar periods in the history of Palestine. Coote recognizes that the reference to Israel in the Marinta Stela predates the highland settlement by at least one generation, and probably several, 1990, 72. However, he also draws a direct link between this entity and the inhabitants of the highland settlements. In the 12th and 11th centuries, people named Israel inhabited recently founded villages in the highland, 1990, 72. Yet it is difficult to see what archaeological evidence or information on the Stela would justify such a link. The root of the problem again appears to be the distraction of the term Israel and the search for the identity of the inhabitants of Iron I highland settlements. Coote's discussion, 1990, 75-93, of the nature of tribal organization in Palestine, on the basis of better-known parallels, and his concentration upon the political conditions of highland settlement in the early Iron Age is particularly valuable. He points out that such organization was essentially a concept of political identity and relationship among individuals and families, and between their chiefs and the state. The shifting nature of tribal structures and membership, invariably in response to political and economic conditions, is an important factor that needs to be borne in mind in the discussion of Palestinian history and settlement. It is misleading to think of tribal organizations as necessarily expressions of ethnic or religious unity. It is well known that genealogies in traditional societies constantly change to reflect political and social relationships rather than biological descent. As Coote, 1990, 78, notes, it continues to beg the question of the nature of Israel, particularly its variability, by implying a singularity and continuity with later Israel, which are commonly presumed but improbable and misleading. The historical study of this period is a prime example of the way in which the concerns and categories of the Hebrew Bible have dominated the discussion. The overriding concern with the origins or emergence of Israel has obscured the need to understand and account for the political and economic conditions that influenced the highland settlement shift during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. If we think of a realignment of Palestinian society in broad regional terms in response to the disruption of local and regional economies rather than trying 98. To identify highland settlements with Israel, then Coote's discussion has a great deal to contribute to our understanding of the settlement shift. Nomadism, with its heavy emphasis on the pastoral element, is a form of specialization that many in the indigenous population adopt under particular political and economic conditions. It forms part of the social continuum rather than being a discrete system, cf. Cribb 1991, 16. The political and economic conditions provide the stimulus for an amalgamation of diverse groups, ethnically and tribally, which is then presented in terms of a lineage system. As Cribb, 1991, 53, points out, notions of a perceived lineage system are often products of conscious rationalizations by provincial administrators or tribal leaders. He notes, 1991, 54, that many tribal groupings in the Near East involve nomadism only marginally, if at all, ranging from sedentary Kurdish mountain villagers, Berber citrus cultivators, to marsh Arabs. Importantly, the common denominator appears to be a fluid territorial system and intense competition for scarce land or water resources, the inherent instability of the pastoral mode of subsistence, accompanied by constant changes of residents and fluctuations in the size and composition of co-resident groups, both demands and facilitates a territorial system of great complexity and maximum flexibility. His emphasis, 1991, 54, on the notion of the tribe as the socio-political structure that is able to secure access to scarce resources is relevant to the socio-political situation in Palestine during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition, when the social and political upheavals caused by the disruption of urban-based trade required flexibility of response in order to secure resources for survival. 23. It is these aspects of tribal organization that undermine the easy assumption that there is a direct and demonstrable link between the Israel of the Maranta Stela, the inhabitants of the highland settlements, or the later Israelite monarchy. 24. The problems inherent in this assumption were referred to by Coote and Whitelam, 1987, 179 and 3. In the light of the above discussion, it needs to be made clearer that the identification of Israel with the highland settlements is even more questionable on the basis of the available evidence. The term Israel in this context is misleading and diverts attention away from an important discussion about the socio-political conditions that accompany this marked settlement shift. This was not made clear enough in Coote and Whitelam, 1987, despite the important proviso that was added to the earlier cited statement, 1987, 179 and 325. The reference to Israel in the Merneptah Stela may not refer to the settlement of the highland or to any social group directly ancestral to monarchic Israel. Bimson objects to this on the ground that such a view is not justified by the evidence, 1991, 17. He suspects that the suggestion derives from a realization that even with the traditional dating of the Iron Age settlements, there may not have been time for Israel to emerge through the process which they envisage before Merneptah's fifth year, 1991, 17-18. However, this is not the reason for the qualification. The problem arises out of an understanding of the complex and variable nature of tribal organization. Far from ignoring the evidence of the Maranta Stela, its evidence is seen to be significant. If Israel of the Stela was organized tribally, as Bimson accepts, but which is not evident from the Stela itself, then the very nature of tribal organization calls into question the precise relationship between 99. This entity, the highland settlements, and any later Israelite monarchy. However, once again the major distraction for virtually all proponents in the recent debate has been the concentration upon Israel and the assumption that there is a close fit between Israel and the spread of highland settlement in early Iron Age Palestine. The transformation and realignment of late Bronze, Iron Age Palestine. The search for early Israel has proven to be a serious distraction which, in the absence of further unambiguous evidence, ought to be abandoned for the time being, while we concentrate on historical judgments, which need to be constantly revised and improved, regarding the probabilities of the history of Palestine in the 13th to 11th centuries BCE. In particular, the historian needs to explain the processes at work in the settlement shift that took place during the Late Bronze Iron Age transition. Hitherto the discussion of early Israel and its emergence has advanced primarily through the juxtaposition of archaeological data and biblical texts. From now on the discussion of peoples, societies, and cultures, including whatever may be designated Israel, will need to advance largely without the biblical text, for this period at least. The traditions of Israel's origins are more important as sources of information for the nature of later monarchic, exilic and Second Temple Israel. Those who have said that the history of early Israel cannot be written in any conventional sense of a text-based reconstruction are correct, at least until major bodies of historical texts from the period are discovered, and even then, such texts would have to find their place within the constellation of other categories of evidence. Research strategies need to break free from the constraints of traditional text-based reconstructions by pursuing insights gained through the juxtaposition of archaeological data and historical parallels generated by such broad comparative disciplines as anthropology, historical geography, macrosociology, and historical demography. Furthermore, Braudle's conception of la longue durée offers a perspective from which to view familiar problems and encourages the search for patterns in history that are often obscured or overlooked by intense concentration on limited periods of time or geographical area. Any study of the history of Palestine has to take into account the complex arrangement of microenvironments which have ensured that the region as a whole has seldom been unified and which have conferred a large degree of autonomy on the different subregions and their inhabitants, thereby contributing to the diversity of Palestine. Thompson's, 1992b, study rightly emphasizes the importance of Palestinian regional variation in trying to understand its history. However, it is also important that such an emphasis does not lose sight of world history. Palestine has been and remains a part of world history. Its strategic location on the trade and military routes by land and sea at the hub of three continents has meant that its history is intricately linked to global history. The ways in which the microenvironments have been exploited has often been determined by outside factors such as imperial investment of finance, labor, and technology. Once the history of this area and its populations are set in the context of world history, then it is possible. 100. To ask important comparative questions about the nature of cultural, social, political, economic, and religious interrelationships and changes. The settlement variation which occurred in Palestine during the Late Bronze Iron Age transition cannot usefully be studied as though it arose in a temporal and spatial vacuum. The disruptions that occurred throughout the eastern Mediterranean towards the end of the Late Bronze Age appear familiar enough for us to talk in terms of a collapse or even dramatic collapse of an interregional scale. The use of such terminology, however, raises expectations and assumptions that such a collapse was immediate and gave rise to a radical break in material culture in different regions. It is important to be continually reminded of the imprecision of our terminology and chronology, in which distinctions between centuries, for instance, for purposes of classification, are arbitrary and particularly dangerous when they lead to assumptions that something dramatic happened in 1200 BCE that distinguishes what had gone on immediately before from what followed. Such distinctions encourage the study of history as a series of discrete events in which socio-political changes are neatly categorized. Block 1954, 183-4. In what sense do the destruction of Late Bronze Age urban sites in Palestine represent a collapse? The dating of the destruction layers of Late Bronze Age urban centers in Palestine is controversial and constantly being revised. Fritz 1987, 86-9, but it is to be doubted that this was a sudden occurrence. Present estimates at dating point to the fact that this was part of a protracted process that lasted at least half a century, if not more, and can only be understood as part of longer-term trends in the history of the region. The historian needs to explain the restructuring of the social system expressed in the changes of settlement patterns which are so evident at the end of the Late Bronze and the beginning of the Iron Ages. It might be a better reflection of the situation if we adopted the terms transformation and realignment of Late Bronze, Iron Age Palestine rather than collapse. Sabloff, 1986, 114, has recently argued for a similar reappraisal of the so-called Mayan collapse, 800 to 1200 CE, in terms of a demographic, political, and economic realignment. Such terms overcome expectations of a radical break at a particular point of time, a radical break that fits well with assumptions about external invasion, conquest, or infiltration by different ethnic groups. It also challenges our perspective on basic data by encouraging appreciation of continuities rather than an undue emphasis on differences and discontinuities in material culture. The historian is dealing with complex and protracted processes that cannot easily be reduced or analyzed simply in terms of particular moments in time but must be understood in the widest geographical and temporal context. H. Weipert, 1988, 26-7, has drawn attention to the problem of the different rates of development between different subregions of Palestine and to the fact that the dates for periods of transition can only be approximations. 26. Similarly, T. Dothan, 1989, 1-14, in a recent reassessment of the initial appearance and settlement of the Philistines and other Sea peoples in Palestine illustrates that cultural change during the transition period from Late Bronze, Iron Age was not uniform or simultaneous throughout the country. It was characterized by a complex process in which indigenous, Egyptian, and Philistine cultures overlapped for certain periods. 101. The realignment and transformation of Late Bronze, Iron Age society was clearly a very complex process, as we would expect, and it is in the discussion of the processes at work that the greatest differences are likely to occur. Thompson, 1992b, 180, doubts that the breakdown of international trade at the end of the Early Bronze and Late Bronze Ages could have such an effect upon the Palestinian economy as to result in wholesale dislocations throughout the region, and especially in so many subregions, such as the Hill Country and the northern Negev, since such regions were only marginally affected by trade routes. He believes, 1992b, 215, that the evidence points to major climatic change resulting in widespread drought and famine from c. 1200 to 1000 BCE. 27. Climate is obviously an important factor, given the marginal nature of the subregions of Palestine, where dramatic variations in rainfall over 2 or more years can have devastating effects. Famine, however, is not always a dire result of periods of drought but is frequently the result of socio-political factors, as the tragic events in parts of modern-day Africa all too vividly illustrate. Cf. Thompson 1992b, 1920. It is also the case that Palestine has witnessed important shifts in settlement during more modern periods when the climate in the region has remained stable. Thompson, 1992b, 261, points out that the Phoenician cities survived the drought without widespread collapse, attributing their political and economic autonomy to their relative geographical isolation. This would suggest that it is socio-political factors that are of greater importance in understanding the settlement shifts rather than climatic change. Geographical isolation is no protection against catastrophic climatic change. The complex of trade networks which in antiquity linked the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and Indian Ocean meant that Palestine has long been part of a world economy in which the urban elite benefited from inter-regional trade. Palestine has occupied a strategic place in the world trade axis throughout history, and the urban and Bedouin elite have often benefited from their participation in or control of transit trade through the area. But their position on the transit routes to and from core areas has meant that their roles and opportunities were particularly sensitive to any disruption or decline in the core. The existence of such a closely integrated world economy, in particular in the eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age, also meant that any disruption to part of the trade network influenced other areas. Palestine invariably played a dependent role in trade, since it provided the land bridge, a hub of the waterways, to the infrastructurally more important economies of the major continents. Palestinian urban centers were therefore sensitive and vulnerable to trade cycles and suffered severely from the disruption of the Mycenaean world, whatever the causes may have been. 28 societies are not monolithic entities but overlapping networks of different power structures and groups. Mann 1986, 1. Since the Eastern Mediterranean was a closely interlocking network of different power groups and spatial entities, any structural alterations on such a widespread scale were bound to influence Palestinian society. It is not possible then simply to concentrate our attention on settlement shifts in the highlands of Palestine at the beginning of the Iron Age period without taking adequate account of the structural changes brought about by changes in the wider 102 network. The decline of trade and economy along with the many circumstances that attended it were integral to the transformation of economic, political, and social relations in Palestine. 29. The most evident result of this realignment in Palestine is an increase in highland rural settlements as part of similar settlement shifts in other areas of the eastern Mediterranean. Desborough, 1972, 19-20, 82, 88, notes that the decline of the Mycenaean palace centers was accompanied by a shift in settlement to highland or more remote areas. Interestingly, he notes that sub-Mycenaean pottery represents a clear cultural continuum, even though there was a sharp deterioration in material terms. Desborough 1972, 29, 41, Snodgrass 1971, 34, 40. This is in striking contrast to earlier assumptions that the destruction of the Mycenaean world was caused by external invasion and represented a radical cultural break, see also Lemsch 1985. Such settlement shifts as a response to urban decline can be observed in many areas of the world. For example, Iron Age Zeeland in Denmark experienced a similar urban decline and corresponding increase in autonomous settlements in remote, often virgin, areas, Christensen 1987. The mountains have long been a place of refuge for peasant communities from the periodic political instability of the exposed lowlands throughout the history of the Mediterranean, Brodel 1972, 34, 53. The settlement of the Palestinian highlands and steppes during the Iron Age period is not a unique event, but part of the centuries-long cycle of growth, stagnation, decline, and regeneration in the history of Palestine, Coote and Whitelam 1987, 27-8. The importance of the various material features is not that they confirm or deny the ethnicity of populations at different sites, but that they provide evidence of important continuities in material culture from the Late Bronze Age to Iron Age that need to be recognized and given sufficient weight. Regional variations need to be acknowledged and accounted for not on the basis of ethnicity, itself the subject of continuing anthropological research, but rather on the basis of the socio-economic and socio-political environment. The continuities in material culture add to the case that we are dealing with the realignment of Palestinian society rather than the collapse and destruction of Late Bronze Age culture and its replacement by new ethnic groups emerging from the desert fringes, the far north, Egypt, or anywhere else. The identification of aspects of the material culture or of particular sites as Israelite is not based upon positive evidence in the archaeological record but rather upon assumptions about the existence or location of Israelite sites in particular areas on the basis of traditions within the Hebrew Bible. The various aspects of the material culture of Iron Age need to be understood as functions of socio-environmental and political conditions rather than distinctive ethnic innovations or markers for the national ethnic identities posited by the religious traditions of the Hebrew Bible. 30. The evidence that Finkelstein puts forward, once the distraction of the label Israelite is removed, adds further weight to this view. As he states, 1988, 338, human material culture is influenced first and foremost by the socio-economic situation and the environmental conditions. The appearance and use of pillared buildings, silos, cisterns, terracing, and pottery forms such as collared rim ware. 103. Are explicable in terms of the topographical and environmental conditions facing the inhabitants of highland and marginal settlements in the context of the disruption of local and regional economies. See also Dever 1991, 83-4. The technological solutions and expertise displayed in the use of cisterns, terracing or the construction of pillared buildings militate against the view that the population of these sites were nomads in the process of sedentarization, Coote and Whitelam 1987, 123-34. The evidence put forward by Finkelstein, when stripped of the distractions of putative ethnic labels, provides further support for the view that the settlement shift at the end of the Late Bronze Age and beginning of the Iron Age period was a reaction to economic disruption which had an impact on all aspects and levels of Palestinian society rather than being the direct result of social conflict brought about by class struggle or external invasion or infiltration. Historians must await the results of further archaeological research, particularly comprehensive surveys of the lowlands and coastal areas, along with comparative excavations of sites of differing sizes in these areas, in order to produce a more complete regional picture of the settlement patterns. The lack of comprehensive surveys of all regions of Palestine, and particularly of the lowlands, is a major obstacle in trying to understand the processes at work in the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. London, 1989, 42. Makes the point that until now archaeologists have been comparing rural sites in the hill country with urban sites in the lowlands and then attributing the differences to Israelite versus Canaanite communities. The differences may be more indicative of rural versus urban lifestyles. 31. The existence of villages on the exposed edge of the highlands, or other villages with or without outer defenses, indicates that social conflict was only part of the processes that explain the shift in settlement. Progress in this field is now even more dependent upon the continued publication and judgments of archaeologists, so that historians can interpret the material in a comparative interdisciplinary context. The power of the Hebrew Bible over historians, even those who profess to try to free themselves of its hold, is clearly demonstrated in recent discussions of the emergence of early Israel, as Miller, 1991a, has shown. The Maranta Stela illustrates that some entity called Israel was in existence, and possibly as a relatively significant political force, in the 13th century BCE. Even though many historians and archaeologists suspect that some entity called Israel was involved in the settlement of the Palestinian highlands in the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition, this cannot be stated with any degree of certainty on the basis of the evidence currently available. Furthermore, it is distracting and misleading to retain references to Israel, however much they may be qualified or however much we may try and encode our uncertainties with quotation marks. Israel, 32. It is distracting because the use of the term Israel also brings with it the inevitable assumptions of tribal organization and ethnic or religious unity. Once we are able to relinquish our attachment to the label, it allows us to concentrate on the critical issues of the processes involved in the transformation and realignment of Palestinian society. It means that historians are free to ask crucial questions about the processes at work unencumbered by the theological baggage and agenda of the Hebrew Bible. 104. Which has had such a profound hold on the study of the region and the presentation of its history. Introduction. The much vaunted paradigm shift in biblical studies has been attributed to two main factors: new literary studies and what has been described as the sociological approach. 1. The growing importance of social scientific approaches within biblical studies is testified to by the burgeoning literature, particularly handbooks, devoted to outlining its methods and applications, works such as J.W. Rogerson's Anthropology and the Old Testament, 1984, R.R. Wilson's Sociological Approaches to the Old Testament, 1984, ADH. Mays's The Old Testament in Sociological Perspective, 1989, or the volume edited by R.E. Clements entitled The World of Ancient Israel, Sociological, Anthropological, and Political Perspectives, 1989, along with countless articles in the major journals. Perhaps the most symbolic event of all was the election of Norman Gottwald to the presidency of SBL for 1992. It is tempting to suggest that all of this signals the movement of the so-called sociological approach from the radical fringes of the discipline to a more central role in the creation of a new orthodoxy. It is precisely in the area of the reconstruction of Israelite history that this so-called sociological approach has had, perhaps, its most dramatic impact in recent years. 3. Despite the fact that it is generally recognized that the utilization of social scientific methods in biblical studies is not new but has a long history in the discipline, with much of the pioneering work attributable to Scottish and Scandinavian scholars, such as William Robertson Smith, Sigmund Mowinckel, and Johannes Peterson, among others, for the frequent use in recent works of phrases such as the sociological approach or, on occasions, the sociological school suggests a widely held belief that there is something which distinguishes this approach from traditional approaches to Israelite history. The use of these labels, whether descriptively or pejoratively, also embodies the assumption that there are a group of scholars who fit such labels. A representative list of names taken from various recent studies often includes Mendenhall, Gottwald, Cheney, Flanagan, Frick, Hopkins, Coode, and Whitelam, among others. However, even though there are similarities in the works of these scholars, there are also considerable differences, perhaps not always as extreme as Mendenhall's, 1983, notorious review of Gottwald's Tribes of Yahweh, but significant differences nonetheless. For instance, the key question: sociology or history? Towards a human history of ancient Palestine, *. 6. 112. Of the interpretation and utilization of biblical texts for the reconstruction of the pre-state period is handled strikingly differently by Gottwald, 1979, and Cheney, 1983, compared with Frick, 1985, or Coote and Whitelam, 1987. What does characterize the work of these scholars, and many others, is the concern with methodological issues in appealing to social scientific methods and data when trying to reconstruct Israelite history. It is perhaps the suspicion of theory by many biblical specialists, along with questions about the applicability of parallels from societies removed in time and space from ancient Israel, which marks out the separation and which has usually been the focal point of differences of approach. 5. Sociology or history. A false dichotomy. The widespread notion of a separation between standard and sociological approaches to Israelite history is based, I believe, on a false dichotomy between sociology and history. It is usually stated in terms of a distinction between the nomothetic approach of sociology and the particularistic approach of history. Sociology, it is often said, is concerned with general laws relating to the ways in which society operates, while history is concerned with unique events, the particular. Wilson, 1984, 13, for example, provides a representative view that sociology is a generalizing science in which sociologists tend to operate at a fairly high level of abstraction and to deal with general types of social phenomena, specific examples of which can be found in a number of individual societies. He goes on to say that sociologists tend to ignore or neglect unique phenomena that do not fit their more general ideal types. By implication then, the role of the historian is to deal with these phenomena, the unique. This is a very common understanding of the nature of the distinction between biblical historians and those in recent years who have been particularly interested in trying to understand Israelite and Judean history by incorporating the insights of the social sciences. However, what underlies this argument is a more fundamental question of the nature of history and the type of history which is appropriate to the study of ancient Israel. One of the most contentious issues is that of the use of models or heuristic theories to try to interpret the fragmentary data about the past. Rod, 1981, has rightly cautioned against the dangers involved in this process. In particular, he notes that sociological theories are essentially predictions about what is likely to happen, other things being equal. Such hypotheses are tested by experimentation and participant observation. Therefore, since this is not possible for historical sociology, such theories cannot be accepted as valid and so cannot be used to organize and interpret evidence from the past. The most that can be done, he argues, is to use models heuristically to suggest lines of research. The danger he sees, 1981, 104-5, is that general theory simply states that in given circumstances certain developments tend to occur, other things being equal, while ignoring that other things are never equal, that is, that historical and geographical chance must not be ignored. Lemsch, 1988, 581, has extended these concerns further by voicing anxieties about the use of heuristic models such as systems theory or, what he terms, sociology or history. 113 General system thinking in the reconstruction of Israelite history. In particular, the use of theories and models drawn from the many studies of state formation is seen as assuming an evolutionary view of social development which is deterministic. However, Carnier-Rose circumscription theory or other studies of state formation, Cohen 1978a, 1978b, Service 1978, Fried 1978, Clayson and Skalnick 1978, by no means presuppose a notion of unilinear social development nor are necessarily deterministic. Such studies, however, are seen to be useful in trying to explain why and how an Israelite state developed in the early Iron Age, see Frick 1985, Hauer 1986, Coote and Whitelam 1987. 6. The work of Cohen on state formation, 1978a, 1978b, illustrates the point that there is not a necessarily unilinear movement from pre-state societies to state formations, Coote and Whitelam 1987. In light of the fact that some pre-state societies and chiefdoms eventually cross the threshold to statehood while others do not, it is important to try to account for the fact that Israel does eventually move towards greater centralization rather than fissioning into smaller units. The works of Frick, 1985, Hauer, 1986, and Coote and Whitelam, 1987, try to provide such explanations for the rise of the Israelite state which question that it was either inevitable or that it was an alien development brought about by external pressure from the Philistines alone. Unlike standard approaches which view the monarchy as inevitable yet alien, these studies consider a wide variety of factors including internal and external pressures as well as environmental pressures and limitations. 7. It is acknowledged that the move to statehood is by no means inevitable, but when it does happen, as in the case of early Israel, then the historian needs not only to describe but to try to explain. Models and theories are every bit as important to the historian as the social scientist. Historical research is not possible without theory. Eggers 1979, 4-5, C.F. Humphreys 1978, 29. It is at this point that I would disagree with the common assumption that there is a clear dichotomy between history and sociology. It is not a distinction which Weber or Durkheim recognized, Mays 1989, 1, and it is certainly not accepted by historians such as Brodel. I would agree with Knopf, 1991, 34, that there is no structural difference between the disciplines of the humanities and the sciences, since both proceed by conjecture and refutation, and both result in theories that attempt to interpret historical reality. 8. Of course, it is not so easy to test historical hypotheses as it is for the scientist in the laboratory or the social scientist through participant observation, as Rod notes. But this does not then mean that the historian should abandon attempts to reconstruct the various aspects of social reality which made up the ancient past. It is necessary to test hypotheses against all available data and to reformulate or abandon hypotheses where data do not fit or where new data come to light. The objections to the use of models stem in large part from the view that such generalizations or laws in history deny the creativity of human beings. 9. Here we have a contrast between traditional forms of history concerned with the unique individual and discrete events against the view of history which looks at the recurrent and regular in which individuals and individual events are set. Thus, it is possible to look at generalizations in political development or recurrent patterns of settlement in Palestine to see how specific events fit with these and are to be 114 explained in terms of these regular patterns, or, just as importantly, to try to explain why they deviate from some well-known pattern. The historian might then use available data on state formation to see how applicable this is to understanding the known data about the rise of an Israelite state, or might be concerned to understand why the late Bronze, Iron Age transition differs from some periods of Palestinian settlement while it is similar to others. The historian does not merely describe but attempts to understand and explain. Contra Thompson 1992b, 61. As Finley, 1986, 61, points out. Unfortunately, the historian is no mere chronicler, and he cannot do his work at all without assumptions and judgments, without generalizations, in other words. Insofar as he is unwilling to discuss generalizations explicitly, which means he does not reflect on them, he runs grave risks. The danger where models are not made explicit can be seen in the very strong model imposed upon Israel's past by 19th and 20th century biblical histories. Israelite history has been conceived and carried out in the context of the rise of the European nation-state, which has dominated the concerns and the investigations of the historian. However, this has not been made explicit, probably since most biblical historians have not been aware of this nuance, until very recently. It has come to light in the context of a growing crisis faced by European nation-states, a situation which has led in turn to a radical reappraisal of early Israelite history. 10. The historian has no other choice than to investigate the past from the standpoint of the present. The social sciences have a vital role to play in the construction of the past, since they provide parameters for understanding what is possible so that the past is not simply a prisoner of the present. 11. Yet the past and the present are inevitably linked in the continuous stream of events that go to make up the ebb and flow of history. History and sociology cannot be divorced, they are part of the same investigation in terms of both understanding ancient societies and the modern contexts in which such research is carried out. Finlay, 1986, 70, notes that there is little difference in terms of procedure for historians interested in ancient or modern societies. Only in one respect, perhaps, does the ancient historian face a special, though not unique, problem. Gaps in the evidence should send him more often than they do, I may say, to other societies and periods for guidance. The historian must appeal to other societies and periods to see what is possible in human affairs if the ancient society under investigation is not to be condemned to being placed in the straitjacket of the present. However, in order to provide the necessary and observable controls over such analogical reasoning, the appeal to other societies and periods, a consciously formulated research strategy becomes essential. Price 1980, 173, Coote and Whitelam 1987, 19-20. It is of little use simply to pile up more and more anthropological and sociological parallels or archaeological data without trying to analyze, categorize, and interpret. Sociology or History 115. Knowing more sociology, anthropology, or archaeology is of little use without a coherent interpretative framework in which to interpret data. The proviso that such a framework is useless without data is obvious. Thompson 1978, 11, Frick and Gottwald 1975, 177, but it is not a problem peculiar to those labeled as members of the so-called sociological school. However, what I would repudiate, in the strongest terms, is the amazing criticism of Thompson, 1992b, 405. In using sociology for historical research, we investigate the known patterns that human societies have taken, not what is intrinsic to society but what characterizes it. What is amazing about the models of Mendenhall and Gottwald, and one could easily add Coote and Whitelam here, is not that their theories were unsupported by evidence, but that these theories, lacking evidence, were ever proposed. Logic, discipline, and method were never entertained. One has only to read Gottwald's introduction to see that he has thought clearly about the methodological difficulties and issues. We might disagree about the approach to texts, the use of parallels, the domain assumptions, etc., in the light of new data and changed perspectives, but it is an insult to claim that Mendenhall, Gottwald, and Coote and Whitelam never entertained logic, discipline and method. 12. The groundbreaking work of Mendenhall and Gottwald, particularly their insight into the largely indigenous nature of Israel, challenged received ideas and allowed the impasse on the discussion of the origins of Israel to be broken. They, along with Alt, Noth, Albright, and Bright, helped set the stage for current research. It is important to bear in mind that all reconstructions of the past are contingent, since our vantage point continually changes. Whitelam 1986, 63-4, Elton 1983, 100. Scholarship is built on the foundations of the insights of those scholars who have gone before and the inevitable critique of our colleagues. To enter into debate with and offer criticisms is not a note of disrespect but one of regard. The accusation that our work is illogical, undisciplined, and lacking in method hardly advances the debate. There is, however, a second important concern which arises out of the criticism of the use of models. Lemsch has been particularly critical of the application of systems theory as a heuristic model for understanding ancient Israel. He states, 1990, 86, that Coote and Whitelam summarily dismiss the Old Testament sources as of no use at all when it comes to the early history of Israel. He goes on to say, their dismissal of any other written source for Palestine is, however, rather distressing and bears evidence of a narrowness of mind which can be the outcome of a pronounced use of system theory. 1990, 86-7. The complaint centers on the fact that the Amarna texts are not utilized to the extent he would like in the emergence of early Israel in historical perspective. 13. It is incorrect to conclude that the Amarna letters are dismissed as immaterial, although this might appear to be the case in that they are not used extensively. He suspects, Lemsch 1988, 583, that these texts are not discussed because the kind of information contained in the letters is difficult to reconcile with a fixed holistic theory as presented in this book. However, they formed the background and were part of the evidence drawn on. 116. For the analysis, they were utilized in the discussion of Epiru and, in particular, the assessment of Chansey's discussion of social banditry, Coote and Whitelam 1987, 92-4. All this is consistent with Liveranese view, cited by Lemsch, 1988, 582, that the Amarna letters, despite their 14th century BCE provenance, provide valuable evidence for political and social conditions throughout the Late Bronze Age. The opening chapter, Coote and Whitelam 1987, 11-26, sets out briefly the arguments for believing that the Hebrew Bible does not provide relevant source material for understanding the so-called emergence of Israel in Palestine. Coote and Whitelam are not alone in this belief. Consider the following. The second issue will be how to understand ancient documents and texts, including the writings in the Old Testament. My first thesis is that because written sources must be considered testimonies of themselves, i.e., they tell us more about the men who wrote them and about the age in which they were composed than about the events told by them, than biblical historical writings that originated in the middle of the 1 mil. BCE cannot possibly be important sources concerning the early days of the Israelite people. Lemsch 1991, 14. Not we might note the view of Coote and Whitelam, but that of Lemsch in his paper to the New Orleans SBL meeting in November 1990, published in SJOT 5 halves, 1991, 7-18. However, the crucial complaint is that the shortcomings of the systemic approach, 1990, 87, leave out the human factor. The Amarna letters tell us about the behavior of human beings, and that this behavior is unpredictable is my major point in this lecture. Therefore the human factor can never form an important variable in systemic thought since it cannot be controlled. My point is that as long as the members of the school leave this human factor out of consideration, and as long as their work is not based on a proper anthropology in the theological, or humanistic or even psychological, sense of the word, their work is of limited use. The method in question considers man a kind of robot or automaton. 1990, 87, 14. This is not the case. Coote and Whitelam do not consider human beings to be automata or leave out the human factor. In fact, it is possible to argue that the opposite is true. They take proper cognizance of the nature and variability of human society in its entirety. What is being argued against is the pyramid view of society imposed by biblical history on Israelite history, where it has been standard simply to adopt the chronology and characterization of the biblical texts. The human beings that appear, for the most part, in these texts are the king and elite, mostly male. The kind of approach advocated here is not sociology or history 117, some determinative form of history. Far from it. Coote and Whitelam, 1987, 81, argued that geographical constraints have a profound effect upon the history of Palestine, particularly by setting certain limitations on the history of settlement expansion and decline. It is the combination of outside powers with other internal factors that defines which possibilities will be realized. Internal and external factors inevitably include the actions of human beings. They talk in terms of limitations and possibilities and not inevitabilities. In fact, in the passage just cited, it is Bala's notion, 1984, 1-2, that Palestinian history is geographically determined which is being questioned. A review of the interactions between the broad social groups and the environment of Palestine helps to illustrate the many different permutations possible. Which possibilities are realized at a given time are dependent upon a complex interaction of factors. The attempt was to try to understand why things happened in the way that they did, not to contend that they could only have happened in this way. Mays, 1989, 120, makes a similar criticism of the materialist approaches of Frick and Coote and Whitelam. The biblical record is dismissed as deriving from individualistic bias and prejudice, with no significance for the historical and sociological analysis of ancient Israel, while reliable objective knowledge can be found in sociological models, and archaeological and other non-biblical sources which are thought to yield objective data for historical and sociological description. This is not an accurate portrayal of their arguments, since the biblical texts are rejected as providing reliable information on the so-called emergence of Israel in Palestine, not for all periods. Coote and Whitelam do not claim that archaeological data or sociological models are objective knowledge. This is a common misunderstanding of the argument, which may be due to the lack of clarity in argumentation, but is a misunderstanding and misrepresentation nonetheless. The biblical texts are seen to be important historical sources for the later periods in which they were composed and transmitted. Whitelam 1986, 1989, 1991, when read in light of the ideological and factional disputes of which they were inevitably a part. The criticism that texts, which reveal human values, are ignored seems to presuppose that it is only written texts which reveal these values. But what of other forms fashioned by human hand, works of art, everyday artifacts, architecture and town planning, or the way the countryside is fashioned and shaped by the centuries of human history? Do these not also reveal human values, directly and indirectly? All of these and more are available as sources of Palestinian history, often when we have no written sources. To focus on these is not to consider human beings as robots or automata. Lemsch is correct, of course, that texts reflect the values of men. But what he would also acknowledge, I am sure, is that our written texts from 118. Palestine, whether the Hebrew Bible, the Amarna letters, the Arad Ostraka, and so on, are the products of elite male society. The vast majority of the population of Palestine in antiquity were illiterate and were not involved in the production of the material in the Hebrew Bible or other extant Palestinian texts. Such texts do not reflect the values of the vast majority of society, nor does this majority share in the values projected. Far from leaving human beings out of account, the kind of history advocated here is designed to include the whole of society. It is not a form of historical materialism as traditionally understood, which assumes that the economy is the basic cause and motive force of all human existence. Brodel 1990, 15-16. It is sociological in the widest sense, an attempt to come to terms with the system as a whole with its complexity of causes and consequences. As such, it is not a degradation of the human intellect or a denial of free will. Lemsch 1988, 584. Of course, things may have happened differently, we admit that, but they did not. What we are trying to explain is why they happened in the way that they did. Why does late Bronze Age urban society decline in the way that it does? Why is there a growth in highland rural settlement during the late Bronze, early Iron Age transition? How are these connected, if at all? We are trying to tease out the processes involved and account for them, not just to describe but to try to understand. Lemsch's early Israel is rightly recognized as one of the landmark studies in the discussion of Israelite origins, not least because of the phenomenal resource it provides on social organization and in particular on nomadism. However, he inevitably talks of nomadism in general, in all its variability, not simply in terms of individuals but nomadism as a system, how it operates under different circumstances in different areas. There are important generalities here, and we can usefully talk about collective human groups without denigrating humanity or human values. The type of history advocated here is closely allied with the social sciences, concerning itself with the human masses and social groups at the expense of individual princes, heroes, and leaders who have kept historians occupied for the last 2,000 years. 15. Such a history cannot depend on written records alone, even where we have them, but must pursue all possible sources in order to reconstruct the past in its complex variability. The history of Palestine envisaged is one which takes into account all elements of society, the vast majority, who have been denied a voice in history. As such, it is a history of human beings in general rather than of human beings as individuals. 16. Such a conception is based upon Brodel's notion of different levels of historical time. The history of events and individuals is an essential part of the conception of a regional history of Palestine, where we have sufficient evidence, but it is also the most difficult. It is difficult because it draws primarily upon written sources which are part of the social and political process. Invariably they are forged in dispute and are subject to the strong passions and myopia of all contemporary history, see Brodel 1972, 21. Such events and individuals are often only momentary outbursts, surface manifestations of these larger movements and explicable only in terms of the longer-term processes at work. As Plum, 1969, 105, points out, the aim of history, I believe, is to understand men both as individuals and in their social relationships in time. Social embraces all of man's activities, economic, sociology or history 119 religious, political, artistic, legal, military, scientific, everything, indeed, that affects the life of mankind. And this, of course, is not a static study but a study of movement and change. It is not only necessary to discover, as accurately as the most sophisticated use of evidence will allow, things as they actually were, but also why they were so, and why they changed, for no human societies, not one, have ever stood still. He goes on to add, 1969, 106, that the historian produces answers in the form of concepts and generalizations to fundamental problems of social change in the social activities of human beings. As generalizations, they can, of course, only be tentative, but this is true of the vast majority of historical research. They must be as accurate and as informed as possible, which means that the historian has to educate herself/himself in the methods of all the social sciences. The challenge to standard approaches has come from those scholars who have tried to explore the importance of the social sciences for understanding Israelite and Palestinian history, drawing upon sociology, anthropology, demography, ethnology, politics, and so on. This challenge is not limited to those usually labeled by the terms sociological approach or sociological school, but includes Lemsch, Thompson, Knopf, Davies, Otto, and many others. The importance of such an approach has been that it has allowed new questions to be formulated and new areas to be explored. This is not to underestimate the problems of trying to come to terms with the multitude of disciplines and approaches involved, nor is it any more value-free than the dominant theological approaches that are the subject of its critique, see Jobling 1991, 175-82. But again, I would appeal to Brodel, who says, even if in practice none of us is capable of the necessary tour de force, we are all under an obligation to speak in terms of the global, of historical totalization, to reaffirm that total history is the only true history, or as Michelet long ago put it, everything stands and falls together, everything is connected. A new paradigm towards a human history of Palestine. The importance of recent reappraisals of Israelite history has now moved the discussion way beyond the original debate on the explicit use of social scientific approaches and data. The implications of some of the works with which we have been concerned is that they have begun to lay the groundwork for a significant shift in approaches to the history of the region. At times, this has been conscious, but for the most part it has been the largely unforeseen result of recent research which has contributed to the fracturing of the previous consensus on historical research in biblical studies. Davies, 1992, has taken seriously newer work on the emergence of Israel and has tried to draw out its implications for the study of the Hebrew Bible. Yet the paradigm shift is not restricted to biblical studies but goes considerably beyond this. The powerful combination of the many aspects of 120 newer literary approaches and the historical revisionism which has been taking place has significant implications for historical research. What we are witnessing is the growing recognition of the development of Palestinian history as a subject in its own right, a multidisciplinary approach, increasingly divorced from biblical studies, in effect, a broad-based thematic conception of history concerned with the economy, demography, settlement, religions, and ideologies of Palestine as a whole, a history of the region concerned with its various microenvironments set in the context of world history. The outcome of the research on the emergence of early Israel published from the mid to late 1980s has illustrated, in retrospect, that the proposals were not radical enough. The various studies are misleading because they reveal nothing of the so-called emergence of Israel but are concerned with the settlement and transformation of Palestinian society in general. They have been misled by the search for the nation-state in the guise of Israel imposed by the general context of biblical studies. Thompson has contributed to and articulates, 1992a, 1992b, a number of these developments very well. He sees a strong influence from Chicago and Tübingen, but thinks that it represents more a confluence of scholars drawn from biblical, archaeological, and Semitic studies, rather than a single approach. 17 Israelite history is a subset of such a Palestinian history rather than the dominant entity that it has been in biblical studies for the last century or more. 18 The study of the Hebrew Bible will need to draw upon such a history in order to provide the context for understanding the development of the literature. Obviously the two are connected, but I suspect that it is in the definition of the separation rather than the interconnections between the two areas, that is, the study of the Hebrew Bible and Palestinian history, that much future work will initially be concerned. 19 The value of a broad social history of Palestine approach is that it opens up the variability of human society and organization, which helps to suggest possible interpretations for our fractured data in trying to understand Israelite history in its regional context. Too much Israelite history has been written from the limited perspective of biblical history, which has taken for granted the uniqueness of its subject as told to it by that very same literature. 19th and 20th century conceptions of history have been dominated by unique individuals and events, the aristocratic view of history, cf. Figures 1979, 1. Yet the fracturing of this model by the crisis of the modern nation-state has been a significant factor, I believe, in the radical reappraisal of Israelite history and the shift towards a regional Palestinian history. It is not a coincidence, in my opinion, that much of the research has come from Europe or from scholars who have close connections with Europe. Whether, of course, it is to be the Maastricht model of a federal union which is to prevail or a Danish-inspired conception of subsidiarity, we will need to wait and see. Introduction, the theme of searching. The New York Times on 8 February 1928 carried an editorial entitled Reconquering Canaan, in which it was stated that the archaeologist is repossessing the promised land. The centuries-long search for ancient Israel appeared to be on the verge of realization. Etheria, a Christian pilgrim from Gaul, had visited Jerusalem in the 4th century CE before traveling to Sinai in search of the Israelite camp and the route of the Exodus, Cassin 1979, 305-6. Similarly, an anonymous pilgrim from Bordeaux produced a guidebook in 333 CE describing not only Christian sites but other important biblical sites which allowed the believer to search out ancient Israel, Cassin 1979, 307. The quest to realize this noble dream, to adapt the title of Peter Novick's study of historiography, has been part of an important centuries-long theological search whose parameters have been determined by traditional readings of the Bible. Thus, Chateaubriand in 1812 describes Western travelers in Palestine scouring the country with the Bible in hand, Maury 1975, 7. The New York Times reporter conveyed a sense of excitement that the dream was about to be realized in the newly discovered physical remains of Mandate Palestine. Davidson, 1996, describes the creation of what Michael Shanks terms archaeological theater in the dramatic reporting of new discoveries which brought alive the biblical world of ancient Israel to American audiences in the 1920s and 1930s. Similarly, The Times, perhaps in more sober style, carried regular reports over the same period on the astounding discoveries which offered access to ancient Israel by bringing to life the key moments of biblical history. The theological quest which had been conducted on the understanding that biblical history was true was now enhanced with the expectation, Davidson 1996, that the archaeologist's spade would demonstrate this to be the case. Norman Wiebre has recently reiterated the theological importance of the enterprise when posing the question, what do we know about ancient Israel? Its significance, he suggests, lies in the fact that since both Judaism and Christianity are faiths that attach great importance to God's involvement in human affairs, the history of ancient Israel in its main lines cannot be brushed aside as a matter of no significance for these faiths. 1996, 72. As he notes, the primary motivation has been and, in large part, continues to be the search for early Israel. Historical perspective. 7. 126. The search for early Israel. The place of the search within religious discourse. Similarly, the introduction to John Bright's classic A History of Israel explicitly states that it was written for theological students. Thus, the views of Bright and Webre represent a significant strand in a search which had been initiated by pilgrims, like Etheria, in the early centuries of the Christian era. The search took on further importance within Judaism as part of a religious and national quest following the foundation of the modern state of Israel in 1948. Shlomo Bunemovitz, 1995, 64, recently described its significance and impact in attempts to retrieve the past in the following terms. Since in Israel the Bible is universally accepted as the founding document of the nation's history, archaeology played, and continues to play, an important role in affirming the links of the newly founded nation with the ancient past and its ancestral land. The excitement and sense of drama generated by the archaeological theater in the 1920s and 1930s, as described by Davidson, was surpassed in the dramatic search for ancient Israel of the 1950s, which became a national pastime. The same sense of expectation of the realization of this noble dream, exhibited in the reporting of this period, is conveyed in Skinnick's words. Suddenly people could see things that had never been so tangible before. There was a feeling that this piece of ground, for which people had suffered so much, wasn't just any plot of land but a piece of earth where their forefathers had lived 1500 or 2000 years ago. Their work in the present was cast in a different light. Their history was revealed to them and they saw it with their own eyes. Elon 1994, 14. Bentor's Introduction to the Archaeology of Ancient Israel, derived from an Open University of Israel course entitled The Archaeology of the Land of Israel in Biblical Times, further illustrates the contemporary significance of the search. He remarks that it is appropriate that the book also marks the centenary of the RST stratigraphic excavation in Palestine, since public interest in archaeology in the land of Israel, the land of the Bible, is enormous. It is hardly surprising that the first two excavations there, in the 1860s, took place in Jerusalem and Jericho, the very names of which conjure up the biblical figures of David, Solomon, and Joshua. 1992, 19. The triumvirate of David, Solomon, and Joshua RMLY locates the search for the essential ancient Israel in the late Bronze and early Iron Ages. Furthermore, although he admits that the Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and early Bronze periods cannot be considered the search for early Israel 127 biblical periods in the strict sense of the term, it was nonetheless deemed proper to include them in the discussion because it was in these periods that the foundations of the settlement pattern, the economy, and the socio-political setting of the land were established, providing the background for the central events of biblical history. 1992, XX. The central events which, of course, the archaeological theater of the early decades of the century had promised to manifest as objective reality. Similarly, in defense of the term biblical archaeology, Bentor states, eliminate the Bible from the land of Israel in the 2nd and RST millennia BCE and you have deprived it from its soul. 1992, 9. The continued pace, and renament, of excavations throughout the century and the publication of surface surveys, following the revolutionary work of Kochavi in the 1960s, appeared to bring ever closer the NAL goal of the search. The contours of the search from Etheria's time to the present have been largely determined by the Bible, which has acted as the guidebook of pilgrims and academic alike, in conjunction with the growing body of archaeological evidence. Yet the social, political, and religious contexts in which the search has been undertaken, and which are fundamental for understanding its nature and direction, have been ignored to a large extent. The toil, sacrifice, courage, financial, and intellectual investment, and optimism of this centuries-long quest stand in stark contrast to the mounting pessimism of achieving a resolution which has increasingly characterized much contemporary biblical scholarship. The positivism of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1950s has been replaced by a pragmatism which some believe borders on pessimism and despair. Consider, for example, the following two quotations. Since there is no clear difference in material culture between the various groups that settled in the highlands in Iron Eye, any effort to distinguish between Israelite and non-Israelite hill country sites during the 12th and 11th centuries BCE according to their finds is doomed to failure. Finkelstein and N. A. Amon 1994, 17. Or, the search for early Israel has proven to be a serious distraction which, in the absence of further unambiguous evidence, ought to be abandoned for the time being, while we concentrate on historical judgments, which need to be constantly revised and improved, regarding the probabilities of the history of Palestine in the 13th to 11th centuries BCE. Whitelam 1994, 76. The archaeological theater of the 1920s and 1930s has given way to what we might term a contemporary theater of rhetoric which characterizes the current polemical disputes over the search for ancient Israel. Such rhetoric, which makes 128 the search for early Israel for entertaining conference presentations, sells journals, and particularly magazines, has become the dominant feature of recent exchanges which a few scholars, to their credit, have managed to rise above. Conference audiences or readers are continually warned of the dangers of small vocal unrepresentative groups, minimalists, maximalists, biblical minimizers, fundamentalists, old-fashioned reactionaries, negative fundamentalists, revisionists, conservatives, dilettantes, neoconservatives, nihilists, new nihilists, or deconstructionists. The arguments of opponents are dismissed as arrogance, Kitchen 1993, 758, outmoded intellectual garbage, Kitchen 1993, 758, neurotic attempts to disprove the Bible, Kitchen 1993, 758, rubbish, Kitchen 1993, 47-8, credulous, facile, fashionable, a passing fad, having jettisoned the biblical texts as so much excess baggage, Dever 1996, 8, treating archaeology cavalierly or just plain incompetent. Similarly, arguments of proponents and supporters are invariably more moderate, balanced and optimistic, reasoned, reasonable, scientific, or objective, while those of opponent can be safely ignored. Such rhetoric has increasingly spilled over into questions of the integrity and competence of scholars or even personal vilication. Thus, we are informed of attempts to fake evidence or scholarship, while individuals are said to be mean-spirited, full of cunning, or threatening honest dialogue and even peace process, Shanks 1996. The collection of pejorative labels or professional and personal insults rarely, if ever, does justice to the opponents who invariably are lumped together with little attempt to understand significant differences between them or, just as significantly, connections and agreements across the apparent divide. Although the superficiality of the rhetoric hides such important underlying realities and detracts from fundamental arguments, it does draw attention to the emotive nature of the subject and the personal and collective investment in the results of the search. The bitter exchanges within the contemporary search for ancient Israel reveal that the past is a contested area which impinges upon the present. Warnings against ominous developments which confuse history and politics only serve to unveil the problematic relationship between these two entities. It is time, we are urged by William Dever, to liberate the history of ancient Israel, and its literature, from all external dogmas, Dever 1995b, 75. These dogmas include theology and politics. Similarly, Bentor argues passionately that religion and politics should be kept out of archaeology. On each of these occasions the authors imagine that there is a value-free form of scholarship which leads to a reconstruction of the past, ancient Israel's past or any other past, to which all right-thinking people devoid of political, theological, or ideological prejudices could assent. Yet, just as we have learned that there is no ideologically sterile reader, so there is no ideologically sterile or politically neutral construction of the past, whether of ancient Israel, Palestine, Assyria, Babylonia, Macedonia, or Britain. The attempt to claim that this is so is itself a political act, however unwittingly, which has serious consequences for the present. We might ask which version of Israel's past liberates us from politics and dogma, the picture presented by the maximalists or minimalists, the chronicler's view or that of the Deuteronomistic historian, the constructions. The Search for Early Israel 129 of Alt, Albright, Lemsch, Finkelstein, or Dever. Whichever picture we choose to support implies the rejection of some other competing construction of the past. The antidote to ideology and politics is of course objectivity. Webre asks, what are the reasons for such extreme radicalism? Is it the result of disinterested scholarship? Do the radical proponents of such views feel forced by the evidence to reach their conclusions? The methods that have been employed up to the present to investigate the Old Testament accounts of that history appear to this writer to be, on the contrary, satisfactory, and the continued appearance of new histories of Israel and of related studies in recent years suggests that only a minority of scholars who are determined to move on to something new and more radical with perhaps a touch of iconoclastic zeal, think otherwise. 1996, 74. Similarly, Zertel, 1991, 43, claims that it has become fashionable in the last decade or so, especially among a group of scholars who regard themselves as Syro-Palestinian archaeologists, to ignore and even shun the Bible. The reasons for this inclination are various, from sociological and personal to political. The terms shun or ignore illustrate the theater of rhetoric, as does Webre's earlier reference to brushing aside the history of Israel. Such terminology ignores or underplay the changed perceptions of the nature of the Hebrew Bible which has been brought about by the rise of the literary movement and its implications for understanding the history of ancient Israel. The debate between the minimalist and maximalist positions turns on whether or not the Hebrew Bible is any kind of guidebook for determining the search for ancient Israel in the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages. The questioning of the motives of opponents on either side of the current dichotomy, although couched in pejorative terms and rhetorically designed to dismiss opponents' arguments by suggesting that the intentions are unworthy, helps to bring to the fore one of the most important questions facing the search for ancient Israel in its postmodern setting, the location of biblical scholarship in contemporary society and its effects upon the search. It is an issue that needs to be debated openly and candidly, in order to expose the way in which the search, or any historical search, is shaped and determined by the social and the political setting of those who undertake the quest. Webre's approach to the nature of history writing is representative of widely held position. Clearly not everything in the so-called historical books of the Old Testament should be accepted as historical fact. We know that bias-free historiography is an impossibility. All history writing reflects the point of view of the historian, who consciously or unconsciously bends the facts in a particular. 130 The search for early Israel direction by selecting, emphasizing, understanding, or omitting them as he sees fit, and by making judgments about causes and effects. The ideological bias of ancient historians may often have been more marked and blatant than is the case with modern scientific historians, though the propaganda composed in the present century in dictatorial regimes may be even more blatant than that of the ancient world. However this may be, there is no doubt that the authors of Old Testament narrative literature presented the history of Israel in terms of their own theological, or ideological, if modern jargon is preferred, beliefs. But it by no means necessarily follows from this that they deliberately falsified or invented statements of fact to such an extent as to distort them beyond recognition. At the same time it must be recognized that it was not their intention to write a secular history in the modern sense or to record every event which might be politically important but was not relevant to their purpose. 1996, 72. Such a view draws a significant distinction between modern historians, leaving aside propagandists and ideologues, and biblical historians responsible for much of the material in the Hebrew Bible. Similarly, Whitelam goes on to suggest that the future lies not with the minimalists but scholars who employ painstaking critical methods, 1996, 74. It is presumably these critical methods which guarantee disinterested scholarship. The question remains, what kind of history are we trying to write, and can we say anything about ancient Israel in the Bronze and early Iron Ages which contributes to this history? The politics of the past. Whitelam, of course, acknowledges a widely accepted principle that any construction of the past is a dialogue with the present in which contemporary categories and paradigms are used to inform the past, see Knopf 1991, 64. But apart from its mere statement, or continual restatement in numerous textbooks or journal articles, it is unclear what practical effect it has upon the ways in which modern historians conduct their research for ancient Israel. J.H. Plum's The Death of the Past, 1969, remains a classic statement of the way in which the past has been constructed and used in the service of the present in different countries. The contrast here is between a view of the past distorted by ideological assumptions and purposes and an authoritative history free of these taints. We should let the facts speak for themselves, as Albright put it at the end of From the Stone Age to Christianity. This assumes, however, that there is some strong sense of the term objective history. Yet such an ideal of scholarship, which I take all scholars of whatever persuasion in the debate to strive for, is no more than that noble dream, as Novick put it, and just like the search for ancient Israel in the late Bronze-Iron Age transition, is, in Gillies' term, an essentially contested idea, cited in Novick 1988, 1. The historiographical principle that the past is constructed in dialogue with the present, which is so easily conceded, implies that no versions or the search for early Israel 131 schools of history are politically neutral or ideologically disinterested, see Novick 1988, 458. The multitude of reviews of historical scholarship in the West from the 19th century to the present illustrates the myriad of claims and counterclaims which give substance to Gillies' notion of an essentially contested idea. Objective truth for each group, whether Marxist, feminist, deconstructionist, establishment, black, Hispanic, white, and so on, invariably means deciding between the assumptions, whether explicit or hidden, of their view of reality. It is perhaps fitting that Novick concluded his massive study of the broad community of discourse within American historical scholarship with the final verse from the Book of Judges: "In those days there was no king in Israel, every man did that which was right in their own eyes." It is a point which can also be illustrated from closer to home in the use of contemporary textbooks in the teaching of history in the West. The classic example can be found in the debate in Britain on the nature of history in schools and the decline of nationalistic histories from 1945 onwards, since when greater emphasis has been placed on economic and social history. The response from Margaret Thatcher was the declaration that children should know the great landmarks of British history, while at the same time proclaiming it is absolutely right for the new national curriculum to concentrate on the names of the kings and queens of England, cited in Carney 1994, 49. But, as Hugh Carney points out, while the Tudors might be exalted in British history, Scotland never had a Tudor dynasty. The problem here is the conception of British history. The United Kingdom is not a nation-state like France but a multinational state like Belgium, Switzerland, or Yugoslavia, in fact, like the great majority of so-called nation-states. The dominance of English history has obscured several national pasts of Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. But then again, it has until recently obscured black history, women's history, labor history, and many other factors which are an integral part of British history but which have been excluded by the concentration on a particular form of English history. This offers an interesting analogy with the way in which Israelite history has been written in the past, relying upon biblical texts concentrating on political events and the great figures of biblical narrative. It is a form of history which has neglected a wider regional Palestinian history concerned more with settlement patterns, economy, trade, or demography. To understand how the change has now come about that many scholars believe that it is no longer possible to write a history of Israel in the traditional sense for this period, we need to return to the history of biblical scholarship. The roots of the problem are deep in the 19th century, and it is only by exposing those roots that we are able to understand current disputes and counter-proposals. The roots of the search. If we adopt a broad historical perspective in reviewing the search for ancient Israel, then, I think, a number of interesting features begin to emerge which provide insight into current debates. The crisis which is reflected in the contemporary theater of rhetoric is part of a much wider movement in biblical studies and intellectual. 132 The search for early Israel movements in general, which have undermined the paradigms and approaches dominant in the field from the late 19th century through the 1960s and 1970s. The polarization of today finds an interesting counterpart in the discord which emerged between the competing visions of Israel's past, embodied in the classic histories of Noth and Bright. 2. The broadly skeptical approach of German scholarship which questioned the nature of the biblical text came to be seen as opposed to the positivistic attempts to defend the historicity of the biblical narratives through appeal to the controlling objectivity of archaeology by the Americans. Sasson, 1981. 8, illustrated many years ago that because biblical scholarship is pursued internationally, the dominant models in reconstructing Israelite history often differ markedly. This is because, as he says, they were originally designed to explain radically contrasting conditions which obtained in Western nations during the 19th and early 20th century. Thus, German scholarship adopted a model predicated on the fusion of disparate states and groups into a Hohenzollerian entity. The rise of the nation-state, national consciousness, and the accompaniments such as state archives and specialists were of central concern in German scholarship as it searched for its own roots in the past, including the Israelite past. The triumph of German unification under Bismarck and the creation of an empire were both the setting and the model for German biblical scholarship. It is no coincidence that from as early as Staatsgeschichte des Volkes Israeli in 1885 through to Noth's history in 1950, the starting point for reconstruction was the Davidic monarchy, with the establishment of a nation-state and royal bureaucracy. Since history was founded on written sources and state archives were the repositories of such sources, the German text-critical approach was more skeptical of the validity of traditions pertaining to the pre-state period in Israel's history. The significance of Noth's amphictyonic hypothesis as a precursor to the development of the monarchy was that it mirrored closely the process of unification under Bismarck. German historiography was obsessed with the movement from tribal confederation to monarchy. The picture it painted of ancient Israel as a 12-tribe structure moving to unity under the monarchy was little more than a mirror image of its own society during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as well as a reflection of the demographic changes affecting Palestine at the time of writing. The close connections with American scholarship in the same period helped to explain a similar preoccupation with the nation-state. However, there also developed a number of significantly different emphases which ultimately helped to define the gulf between the American and German positions as the century progressed. The fundamental difference stemmed from the greater reverence accorded to the Bible in American society, so that many of the developments of so-called higher criticism emanating from Germany did not find a ready home on American soil. As Kublik, 1996, 24, notes, European scholars raised issues that could rarely be examined with full candor in America since they questioned the historical trustworthiness of the Bible. He goes on to say that, by the 1880s, scholars of the Near Orient in the United States saw their studies in the front lines of a defense of the Old Testament. They also believed the search for early Israel 133 that a scientifically defended history of the Israelites would fit in with the histories of other ancient peoples and merge with the story of the West. They wanted a defensible spiritual basis for human history and sought to link it to a story that would explain present society. It is in the period at the turn of the century that a distinctive American interpretation begins to emerge in contrast to the dominant German model, cf. Sasson 1981, 11. Sasson describes it as an attempt to recapture the aspirations of the Founding Fathers while resurrecting Jeffersonian ideals enunciated in the Declaration of Independence, a theme that can be traced through much American scholarship to Mendenhall's presentation of the Mosaic Covenant as the guarantor of democracy and justice. Bailey and Kent's textbook History of the Hebrew Commonwealth from 1920 is instructive since it contains chapters on the cradle of democracy, which deals with Israel in Egypt and the Exodus, or the struggle for independence, on the period of the Judges. 40 years later we end chapters and section headings in Bright's classic work entitled The Constitution and Faith of Early Israel or the Period of National Self-Determination. The predominant American model was that of the chosen people, coming from outside, who were given their land by divine aid and able to overrun and defeat the indigenous population with divine help. This imagined past was one which mirrored perceptions of American origins and the rise of the American Empire. The concept of manifest destiny drew a direct continuum between past and present in which America became the new Israel. Thus, it is no coincidence that just as German scholars imagined Israel as a nation-state, Albright and American scholarship emphasized the conquest and the manifestation of divine will in the historical realm with the giving of the land and the rise of the Davidic state. Such a description of German and American scholarship and their differences is well known and unexceptional. But it does raise serious questions about how the history of ancient Israel has been constructed. Thus, the production of histories of ancient Israel formed an important part of imperial claims in the region from the 19th century onwards. As the national and international competition between the Western powers increased during the 19th century, so too did the level of intensity in competition between one national scholarly interpretative tradition and another, said 1993. 51. It is interesting to note that just as American power supplanted that of the British in the region, so Bright's A History of Israel replaced the dominant British history of ancient Israel written by Robinson and Osterley, 1932. However, in order to understand why the German and American understandings of Israel's entry into Canaan were so successful, but have collapsed so spectacularly, it is necessary to understand the assumptions which they shared in common. The steamships which brought an increasing stream of professional explorers, often connected to the military, wealthy individuals, religious pilgrims, and academics, professional and amateur, particularly interested in the exploration of Palestine as the setting of biblical events, in the wake of the Napoleonic campaigns in Egypt and Europe's imperial expansion, also brought with them a set of shared ideas so powerful and persuasive that 134 The search for early Israel they were to dominate and constrain subsequent perceptions of Palestine and its past through to the present. The truth of the set of shared assumptions, notions about the evolutionary development of society and religion in which ancient Israel coming from outside inevitably replaced Canaanite civilization, scientific racism, or the role of the nation-state in history, which these academics, soldiers, pilgrims, and travelers brought with them on their steamships was so self-evident to their bearers that they did not need to be discussed. Thus, they became all the more important because they were not set out in scholarly works in order to be discussed or criticized. Unless we understand these assumptions and the ways in which they worked, it is not possible to offer any kind of alternative understanding of the history of the region and its peoples. The intellectual and political milieu in which Western scholars understood and appropriated the ancient past, the ways in which knowledge was constructed and represented, has become of increasing scholarly interest in recent years. Kukluk has described the development and institutionalization of Near Eastern studies in the U.S., while Neil Silberman, 1982-1989, has illuminated the construction of nationalist histories in Europe and throughout the Middle East, particularly in Turkey, Israel, Egypt, and Jordan, through the appropriation of the past and archaeology in particular. Similarly, Silberman, 1991, has demonstrated in his article Desolation and Restoration, the impact of a biblical concept on Near Eastern archaeology. How this biblical concept, translated in the late 19th century into a secular belief in material progress, remained firmly embedded in the aims and methodology of Palestinian archaeology, and, continues to exert its ideological impact on archaeological agendas or interpretation in the Middle East today. It is not just that Petrie was influenced by the scientific racism of his day, as Silbermann argues, but that the set of assumptions can be traced through the main gears in our eld and continues to have a profound effect upon perceptions of the Palestinian past. The pictures they painted of ancient Israel were not objective reactions of historical reality but mirror images of their own time which contained all kinds of hidden assumptions. It is, therefore, important to recognize that however diligent and skilled the biblical scholars and archaeologists were who brought to life the ancient past for their Western audiences, they too were influenced by the tremendous cultural, political, and intellectual forces which determined what they looked for, what they found, and how they interpreted it. The picture they painted of ancient Israel was little more than mirror images of their own time rather than a reaction of anything that happened in the past. The current search for ancient Israel. The current polarization, where many are arguing that we do not know anything about Israel in the late Bronze, Iron Age transition, needs to be understood from this historical perspective. A detailed analysis of the social and political context. The search for early Israel 135 of the shifts that have engulfed our discipline, and many others, remains to be done. What is becoming increasingly evident is that the set of assumptions made in earlier competing international models of biblical scholarship no longer have the explanatory power for many scholars which they once had. As these shared assumptions start to be overturned, however gradually, it has become possible to offer a different perspective on important periods in the history of ancient Palestine, including the search for Israel in the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. The conjunction of two important movements has led to a radical reappraisal of this period of Israelite history, the rise of newer literary studies which has encouraged a greater appreciation of the literary structure of the Hebrew Bible and a questioning of its usefulness as a source for the early periods of Israelite history, and a rapid increase in archaeological data from the region. Ironically, the same two elements, the Bible and archaeology, which had promised to reveal ancient Israel in the physical remains of Palestine at the beginning of the century. However, the vestiges of this set of shared assumptions from earlier in the century are still evident in the current debate among archaeologists and historians on how to understand the hundreds of rural sites which grew up in the Palestinian highlands and steppes during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. The debate on these sites and their relationship to ancient Israel began, of course, in the 1980s, as part of what I would term the new search for ancient Israel, a debate and search which both contributed to the paradigm shift in historical studies but was also constrained by the dominant discourse from which it was trying to escape. Both these features of continuity and discontinuity, just as they are present in the archaeological record of the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition, are present in the current scholarly discourse. The dramatic shift in the field, after initial opposition, in understanding these settlements as indigenous responses to various social, political, economic, and climatic factors is signaled in the important collection of essays, From Nomadism to Monarchy, edited by Finkelstein and N.A. Amon, 1994. Yet the power of the dominant discourse remains difficult to escape in trying to offer alternative constructions of the history of the region. Thus, Finkelstein and N.A. Amon, 1994, 17, in the opening essay, can assert that the name Israelite for all the inhabitants of the hill country can hardly reflect the complex ethnic, social, and cultural reality of the area in Iron Eye, while efforts to distinguish Israelite sites from non-Israelite are doomed to failure. However, they then continue to use Israelite in quotation marks for the inhabitants of the hill country because these areas were included within the territory of the early Israelite monarchy, which is described as a territorial national state. Similarly, Herzog, 1994, 147, in particular, addresses the problematic relationship between the material remains and ethnicity as a constantly changing mechanism of social groups adapting to changing socio-economic and socio-environmental conditions, which makes it difficult to attach precise labels to these sites. However, once again he concludes that if he was forced to attach a label to the Iron Eye sites in the Beer Sheva Valley, they would have to be considered Israelite on the basis of later developments in the region, namely the monarchy. The irony, or at least one of many ironies, of the current situation, is that the very search for ancient Israel initiated by biblical scholars and particularly archaeologists. 136 The search for early Israel has failed to deliver the object of that search. Instead, it has opened up new discussions on the nature and transformation of Late Bronze, Iron Age transition in Palestine. The various aspects of the material culture of Iron Age are increasingly understood as functions of socio-environmental and political conditions rather than the result of ethnic change. The appearance and use of pillared buildings, silos, cisterns, terracing, and various pottery forms are explicable in terms of the topographical and environmental conditions facing the inhabitants of highland and marginal settlements in the context of the disruption of local and regional economies. The evidence being put forward by archaeologists, when stripped from the distractions of putative ethnic labels, provides further support for the view that the settlement shift at the end of the Late Bronze Age and beginning in the Iron Age period was a reaction to economic disruption throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, which had an impact on all aspects and levels of Palestinian society, rather than being the direct result of social conflict brought about by class struggle or external invasion or infiltration. The long-term perspective on settlement in the region which Robert Coote and I tried to undertake in The Emergence of Early Israel in Historical Perspective, 1987, has been achieved by Israel Finkelstein in a series of recent studies in a much more authoritative manner with a greater detail of archaeological evidence to support the case and a greater control of that data than we could ever hope to achieve. Finkelstein 1988, 1995, 1996. Yet on these accounts, and here we can note important similarities in the views of Lemsch, Davies, Thompson, Finkelstein, and many others, the object of Etheria's and Albright's search, ancient Israel, virtually disappears. It is not that it is not present in some form, since this is confirmed by the Merneptah stele, but that its precise location, identity, nature, and extent are not evident in terms of the available evidence. However, the debate initiated by William Dever helps not only to illustrate the underlying connections across the perceived divide between minimalists and maximalists but also the continuing vestiges of the discourse from earlier in the century. He, like Finkelstein, has demonstrated the essential continuity of material culture in the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition and its largely indigenous nature. However, he disagrees violently with the suggestion that the evidence is not sufficient at present to identify the inhabitants of the hill country settlement. The crux of the difference, however, revolves around whether or not it is possible to identify highland settlements of the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition as Israelite. Yet the various traits he claims as ethnic markers of Israel's presence are little more than responses to the socio-environmental problems faced by villagers in responding to the challenges of settlement in the Palestinian hill country during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition. He claims that the highland population did constitute a new population group which can be identified archaeologically. However, to do this he has to appeal to the Merneptah stele and the biblical traditions in order to decide which label to apply. He argues that if we cannot use the term Israelite with absolute certainty to identify the Iron Age villagers, then we ought to use the term Proto-Israelite on the grounds of what he calls the well-documented continuity of material culture in Palestine from the 12th through the 7th/6th centuries BCE. He concludes that the search for early Israel 137 This continuity of culture is evident in the burial customs, house forms, pottery, technology, etc., and constitutes what he calls a national Israelite material culture. So, the villagers become the progenitors of what he understands as biblical Israel. But again, this is a means of subsuming the history of the region, and earlier periods, and defining it only in relation to its understanding of the search for ancient Israel. We may not know how these villagers understood themselves, what kind of ethnic label they used to describe themselves, but many archaeologists and historians are convinced that the villagers represent largely indigenous developments. In the absence of a precise label, given that scholars refer to the area as Palestine, then they should be understood as part of the complex transformation and realignment of ancient Palestinian society which took place during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition throughout the region. There was not a radical break with what had gone before, it was not part of some evolutionary scheme with one culture replacing another. Terms such as prehistory or proto-history suggest that it is somehow removed from history, it is dehistoricized and has little intrinsic value of its own unless it can be explained in relation to some later entity, Israel. The choice of terminology such as Proto-Israelites only serves to emphasize the continuing influence of evolutionary assumptions from the 19th century. Similarly, the continuing influence of the previous discourse emerges in his comparison of the formation of ancient Israelite ethnicity with modern America, the melting pot for groups with different origins, the rebellion against oppression, and the importance of the religious belief as a unifying factor, e.g. 1995a, 211, see Finkelstein 1996, 202. Dever's position looks increasingly to be a modern reiteration of the Albrightian stance, as mediated through Mendenhall, which assumed the uniqueness of ancient Israel as understood in theological terms, but the Bible's explanation of Israel's birth may be in some ways as good as our own, for much about ancient Israel still remains a mystery, if not a miracle. For Dever then, the Bible retains its central role in the search for ancient Israel. Reading the Hebrew Bible. At the outset of the search, it was assumed that the biblical traditions reflected historical reality and that the spade of the archaeologist would confirm this. The dramatic information which archaeologists have unearthed, however, has led to a complete reappraisal of the biblical picture. The crucial differences revolve around whether or not the Bible retains its pivotal role in determining the search and its resolution. The changes in approaches to reading the Hebrew Bible as a result of the rise of literary studies in the 1970s and 1980s, has undermined for many the assumption that it provides a useful source for the history of the period. Mark Bredler's recent study, The Creation of History in Ancient Israel, 1995, questions whether the biblical traditions can be read as historical accounts in the traditional sense rather than as explanations of the past which reflected the time and ideological concerns of the writers. It is an examination of a number of key texts in the kind of painstaking detail and critical method that ought to satisfy Webray's concerns. The impact of literary studies, which increasingly 138 The search for early Israel questioned the relationship of the complex of biblical narratives from Genesis to 2 Kings to history, has undermined confidence in traditional constructions of vast periods of Israelite history. This has been allied to the conviction that the Hebrew Bible is largely the product of the Persian and Hellenistic periods and is therefore much later than the events it describes. Carroll, 1991, 108, in typical style, states what many biblical scholars have been coming to accept for a long time. The Hebrew Bible is the product of the Second Temple period. This ought to be an uncontentious statement, but I imagine some unreconstructed biblical scholars may wish to contest it in favor of First Temple period origin for the Bible with some appendices from the time of the Second Temple. While I can see that there may be something to be said for the view that the Bible contains fragments of material from before the collapse of the Temple in the 6th century, the claim that the Bible as we know it, i.e. the fully redacted final form of the various books constituting it, comes from the Second Temple period seems to me ungainsayable. Although this is in some respects a return to the position of Wellhausen, the crucial difference lies in what Jobling terms the literary sensibility of the biblical texts. This has been allied to a further key problem which has begun to occupy biblical scholars, that is, the complex relationship between texts and their social worlds. The legacy of literary studies has been to undermine confidence in the assumption that the world of the texts coincided with the views of the past they portrayed. However, dating the NAL form of these texts to the Persian and Hellenistic periods or RST century Roman Palestine does not solve the problem of their relationship to the socio-historical backgrounds or ideological nuances which shaped them. The methodological problems have multiplied and sharpened on how to investigate periods where there is insufficient, literary, evidence, particularly for the Late Bronze and Iron Ages, and how to bridge the gap between text and social reality in the Persian to Roman periods. The biblical traditions are no longer understood by many scholars as simple reactions of earlier historical reality. Rather, they offer a valuable insight into perceptions of that reality from particular points of view at the time of the writers. Thus, stories of Israelite origins are often read as reactions of the disputes in the Second Temple period rather than as reactions of external origins in the Late Bronze or Early Iron Ages. This is not to suggest that such texts may not preserve some authentic memories and information about the past, but it is increasingly difficult to assess them. The complex intertextuality of these religious traditions means that the historian is faced with multilayered, multifaceted material. Leach, 1987, 582, notes that the ways in which events are presented as foiling what has gone before or foreshadowing what follows is the mark of Shakespearean tragedy or a Tolstoy novel but not of serious history. The multilayered nature of texts, their adaptability and vitality means that the historian needs to ask how they shape and were shaped by their different contexts, what audiences do they address, and what other possible. The search for early Israel 139 constructions of the past do they deny and thereby silence. But in many cases, we are not in a position to answer such questions. This is not to deny that embedded within the biblical texts are the names of individuals who lived or events that took place. Of course, there are correspondences between the text and extra-biblical texts on the names and relative order of some kings. Yet the narrative framework imposes a structure on the data that cannot simply be stripped away to reveal some fabled historical kernel. There needs to be some control over which parts of the narrative we commit ourselves to as historical and which we reject. However, when we consider the so-called critical analysis of biblical texts by historians, invariably it can be reduced to one fundamental test, the test of plausibility. In the absence of other trustworthy accounts, what is it that leads many historians to accept the description of Saul's defeat of Ammon in 1 Sam 11 as an authentic account of the inauguration of his monarchy? Nothing more than plausibility. Similarly, the claim that the narratives in the book of Judges probably do offer a reasonably accurate impression of the general sociological, political, and religious circumstances that existed among the early Israelite tribes, Miller and Hayes 1986, 91, can only be based upon a notion of plausibility. In the absence of corroborative evidence, there is no way for the historian to distinguish the descriptions of Adam, Noah, Abraham, or Joseph from those of Saul, David, Solomon, Ezra, or Nehemiah. Plausibility or verisimilitude is the hallmark equally of the storyteller. It provides no control for the historian in deciding which elements they will place their faith in when constructing Israel's past from the Hebrew Bible. That, I suspect, is more a function of the hidden assumptions derived from our own social, political, and religious setting. Even if we leave the problem aside, once the historian has hewn the precious few nuggets from biblical and other texts, assuming it is possible, we are left with little more than what David Gunn, 1987, described as a pamphlet of assured results. In reality, a series of unconnected facts which bear little or no visible connection with one another and which can hardly be described as a coherent construction of any past reality. A scattering of data which the historian struggles in vain to mold into a narrative history. This is the history of Margaret Thatcher, a list of names and battles, but it tells us nothing of the wider aspects of society. They are, in Broadell's terms, no more than momentary outbursts, surface manifestations which are only explicable in terms of the larger movements of history. We are still operating at the surface level of historical time and largely from the perspective of the literate elite. Archaeological evidence, as we have seen, particularly with the recent change in strategy towards regional investigations incorporating site and survey data, provides the best evidence for pursuing some of the deep-seated movements of history. However, we should not be misled into believing that archaeological data are any more objective than out-textual information. It too is partial in terms of being fragmentary, a small sample of the totality of past residues preserved or discovered by accident. It is partial also in terms of the research designs of archaeologists and their imposition of structure on the data. Yet this information is crucial to a pursuit of the Brodelian conception of history through the investigation of 140. The search for early Israel long-term settlement patterns, demography, and economic trends. It is this information which illuminates the history of Palestine in the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages rather than the biblical text. Conclusion. The irony of the current situation is that the expectation of the New York Times and Western audiences at the turn of the century that archaeology would bring the search for ancient Israel to a positive conclusion has not been realized. As Davies remarks, like many such searches, it does not necessarily find what it was looking for, but something else. 1992, 11. Thus, the search for ancient Israel, at least in the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition, initiated by pilgrims in the early centuries of the Christian era, has signally failed to discover what it was looking for. But the search has exposed the deep-seated movements within ancient Palestine which had only hitherto been suspected, allowing an investigation of aspects of its history which were far from the concerns of the literary groups who produced the Hebrew Bible. It has also alerted historians and archaeologists to the fundamental problem of all historical reconstruction. The critical question becomes, how do we decide between competing accounts of the past, whether minimalist or maximalist? History in the sense of the events and personalities of the past no longer exists. Our contingent investigation of past realities is dependent upon the accounts of others along with artefactual evidence, the material residues of the past. Cf. Lowenthal 1985, XXII, there exists no objective past with which to compare it, only the accounts of other historians. Jenkins 1991, 11. Such accounts are partial and one-dimensional whereas social reality is multifaceted, a reality which we can never hope to capture. This means that our constructions of the past are limited and partial. They are partial not just in the sense that our evidence is fragmentary but equally importantly because of the partiality of all historians. In being aware of the contingency and partiality of all historical construction and explanation, or the myopia of contemporaneity, and in understanding the forces which act upon ourselves as much as the giants of the past, we do well to bear in mind the narrator's comment on the veracity of various accounts of the origins of Terry Pratchett's fictional Discworld. The truth isn't easily pinned to a page. In the bathtub of history, the truth is harder to hold than the soap, and much more difficult to find. Pratchett 1988, 170. The limits of skepticism. Recent belligerent exchanges in the controversy surrounding the emergence of Israel in Palestine during the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition have included a call for a return to orthodoxy. This defense of orthodoxy has been organized around the clarion call that there must be limits to skepticism. Hello 1990, 188. When assessing the biblical traditions for historical reconstruction, one Halpern envisages an end to the influence of the so-called minimalists with the comment that the creeping critical rejection of biblical accounts has reached its natural limits. 1997, 314 n9. The other rallying call to the defenders of orthodoxy has been the claim that it is vital to use all available evidence. Increasingly, such claims appear to be a longed-for return to the golden age of Albright and the giants of the discipline, earlier in the century, when the biblical traditions were accorded a privileged position in historical reconstruction. Ironically, this means, in effect, a dismissal of the critical methodological issues and approaches derived from literary studies and historiography which have occupied center stage within biblical studies for the past quarter of a century, signaling a return to the situation where archaeology is used to fill the gaps within the biblical narratives. Webre, in ruling out archaeology and comparative anthropology as adequate for writing what he considers a continuous history of ancient Israel, argues that if none of these methods can provide an adequate basis for the writing of a history of Israel, it would seem that if such a history is to be written, the biblical text, however liable to correction, must be taken as a foundation. 1996, 72, see also Yamauchi 1994, 5. The result of such an approach, with the proviso of varying degrees of critical acknowledgement of difficulties inherent in the text, is the production of skeletal histories focused upon the history of events, biography, and political history. Proven, who places great emphasis on the integrity of the biblical text, complains that revisionists disregard what he calls the plain sense of the text, 1995, 596. He argues elsewhere that the biblical text is treated with a skepticism quite out of proportion to that which is evident when any other data relating to Israel's history. Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more. What if Merneptah's scribes were telling the truth? 8. 144 Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more are being considered, proven 1995, 602. Similarly, Kitchen claims that time and again the minimalists simply spend their time trying to wriggle out of explicit evidence, instead of facing up to it. Davies 1992, 58-60 has to admit that the Maranta victory stela names Israel, but then tries to avoid the implications of this term by waffling on about Scots/Picts, Britain/British, Dutch/Deutsch, etc., that have nothing to do with the case, 1998, 114. The Merneptah stele, of course, provides a pivotal role in the debate both in terms of attempts to interpret the archaeological data for the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition and also the biblical evidence. Countless pages discuss the significance of the determinative, its implications for understanding the nature of Israel, the structure of the inscription and whether or not this offers clues to the relative importance or location of Israel, and the relationship between Merneptah's Israel and the spread of rural settlements within the Palestinian highlands. Dever believes that Merneptah's reference to Israel settles the issue of the ethnic identity of the inhabitants of these early Iron Age settlements. If Merneptah's Israel is not to be identified, at least approximately, with our newfound hill country complex, not tribal groups, then where was it? 1996, 17. Just as Kitchen claims that the minimalists ignore this explicit evidence, so Proven maintains that here we have an early piece of extra-biblical evidence which refers to Israel as a distinguishable entity in Palestine, 1995, 596, 2. But what is remarkable about the defense of orthodoxy is that the limits of skepticism have been breached in silence. The integrity of the text, its plain sense, explicitly claims that Israel, whatever its size, organization, or location, has been wiped out. The answer to Dever's question, where was it, might be that it has been destroyed by Merneptah's troops. Yet few, if any, of the proponents within the debate, so-called minimalists or maximalists, take the claim seriously. 3. However, the plain sense of the text ought to lead to the conclusion that this Israel is no more. To connect the settlement of the highlands to Merneptah's Israel and identity them with it is to pursue what Mark Bloch long ago called the fetish of the single cause, 1954, 193. Such a connection has to be demonstrated, not assumed. As Bloch, 1954, 197, remarked at the end of his incomplete study of the historian's craft, in a word, in history, as elsewhere, the causes cannot be assumed. They are to be looked for. The limits of skepticism work in both directions. Why should we disbelieve the claim of Merneptah's scribes? Minimalist skepticism is consistent with their pathological state, they continually practice the hermeneutics of suspicion. Yet the defenders against the tidal wave of postmodernism sweeping across biblical studies dismiss the claim of Merneptah's scribes as Egyptian hyperbole while claiming that there must be limits to skepticism and that the biblical traditions are to be trusted. For the response, of course, as to why scholars ignore the plain sense of the text, dismissing it as Egyptian scribal hyperbole, is that it is contradicted by the existence of Israel in Palestine at a later date. Leaving aside the rancorous debate on the Israelite monarchy or, more specifically, how early a recognizable state appeared in Iron Age Palestine, the subsequent references to Israel in the inscription of Shalmaneser III and later external references contradict the Egyptian claim. However, such a response is based upon the unargued assumption of a Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more. 145 Direct relationship between Merneptah's Israel and later Israel. The claim by Merneptah's scribes ought to, at least, force the historian to take seriously the possibility and its implications. It is easy to dismiss the question, what if Merneptah's scribes were telling the truth, as mere fantasy, a charge already leveled at recent scholarship, Kitchen 1998, 114. Yet such a question fits the test laid down by Ferguson, 1997, 85. The counterfactual scenarios we therefore need to construct are not mere fantasy, they are simulations based on calculations about the relative probability of plausible outcomes in a chaotic world, hence virtual history. He adds that we are obliged to construct plausible alternative paths on the basis of judgments about probability, and these can be made only on the basis of historical evidence, Ferguson 1997, 87. In the case of Israelite history, we are increasingly faced with a choice between a series of competing paths as the anchor points of canonical biblical history. The patriarchs, Exodus, United Monarchy, have been undermined. A key test for the defenders of orthodoxy in the construction of such canonical biblical histories remains plausibility and verisimilitude. 5. As Ferguson notes, in trying to distinguish between probable unrealized alternatives from improbable ones, we should consider as plausible or probable only those alternatives which we can show on the basis of contemporary evidence that contemporaries actually considered, 1997, 86. The claim on the Merneptah stele clearly fulfills his condition that only those alternatives that contemporaries not only considered but committed to paper, or some other form of record, which has survived should be seriously entertained, Ferguson 1997, 87. 6. Yet the counterfactual question, what if Merneptah's scribes were telling the truth, carries much greater weight than those considered by Ferguson and his other contributors. Merneptah's scribes did not just consider this plausible, they presented it as actuality. What if Merneptah's scribes were telling the truth? Ethnicity and Merneptah's Israel. The question forces a much sharper focus on a critical issue which has assumed center stage in recent combative exchanges on the emergence of Israel in Palestine. Bimson's certainty that there is no reason at all to doubt that the Israel of the Stela is biblical Israel of the pre-monarchic period and that it is quite unreasonable to deny that the Merneptah's inscription refers to biblical Israel, 1991, 14, or Kitchen's assertion that Moab, Seir/Edom, Canaan, Peliset, etc., in Egyptian sources are the Moab, Seir/Edom, Philistines, etc., of our biblical and other sources, and Israel cannot be presumed to be any different to these without explicit and positive proof, 1998, 114, are based on an essentialist notion of ethnicity and identity which is at odds with current research. 7. The burden of proof rests just as much with those who claim such a direct connection between Merneptah's Israel and the inhabitants of highland settlements in the Iron Age or later monarchic Israel. It cannot be settled by the question if this is not Merneptah's Israel, where was it, or by claiming that the gap is filled by the stories in Judges, Samuel, and Kings or tangible archaeological evidence for the settlement history of the region from 1200 to 900 BCE, Kitchen 1998, 115, see also Halpern 1995, 32, 8. 146 Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more. The recurring theme emerging from current research on ethnicity is that it is a dynamic process rather than something which is fixed and bounded. This stands in sharp contrast to views from earlier in the century, which are still influential in the debate on the origins of Israel, that ethnic identity was bounded, static, and primordial. 9. Jones, for instance, argues that ethnic identity is based on shifting, situational, subjective identifications of self and others, which are rooted in ongoing daily practice and historical experience, but also subject to transformation and discontinuity. Uke theoretically informed analysis of the dynamic and historically contingent nature of ethnic identity in the past and in the present has the potential to subject contemporary claims about the permanent and inalienable status of identity and territorial association to critical scrutiny. 1997, 13. The essentialist notion of ethnicity, which assumes a natural and easy connection between all groups designated as Israel over centuries, emerged in the context of the triumph of the European nation-state in the 19th century. This has imposed a notion of the nation on scholarship, and biblical scholarship in particular, in which nation-states were seen to be ethnically and linguistically homogeneous entities, see Hobsbawm 1990, 169. The idea of ethnic groups as static and culturally bounded is, to use Jones's phrase, a modern classificatory myth projected onto history, 1997, 104. It is the assumption of stasis and boundedness which informs the conjecture that there must be a direct connection between Merneptah's Israel, Iron Age highland settlements, or later monarchic Israel. Dever, 1993, 23 *, 1996, 15-16, in Appealing to a Barth, 1969, definition of ethnicity, highlights the notion of difference by stressing a trait list approach, including language and culture. 10. What the discussion of Merneptah's Israel and the settlement transformation of Palestine fails to address is what Duval termed historical discontinuities and the evolution of social contradictions, 1992, 21. Much greater emphasis needs to be placed on discontinuity, transformation, and the fluidity of identities in the discussion of the history of Palestine. 11. Jones notes, most importantly, that in the case of theories of ethnicity, traditional assumptions about ethnic groups as culture-bearing entities have, in part, been challenged on the basis of ethnographic evidence that there is no one-to-one correlation between culture and ethnicity, and as a result there has been a significant shift in the understanding of group identity in anthropology. 1997, 139. Similarly, Trigger argues that we must assume that in the past, as at present, ethnicity was a complex, subjective phenomenon. It consists of a self-assigned group identity, which may. Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more 147 change relatively quickly and may or may not correspond with attributes that are observable in the archaeological record. In the past, archaeologists frequently were tempted to trace ethnicity in the archaeological record by assuming congruency between race, language, and culture. This often involved believing that the differentiation of all three resulted from the breakup of single ethnic groups. Anthropologists have long known that these are independent variables, which may follow similar or very different trajectories of change. They also observed that neighboring peoples who share nearly identical material cultures may assert a number of different ethnic or tribal identities, as was the case among the Pueblo Indians of the southwestern United States or the Plains Indians of the 19th century. Less frequently, peoples with different economies and material cultures may claim the same ethnic identity. Because of the subjective nature of ethnic identity, it is difficult to trace in the archaeological record in the absence of supplementary historical evidence. 1995, 273. It is increasingly recognized that the material culture of Iron Age highland settlements in Palestine re-ECT environmental and economic conditions rather than any precise ethnic identity, Whitelam 1994, Finkelstein 1995, 365, 1998, 13-20. The debate on the appropriateness of labels such as Israelite or Proto-Israelite in assessing the material culture of Palestine in the Iron Age has confirmed the problems of assuming an easy correlation between ethnicity and culture. The failure of the search for ancient Israel in this material culture of early Iron Age Palestine, the recognition that the material culture is largely indigenous and that it reacts socio-environmental conditions rather than revealing precise information on the ethnic identities of the inhabitants of the settlements adds force to the consideration that Merneptah's scribes might have been telling the truth. In addition, recent research on the fluidity of ethnic identity means that it is not easy to demonstrate a connection between Merneptah's Israel and later entities of the same name. 12 James claims that even where specific, named ethnic groups can be shown to persist for centuries, the changes they undergo due to continual redefinition of themselves from generation to generation mean that remote ancestors and distant descendants who share the same group name, if they could meet, might not recognize each other as the same. 1999, 75, 13. Recent research on Celtic history and identity, which mirrors many of the debates on Israelite and Palestinian history, has undermined the long-held assumption that there was a pristine Celtic cultural or ethnic uniformity, stressing instead multiple traditions undergoing contest and change. James 1999, 87, 14. The severance of an inevitable and direct connection between Merneptah's Israel and the inhabitants of the highland settlements in the early Iron Age, coupled with the recognition that it is no longer possible to assume on the basis of their material 148 Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more culture, that the Iron-Isites share a common ethnicity, force the historian to take seriously the claim put forward by Merneptah's scribes. 15. The transformation of Iron Age Palestine. The spectacular success of archaeology in recent years has been the disclosure of the transformation and revitalization of Palestine in the Iron Age as part of the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history. Coote and Whitelam 1987, Finkelstein 1995, 1998. 16. With this process of transformation, which began in the Late Bronze, Iron Age transition and continued throughout the Iron Age, have been prejudiced if Merneptah's Israel had been wiped out? It is a question which needs to be considered in light of the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history over the centuries. Palestine, given its strategic location on the trade routes of antiquity, was unable to escape the consequences of the disruption and dislocation of the Late Bronze Age Mediterranean economy. The fact that the decline and disruption was spread over a century or more, and that it was uneven throughout the region, suggests that it was the result of a complex set of circumstances in which it is difficult to distinguish between cause and effect. The continued publication of regional surveys, along with excavation data, for Iron Age Palestine suggests that the seeds of the revival and transformation, demographic expansion and economic growth, were located in the countryside. It was in the rural world of peasants and pastoralists that the revival began. On the basis of available evidence, there remains considerable disagreement on how far this was the result of internal population displacement, external movements, or internal demographic growth. The regional surveys have revealed this reordering of the countryside with the appearance of hundreds of small, unwalled villages, most newly established in the 12th century, arranged in a variety of patterns, with many located on hilltops near arable lands. 17. The material culture of these villages, pillared buildings, silos, cisterns, terracing, and utilitarian pottery forms, such as the distinctive collardrum ware, reflect the topographical and environmental conditions facing their inhabitants, particularly in the context of the disruption of local and regional economies. Whitelam 1994, Finkelstein 1995, see also Dever 1991, 83-4. Furthermore, it has become evident that this reordering of the countryside began in those areas which were the easiest to colonize, providing good agricultural land and conditions most suited to herding and grain growing. The greatest density of settlement was to be found in the northern hill country with its fertile intermontane valleys, decreasing significantly as it approached the steeper, more rugged western flanks of the southern hills. Similarly, the eastern desert fringes provided much greater settlement potential compared with the less hospitable western slopes. It is significant that the less hospitable southern hill country and the western slopes, which required considerable investment in the opening of new land and was most suited to long-term cultivation of olives and vines, did not experience similar density of settlement until the Iron II period. It was the increasing pressure of numbers which required new land, and the Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more 149 opportunities offered by the development of more specialized agricultural strategies such as fruit and olive production. These ecological frontier zones have always been highly sensitive, often being the first to suffer in times of settlement crisis and the last to be repopulated when the economy revives. Finkelstein 1995, 353-4. Thus, it appears that it was the limits of the possible, offered by the most convenient and agriculturally promising in the north and eastern desert fringes, which dictated the direction of settlement. The vexed question of the ethnicity of the inhabitants of these rural settlements, and the role of Merneptah as Israel, is highlighted by the fact that similar patterns of settlement, with higher densities in the north and decreasing towards the ecologically more sensitive south, and a remarkably similar material culture are also found in Transjordan. Furthermore, similar responses to the dislocations of the Mediterranean economy, with the proliferation of small rural sites, can be observed from the Balkans, Greece, Anatolia, and Syria-Palestine. 18. Thus the transformation and realignment of Palestinian society in the early Iron Age was part of a wider regional response by rural and pastoral groups to the dislocation of regional and interregional economies. It is part of the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history throughout centuries and, as such, it was not dependent upon the continued existence of Merneptah as Israel any more than the wider regional responses in southern Europe, Greece, and Anatolia. One might adapt the comment of Hesse and Wapnisch in saying that if similarities in material culture were taken as diagnostic for the presence of ethnic Israelites, there were a lot more Israelites in the ancient world than we ever suspected. 1997, 238, 19. Thus, if Merneptah's scribes were telling the truth, this would not have radically altered the transformation of Iron Age Palestine. Since the weight of numbers in any agrarian system was critical, it might have meant that the reordering of the countryside was slower and that the opening of the less hospitable areas took longer. However, the pattern of transformation and realignment is one which is well established within Palestinian history. See Coote and Whitelam 1987, Finkelstein 1995, 1998. The settlement shifts which took place in the early Bronze and Middle Bronze periods were not dependent upon the existence or location of Merneptah as Israel. Such shifts were part of the pattern of Palestinian history. The space had always been there, but it was the weight of numbers which determined its utilization. Therefore, it is no more reasonable to believe that the reordering of rural Palestine in the Iron Age, when the history of the region is viewed over centuries, was dependent upon the existence of Merneptah as Israel than earlier settlement shifts in the region. In fact, the weight of evidence, coupled with anthropological research on the concept of ethnicity, raises the question why minimalists and maximalists have persisted in disregarding the claim made by Merneptah's scribes. It might be argued that this alternative past carries a greater weight of probability than those traditionally constructed by biblical historians and archaeologists. A consideration of counterfactuals in history highlights, as Ferguson, 1997, 52-90, argues, that many accounts of history are teleological. This has certainly been the case in biblical studies where an exceptionalist view of Israel 150 Israel is laid waste, his seed is no more has dominated historical reconstruction for much of this century. It is expressed explicitly in Albright's theology of history, which has been so influential within the discipline. The sympathetic student of man's entire history can have but one reply: there is an intelligence and a will, expressed in both history and nature, for history and nature are one. 1957, 126, 20. However, teleological assumptions are also implicit within more recent constructions of Israelite history. The debate on the definition of Israelite or Proto-Israelite ethnicity is invariably determined by appeal to the location and existence of the later Israelite monarchy. 21. It is this later Israelite monarchy, or at least the biblical presentation of this monarchy, which becomes the defining moment in the history of the region and which is then used to determine the archaeological data from an earlier period. It might be objected that the broad alien conception of history and the above account of the transformation of Iron Age Palestine are equally deterministic. 22. However, the stress is upon the possibilities of history and the nature of indigenous responses to the ebb and flow of historical experience. It defines the limits of the possible facing the inhabitants of the region, but recognizes the role of contingency in history and the fact that societies do not develop in a unilinear fashion. Viewed in this way, it is by no means clear that the indigenous Palestinian responses to the dislocations throughout the eastern Mediterranean at the end of the Late Bronze Age would have been radically altered if Merneptah's Israel had been wiped out. Of course, if Merneptah's scribes had been telling the truth, it might have resulted in some revisionist skeptic emerging from a postmodern, post-colonial Western Europe, writing a book called The Invention of Palestine, The Silencing of Israelite History. Fortunately, Ferguson's strictures on what is possible and plausible in the alternative worlds of virtual history rule out such idle speculation. Introduction. Palestine in the Iron Age forms part of a rich and intricate historical tapestry whose threads, woven deep in the past, continue into the present. Its geographical and climatic diversity has produced a mosaic of landscapes that have an important bearing upon its history. Yet, equally, it forms part of an ancient world from which it cannot easily be separated as though it were a self-contained, autonomous domain. The concentrated attention of countless biblical specialists, historians, and archaeologists has helped to elucidate many separate pieces of this rich mosaic. However, the inevitable consequence of such specialization, vital as it is to scholarship, is the intimation that Palestine in the Iron Age represents a discrete entity, both geographically and chronologically, that can be understood apart from the many currents that tie it to its wider world. 1. Its geographical boundaries are fluid, particularly the southern, arid zones where settlement is not only at the mercy of variable rainfall but is intricately linked to the political situation throughout the region as a whole. Equally, the numerous schemes that have been devised by historians and archaeologists to define its chronological limits tend to suggest to the unsuspecting reader that this is a discrete period in time estranged from the chronological links that precede and follow. This has been reinforced by the peculiar interest of biblical specialists, including historians and archaeologists among its ranks, in this period of the region's history because of the long-held belief that it represents the biblical period par excellence. 2. According to the biblical traditions, this was the period of Israel's conquest of the land after miraculous escape from captivity in Egypt, the period of the struggle for survival against the Philistines, encapsulated in the traditions about Samson and David, and the period of great kings with the founding of the Davidic dynasty, the building of the temple by Solomon, culminating in the devastation of Jerusalem by the Babylonians. As such, for biblical scholarship it has come to represent the period when Israel emerged fully into the light of history at the end of the Late Bronze Age, the period of its development into a major power in the region under David and Solomon, before the devastation of the northern and southern kingdoms by the Assyrians and Babylonians, culminating in the destruction of Jerusalem and the Davidic dynasty in 586/7 BCE, Noth 1960, Bright 1981, Sagan 1984, Miller and Hayes 1986. 9. 156. Biblical scholars have long thought that many of the biblical traditions were crystallized and committed to writing during this period, particularly within the Davidic court, and that many of the historical traditions, particularly in the books of Samuel and Kings, provide a sound basis for a historical description of the period. Thus, scholarly investment over a century or more has been dominated by attempts to correlate archaeological discoveries with the events and personalities of the biblical traditions. The Iron Age in Palestine has been dominated by, in effect seen to be coterminous with, the history of ancient Israel. Thus, for the Judeo-Christian tradition it has come to be regarded as fundamental for Western history in particular, and so for world history in general. According to Hello, 1992, 1-6, the opening of the period marks a watershed in human history comparable to the agricultural and urban revolutions. Such an assessment reinforces the perception that this is a discrete, even unique, period of human history. 3. The traditional understanding of this period as dominated by the history of ancient Israel is now a matter of considerable debate following radically changed perceptions on how the biblical traditions developed and how they relate to history. At the same time, the increasing body of archaeological data has added considerably to our knowledge of Palestine in the Iron Age, providing a radically different picture of the history of the region from those based primarily on the biblical traditions. 4. How far it represents a watershed or discrete, even unique, period in human history, rather than a continuation of important trends in the history of the region is now a matter of considerable contest. The myriad of competing and confusing schemes devised by different archaeologists, which define the limits and internal relations of this period, only serve to illustrate how far scholarly convention and convenience hide assumptions that color the way in which history is understood and represented. Such chronological schemes are determined by an understanding of political events, largely on assumptions drawn from the biblical traditions, rather than a primarily archaeological understanding of material culture. The very name for the period, the Iron Age, is misleading in that iron did not become the dominant metal in the region until the 10th century, nearly 2 centuries after the opening of the period, Mazar 1992, 298, Mali 1992, 18. 5 Mali, 1992, 18, points out that there was no metal shortage either side of 1200 BCE, so that whatever the underlying causes of this important historical and cultural transition, they do not seem to have anything to do with shortages of metal. Equally, iron was not replaced as the dominant metal at the close of this period in 586/7 BCE. The delimitation of the period has been determined more by political events and an understanding of history based upon the biblical traditions than on archaeological considerations. The danger is that such precise archaeological phases tend to suggest discrete periods, representing identifiable breaks, by emphasizing discontinuities and overlooking or playing down equally important continuities. 6. This has been encouraged further by the search for ancient Israel and its physical manifestations. For much of biblical scholarship until very recently, the beginning of the Iron Age was defined by the destruction and decline of urban centers in Palestine in association with the emergence of Israel, while its closure was marked by the destruction of Jerusalem. 157. And its temple by the Babylonians. The seemingly objective material determinants of the chronological limits of this period were determined by a prior understanding of political events, the appearance of Israel in Palestine and the downfall of the Davidic monarchy in 586/7 BCE. Such a history of events, l'histoire événementielle as Paul Lacombe and François Semian termed it, was largely dependent upon a reading of the biblical traditions. It is variously referred to as comprising the period of the Judges, the settlement period, the monarchic period, or even the Israelite period, Aharoni 1982, Mazar 1992, 258, 7. Thus the history of ancient Israel has dominated the history of the region as traditionally presented for much of this century. The extent of our knowledge of Israel's origins or emergence within Palestine is one of the most controversial and contentious issues within biblical studies, generating considerable passion and rancor. Similarly, the question of the origins, extent, and nature of an Israelite monarchy founded by David, the search for a historical David, has become a site for scholarly debate, denunciation, and personal accusations. The conventional portrait of this period is of the emergence and rise to dominance in the region of ancient Israel following an initial catastrophic collapse throughout the eastern Mediterranean. It closes with a similar catastrophic defeat of the southern kingdom of Judah in 586/7 BCE, including the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem and the end of the Davidic dynasty. Viewed in this way, Palestine in the Iron Age appears to be a period of dramatic flux, moving from the trough of depression to the crest of political and economic resurgence in the Iron II, as a result of a new and distinct ethnic entity in the region, only to be plunged again into political and economic crisis at the end of the period. Our texts, including the biblical traditions, encourage this sense of the dramatic by concentrating on the dominant personalities and the most dramatic events of the period. These events that shine so brightly, thereby catching and holding the attention of historians, are surface events, surface disturbances, crests of foam that the tides of history carry on their strong backs. A history of brief, rapid, nervous fluctuations, by definition ultra-sensitive, the least tremor sets all its antennae quivering, Brodel 1972, 21. 8. Yet within this range of movement over centuries there is immense inertia where routine predominates, a routine that helps to define the boundaries between possibility and impossibility, Brodel 1974, 11. To set the beginnings of the Iron Age at 1200 BCE provides a starting point that explains little and raises a series of very important questions, which have underpinned the debates on Israelite history during the second half of this century. These chronological boundary markers should be treated for what they are, scholarly conveniences in order to concentrate attention upon a particular period in the history of the region. It is essential to look carefully at the processes and trends that precede and follow, and which provide the threads that bind the historical tapestry of Palestine through the centuries. Coote and Whitelam 1987, Finkelstein 1995, 1998, Levy and Hall 1995. While our texts direct our gaze to the dominant personalities, archaeologists have increasingly made us ever more aware of the lives and struggles of the vast majority of the population, hidden and anonymous, against the environment, there. 158. Responses to famine, piracy, brigandage, exploitation, and shifting political alliances. It is archaeology above all that has opened this world to us, what Shama, Volume 1999, 3, has called, in a different context, the hinges between private and public life. A world that has been neglected by our earlier standard biblical histories, which, by concentrating on religious and political developments in the search for ancient Israel, remain unaware of the lives of at least 90% of the population of ancient Palestine. Broad movements when viewed over centuries help to explain the surface movements that are the concern of chroniclers and many contemporary historians. It was these fluctuations, the peaks and troughs of demographic growth, that, as of all ancient societies, characterized Palestine in the Iron Age. It was not always a continuous rise, but the settlement shifts and demographic changes helped to transform and revitalize Iron Age Palestine. Within the 6 centuries traditionally assigned to this period, there is also an almost unobservable inertia of the repeated and regular, which characterizes all periods prior to the present and demands greater attention if we are to understand the Iron Age in Palestine. The transformation and reinvigoration of Iron Age Palestine. For most of its history, Palestine lacked the infrastructure and weight of numbers to compete with the neighboring riverine civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia. However, its position on the land routes and sea lanes of the eastern Mediterranean world economy often allowed it to exploit its favored position. This had its drawbacks, of course, since it was constantly at the attention of world powers who needed to control these lucrative trade and military routes, either by proxy or directly. The Late Bronze Age is indicative of both the benefits and drawbacks of this situation, with evidence of material prosperity, international trade and exchange, and cosmopolitan culture, but also of direct imperial control in the form of Egyptian garrisons. 9. Any disruption within the Mediterranean economic system reverberated throughout the region, affecting the fortunes of Palestine and its people. The Late Bronze Age was marked by extensive international trade, although it must be emphasized that the agrarian economy remained dominant. This economy was the locus of the revival of Palestine's fortunes in the early Iron Age following the disruptions of the end of the Late Bronze Age. Palestinian produce, including grain, wine, oil, linen, dyed textiles, and timber, was widely distributed throughout the Mediterranean system from Egypt through the Aegean as far as Italy. Livrani 1987, 68, Klein 1994, 50. 10 Such open trade routes around the Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age directly benefited Palestine, given its strategic position within the trade nexus. 11 The disruption and dislocation of this international system at the end of the Late Bronze Age reverberated throughout the eastern Mediterranean with significant consequences for Palestine and its inhabitants. This dislocation has frequently been represented as a sudden cataclysmic collapse throughout the eastern Mediterranean, ushering in a dark age that represents a significant break with what had gone before. Such views encouraged searches for mono-causal explanations. 159. For the collapse, ranging from dramatic changes in the climate or volcanic eruptions to foreign invasions by new ethnic groups. 12 However, re-evaluations of the complex data now available have led to a significant shift in understandings of the events of the Late Bronze to Iron Age transition throughout the region. 13 Earlier portraits of dramatic collapse stress the widespread destruction of urban centers throughout the Mediterranean world, ranging from the destruction of the coastal cities of Cyprus, Karageorgis 1990, 1992, Stager 1995, 337, The Collapse of the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, Singer 1987, to the destruction or abandonment of urban centers along the Syria, Palestine littoral. 14. The effects within Palestine appeared all too evident with the destruction of many of its major towns, Hazor, Afek, Beth Shemesh, Gezer, Tel Beit Mirsim, Tel Abu Hawam, and Lachish, among others, Mazar 1992, 260. 15. Pottery imports from Cyprus and Greece disappeared, suggesting a disruption and dislocation of international trade leading to catastrophic collapse throughout the region. In addition, considerable population displacements, like today's, accompanied such widespread destruction. The movement of groups of sea peoples, still one of the most intriguing and disputed questions in the history of the region, illustrated movements throughout the whole of the Mediterranean basin from its western extremities to the coast of Palestine and Egypt. N.A. Amman 1994, 239, 16 Hello, 1992, 2, cites such population displacements as one of the major characteristics of the period. The documentary evidence points to population movements into Palestine by various groups, including the Sea Peoples and Syro-Anatolian groups, N.A. Amman 1994, 239. The collapse was invariably explained in ethnic terms. For Palestine, it was seen to be the result of the invasion of the Sea Peoples along the Palestinian littoral in combination with the invasion or infiltration of Israelite tribes from Transjordan. Such historical reconstructions were determined by a reading of the biblical traditions with extra-biblical evidence, from excavations or textual materials, being used to illustrate the biblically based accounts. However, it has become increasingly clear that the destruction of towns throughout the eastern Mediterranean, including within Palestine, was not synchronous but took place over a century or more. The complexity of the situation in Cyprus, where not all towns suffered the same fate or at the same time, is illustrative of the wider situation. Karageorgis 1992, 80. Dever, 1992, 101, notes that a number of Palestinian sites suffered only minor disruptions, with a continuing Egyptian presence down to the time of Ramses VI, c. 1143 to 1136 BCE. The dating of the destruction layers of these late Bronze Age centers is controversial and constantly being revised. Fritz 1987, 86-9. Mazar, 1992, 285, warns that the precise dating of such destruction levels is based on relatively flimsy evidence. Thus, the idea that this was a rapid and dramatic collapse marking a distinct cultural change has tended to obscure the protracted nature of the disruption and dislocation throughout the region. Hazor was destroyed in the middle of the 13th century BCE, whereas Lachish survived until the second half of the 12th century BCE, N.A. Amman 1994, 223, Fritz 1995, 43. This evidence, along with recent data from surface surveys and excavations illustrating that new rural villages in the highlands and steppes were largely indigenous, rapidly undermine the biblically 160. Derived assumption that many of the Palestinian towns were destroyed by invading Israelites, see Lemsch 1985, Ahlstrom 1986, Coote and Whitelam 1987, Finkelstein 1988, Thompson 1992. The fact that the decline and disruption was spread over a century or more, and that it was uneven throughout the region, suggests that it was the result of a complex set of circumstances. It illustrates the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history, rather than representing some defining moment. 17. Any protracted process of disruption and dislocation invariably encompasses a combination of factors, where it is difficult to distinguish between cause and effect. However, it is now evident that the system as a whole did not collapse to be replaced by something new, but was able to adapt and generate recovery from within itself. Although the end of the Late Bronze Age has often been thought of as a dark age, with much of its history hidden from the historian's view, the increasing body of data suggests that the foundations for revival, demographic expansion, and economic growth emerged from the countryside. It was here that the seeds of the revival and transformation, which gathered pace throughout the Iron Age, were to be found. Thus, it can be said that the beginnings of the Iron Age in Palestine were founded on the Late Bronze Age rather than representing a major cultural and ethnic break. Despite the focus on the disruption and destruction of towns and interregional trade, the regeneration and transformation of Iron Age Palestine was dependent upon the countryside. This was a rural world, populated by peasants and pastoralists, in which agricultural production was critical. The size of population, and so the growth and development of towns, were dependent upon agricultural produce and food supplies. Demography and economics present us with the most obvious and easily appreciated signs of these deep-seated movements. The surface events force attention upon political events, the roles of individuals, the destruction or abandonment of towns, but it is the rural population and its produce that silently guide and underpin the history of the region. Thus, it is becoming clear that the opening of the Iron Age was not a response to a sudden and dramatic collapse, as it has usually been understood, but was a protracted process of dislocation in which there are signs of health and revival, which led to a transformation that gathered momentum throughout the period. The low water mark at its opening was followed by a dramatic shift in settlement and a striking rise in population, resulting eventually in a series of small state-like structures throughout the region that survived until the re-establishment of imperial power in the shape of the Assyrians and Babylonians. Revival in the countryside. The weight of numbers in any agrarian economy is vital. Demography, it might be said, is the engine of ancient history. Although famine and drought were constant threats throughout the history of Palestine, naturally limiting the size of population, particularly when the carrying capacity of the land had been reached, the limits of the possible, as Brodel termed it, this was not the case at the end of the Late Bronze Age. The disruptions and dislocations that engulfed the eastern 161 Mediterranean at the end of the Late Bronze Age had profound, often catastrophic, effects on the indigenous population of Palestine. Yet, as Brodel, 1974, 3, notes, every recession solves a certain number of problems, removes pressures, and benefits the survivors. The transformation of Palestinian society in the Iron Age, which gathered momentum throughout the period, eventually leading to the revival of the towns with increasing fortification at some sites, began in the countryside as a response to the recession. The revival of the towns in the Iron II period is often attributed to the reawakening of long-distance trade throughout the eastern Mediterranean. However, the roots of the transformation are to be found in the realignment and demographic changes within Palestinian society, which followed the disruptions at the beginning of the period. The transformation of Iron Age Palestine was based on gradual population growth. As villages and towns increased and expanded, so the exchange of goods increased. But this was not a massive tidal wave of population sweeping across the Palestinian landscape from outside, as earlier explanations based on the biblical traditions always assumed. 18. How far it was the result of internal population displacement, external movements, or internal demographic growth is a matter for considerable debate, which is difficult to resolve due to the paucity and ambiguity of some data. 19. However, it is a process that needs to be viewed over 2 to 3 centuries in order to reveal the significant realignment and transformation of Palestinian society that had been underway since the beginning of the Iron Age. The reordering of the countryside has been spectacularly revealed by a series of regional surveys conducted by Israeli archaeologists in recent years. These surveys have revolutionized the study of the history of Palestine in the Iron Age and have undermined previous biblically based reconstructions. 20. Change did not happen overnight, nor did the movement occur at the same pace everywhere as Weipert, 1988, 26-7, and Dothan, 1989, 1-14, 1992, 93-8, 1997, have emphasized. Regional variations ensured different rates of development across Palestine, and were characterized by a complex process in which indigenous, Philistine, and Egyptian cultures overlapped and interacted. Mazar 1992, 260. 21. Thus,
This transformation needs to be viewed in regional perspective, as Finkelstein and N.A. Amon, 1994, 13, have noted, since the particular ecological, economic, and demographic background of different regions, including the mountains of the Galilee, the fertile intermontane valleys of the northern hill country, the semi-arid Beersheba Valley, or the arid Judean desert, profoundly affected the rate and nature of development. The response to the disruption and dislocations of the Late Bronze Age was a sweeping shift in settlement location into the highlands and steppes, with the growth of hundreds of small rural villages in those regions that had been sparsely populated in the Late Bronze Age and were removed from the direct control of the major towns. The countryside became dotted with hundreds of small unwalled villages, most newly established in the 12th century, arranged in a variety of patterns, with many located on hilltops near arable lands. 22. The appearance and use of pillared buildings, silos, cisterns, terracing, and utilitarian pottery forms, such as the distinctive collared rimware, are explicable in terms of the topographical and 162. Environmental conditions facing the inhabitants of highland and marginal settlements in the context of the disruption of local and regional economies, Whitelam 1994, Finkelstein 1995, see also Dever 1991, 83-4. Importantly, such material features also indicate that the distinctive demographic and settlement response to the disruptions at the end of the Late Bronze Age were largely indigenous rather than primarily the result of ethnic changes in the region. The attempt has long been to explain the settlement shift and revival in ethnic terms, attributing the resurgence to Israelites. Although the Merneptah stele indicates that some entity called Israel was in the region during the Late Bronze to Iron Age transition, its precise nature, location, and contribution to the settlement shift is impossible to gauge on the basis of available evidence. Whitelam 1994, Finkelstein 1998, 15. 23. Recent scholarship has recognized that the archaeological data confirm that the settlement shift was a largely indigenous response to the strains at the end of the Late Bronze Age rather than the result of some new ethnic entity coming from outside Palestine's boundaries. As Finkelstein, 1995, 359, notes, what has been said above clearly indicates that the material culture of the Iron Age sites in the highlands should not be viewed in terms of ethnic perspectives, contra Dever 1993. It rather reflects the ecological background, the subsistence economy and the social frameworks of these highland communities. Such a view is further confirmed by the fact that many different regions from southern Europe, through Greece, Anatolia, and Syria, Palestine witnessed similar settlement shifts as a response to the disruption of the Mediterranean basin. Central and southeastern Europe in the 12th century witnessed a proliferation of small rural settlements, comprising a few buildings with silos for grain storage, situated on good agricultural land and devoted to farming and herding. Wells 1992, 33. The shift in settlement away from the exposed lowlands to the protection of the highlands is similarly reported from Greece to Syria, Desborough 1972, 19-20, 82, 88, Cobbert 1992, McClellan 1992, 164, Sader 1992, 161, Jan 1992, 111-20. The revival of early Iron Age Palestine in the countryside appears to have been part of a wider regional response by rural pastoral groups to the decline or disruption of towns and their associated regional and interregional economies. As such, it reveals the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history throughout centuries, born on the backs of the peasantry and their produce rather than representing the emergence of a new ethnic group and a radical break with the past. See Coote and Whitelam 1987, Finkelstein 1995, Levy and Hall 1995. The survey data have revealed that the reordering of the countryside began in those areas easiest to colonize, which provided good agricultural land and conditions most suited to herding and grain growing. 24. The greatest density of settlement was to be found in the northern hill country, with its fertile intermontane valleys decreasing significantly as it approached the steeper, more rugged western flanks of the southern hills. Similarly, The eastern desert fringes provided much greater settlement potential compared with the less hospitable western slopes. 163. Significantly, the less hospitable southern hill country and the western slopes that required considerable investment in the opening of new land, and was most suited to long-term cultivation of olives and vines, did not experience similar density of settlement until the Iron II period. The increasing pressure of numbers required new land and the opportunities offered by the development of more specialized agricultural strategies such as fruit and olive production. These ecological frontier zones have always been highly sensitive, often being the first to suffer in times of settlement crisis and the last to be repopulated when the economy revives. Finkelstein 1995, 353-4. The fact that such a response is not the result of new ethnic groups in the area, particularly understood in the past as the result of Israelites coming from outside, is revealed in that similar patterns of settlement as a response to the dislocations of the Late Bronze Age, exhibiting a remarkably similar material culture, are also found in Transjordan, with settlement focused in the north and decreasing towards the ecologically more sensitive south. 25. The pattern of settlement, however, does not reveal the direction from which the inhabitants of these villages came, but indicates that it was a response to the limits of the possible as part of the realignment of Iron Age Palestine, see Ofer 1994, 107-9. Furthermore, such settlement shifts are not unique in the history of Palestine, but reveal the patterns and rhythms of its history over many centuries. Coote and Whitelam 1987. Many of the Iron I villages in the hill country, such as Tel en Nasba, Khirbet Rabad, and Khirbet Radna, had been occupied in the early Bronze Age, with 116 of the 254 Iron I sites of the central hill country having been occupied in the Middle Bronze period, but abandoned in the Late Bronze Age. It is, therefore, more reasonable to explain these settlement fluctuations in terms of socio-economic change, that is, shifts towards a more sedentary or a more pastoral society, in accordance with political, economic, and social transformations. Finkelstein 1995, 355, see also Whitelam 1994. The direction of settlement emerging from the analyses of recent survey and excavation data appears to have been dictated much more by the possibilities offered by the most opportune agricultural land in the north and eastern desert fringes and the location of springs and gullies rather than the movement of groups across the boundaries of Palestine. 26. The spread of settlement to the south and west followed later as the weight of numbers created a more pressing need for access to ecologically sensitive areas. The important point is that the realignment and reinvigoration of Iron Age Palestine began in the countryside. Although the response was not uniform throughout the country, the pattern revealed by regional surveys is reasonably clear. The reordering of the countryside began in those regions most suited to agriculture and grazing and gradually expanded towards the ecological frontiers. The reshaping of Palestine emerged from this process of internal colonization, the need for crop cultivation and animal grazing, in which formerly abandoned villages and their territories were reclaimed, while the old boundaries were pushed back to open up more ecologically sensitive regions and those that required long-term investment in the production of olives and vines. Although the surveys have revealed considerable regional variation, it was from within the delicate balance and continuum. 164. Between peasants and pastoral groups that the revival began, leading over centuries to the transformation and realignment of Iron Age Palestine. 27. This continuum between town, countryside, and pastoralism, a constant in the history of Palestine through the ages, part of the inertia of the past, hides the dynamic shifting political, economic, and social relationships that carry along the history of the region. The increasing archaeological data have revealed a past, significantly different from that presented by the biblical traditions and reconstructions that rely on them, of a system adapting and gradually responding over centuries to the threats and disruption that reverberated through the Mediterranean basin at the end of the Late Bronze Age. The drastic reduction of the world of the towns in the Late Bronze Age must have exerted enormous economic pressure on agricultural and pastoral groups, which led to the reordering of the countryside. Yet it was from this world, the world of peasants and pastoralists,
that towns would be revived and repopulated later in the period. The fortunes of towns at the end of the Late Bronze Age, the destruction or abandonment of many towns mainly in the lowlands and coastal plain, alongside the disappearance of Mycenaean and Cypriot pottery, was seen as evidence that trade, the very lifeblood of the towns as Braudel termed it, had ceased. Yet, beside the evidence of severe dislocation of the Eastern Mediterranean system, there are still some signs of vitality in the economy and life of the towns during the Late Bronze to Iron Age transition and beyond. It is clear that the extensive trade networks of the Late Bronze Age were disrupted, as Mazar, 1992, 300, notes. Finds from iron eye sites reflect isolation and interruption of international relations. But all signs of life and vitality were not erased. Mali, 1992, 19, argues that Mediterranean trade, especially the economy of Cyprus, expanded around 1250 to 1150 BCE. Not a world dominated by sea raiders, pirates, and freebooting mercenaries, living off booty and plunder, but a world of enterprising merchants and traders, exploiting new economic opportunities, new markets, and new sources of raw materials. A world taking the first tentative steps that were to lead, in the centuries ahead, to the great Greek and Phoenician expansion of the Orientalizing period. 28. Sater, 1992, 161, 2 claims that internal trade is also evident with the discovery of Phoenician Bitrome ware at Megiddo, Tel Kissel, Philistia, and Tel Massos in the northern Negev, as well as Lower Egypt, suggesting continuing contacts, particularly along the Phoenician coast, Mazar 1992, 300. The distribution of Philistine ware at Beersheba and Tel Massos in northern Negev, Megiddo, and Tel Kiri in the Jezreel Valley, and as far north as Tel Dan, as well as Midianite ware and Cypriot pottery at Megiddo and Tel Kissel, indicate that not all internal trade links had been severed. The disruption occupies a century or more and is reflected in the varying fortunes of different towns over an extended period, testifying to the rhythms of Palestine history. The rebuilding of a number of the towns destroyed towards the end of the Late Bronze Age, albeit in reduced circumstances, suggests that not all. 165. Vitality had been extinguished. While the destruction and impoverishment of a major town such as Hazor, or the abandonment of Tanach and Lachish, illustrates the problems, the survival or recovery of Megiddo and Beth Shan in the lowlands and coastal plain, or Tel Sira and Tel El Faris south in the northern Negev, suggests important signs of vitality within the system, Mazar 1992, 261. Similarly, Weinstein, 1992, 142, see also Bunimovitz 1994, 201-2, reports that archaeology has revealed an extensive Egyptian presence in southern Palestine and the Jezreel Valley, suggesting continued economic vigor. Similar signs of vitality are indicated by the founding of sites on the southern coastal plain, traditionally associated with Philistine settlement and control. The development of Tel Kissel, or the recovery and growth of such sites as Tel Mikna, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gaza, and Dor, suggests a continuation or at least revival of shipping and trade, albeit drastically reduced from its height during the Late Bronze Age. Thus, although the revival of Palestine began in the countryside, this should not be taken to suggest that the towns of the region and their economies had collapsed completely and were moribund. The archaeological surveys and excavations have revealed a complex picture showing wide regional variation to the stresses and strains placed upon Palestine at the end of the Late Bronze Age and the beginning of the Iron Age. These signs of vitality were to grow stronger as the period progressed. The reordering of the countryside, the growth of towns in Iron II only with the increasing weight of numbers throughout the early Iron Age were the limits of the possible approached. It was the increasing population in Iron I, rather than technological innovations, as thought by earlier scholars, that allowed the colonization of the highlands and steppes. 29. As noted above, settlement in Iron I took place in the areas easiest to master for subsistence, and only as numbers increased were the less hospitable zones tackled. The space had always been there, but the weight of numbers called for its utilization,
Cf. Brodel 1974, 18. The end of Iron I, with its expansion of agricultural settlements throughout the highlands and steppes of Palestine, and the beginning of Iron II saw a growth in towns, many with fortifications, testifying to the result of the weight of numbers. The reordering of the countryside led to the revival and growth of towns throughout the region, which once again began to reclaim the hinterland and its produce. Thus, it is commonplace to characterize the Iron II as an urban period, Barkay 1992, 304, Mazar 1990, 371-5, Finkelstein 1994, 149. The phrase is misleading if it suggests a comparison with modern urban phenomena, since the majority of the towns in Palestine were relatively small, catering for only a few hundred to a few thousand inhabitants, and dependent largely upon agricultural produce from the immediate vicinity. See Hopkins 1997, 301-4, Lemsch 1997, 329-30. The increasing population placed pressure on existing space and resources, and with the revival of the towns pushed Palestine towards critical thresholds. The balance of power between town and countryside changed throughout the period, resulting eventually in the dramatic increase in the size of a number of sites such 166 as Samaria, Jerusalem, Ekron, and Ashdod. Such demographic pressures inevitably increase and exaggerate social stratification, and this, alongside the increasing dominance of such highland settlements as Samaria and Jerusalem, resulted in the development of a series of small state-like structures throughout the region. Traditionally, this has been seen as the period of the Judean and Israelite monarchies following the development of a major state under David and Solomon centered on Jerusalem in the 10th century BCE. How early such state structures formed, their nature, and extent is now one of the most contested areas between biblical specialists, archaeologists, and historians. The survey data once again reveal important regional patterns in the rhythms of Palestinian history in the Iron II period. Finkelstein, 1998, 32, 1995, 355, notes that a dramatic expansion in settlement took place in Iron II in the Central Hill Country, with a doubling of sites from 254 in Iron I to 520, accompanied by a tripling of occupied area. 30. Just as the less hospitable Judean hills south of Jerusalem provided an important barometer of settlement in the early Iron Age, so its transformation in the Iron II period illustrates the effects of the increasing weight of numbers. Jerusalem, supposedly the capital of an Israelite state in the early 10th century under David according to biblically based reconstructions, was little more than a small isolated town in the 10th century BCE, reflecting the lack of population in the immediate vicinity. However, by the end of the Iron II period it had grown significantly, covering around 150 acres. Judah became dotted with dozens of rural towns and villages, in close proximity. During the last 2 centuries of the Iron II period, Judah, the Judean desert and the northern Negev had gone some way to reaching their carrying capacity. Though some Iron I sites were abandoned in the 11th century, Isbitzarta, Gilo, Kerbet Radna, and Ai, the majority of the Iron I sites in the hill country continued to be occupied throughout the Iron Age. Ofer, 1994, 106, reports that the hill country of Judah in the Iron II saw an increase in settlement into all parts of the Judean hills. Settlement increased from 86 small or very small sites in the 9th century BCE to 122 sites, with a built-up area of 92.6 hectares, in the 8th century. In the 8th to 7th centuries BCE, settlement in Judah reached its peak with settlement in the arid zones and the number of towns in the Judean hills and Shephelah at an unprecedented level, surpassed only in the Byzantine period when the region enjoyed its greatest density of settlement prior to the modern period. 31. Similarly, sites in the northern Negev, Tel Ira, Aroer, Tel Massos, Tel Mulhada, and Beersheba, prospered, particularly in the 7th century BCE, Herzog 1994, 143-4, Holiday 1995, 386,
while the Palestinian littoral and lowlands continued to experience an expansion of settlement and the revival of its towns with the rebuilding of Tel Kisl, Dor, Ashdod, Ashkelon, and Gaza in the coastal plain, Betchan and Megiddo in the Jezreel Valley, and Gezer and Lachish in the Shephelah, Mazar 1990. 389. The Iron II expansion is traditionally attributed to the development of an Israelite monarchy by David and Solomon, particularly at the end of Iron I, followed by the competing states of Judah and Israel centered on Jerusalem and Samaria respectively. Barkay is typical in describing the 10th century as the period of the United Monarchy, 1992, 305, or a high point in Israelite history, a period. 167. Of economic and cultural prosperity, of peace, fondly remembered in later times, 1992, 305. 32. Similarly, Fritz, 1994, 149, equates the destruction or abandonment of various sites at the end of Iron I with increasing centralization under David. 33. Such standard presentations of a golden age of the United Monarchy under David and Solomon rest upon the correlation and interpretation of archaeological results with the biblical traditions. The discovery of monumental architecture, fortified gate complexes, and casemate walls at Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer was dated to the Solomonic period on the basis of the description in 1 Kings 9:15 of Solomon's building program. The debate on the dating of remains from the 10th century BCE, including such structures, is now one of the most critical problems facing archaeologists, and thereby historians, and has profound implications for understanding the history of Iron Age Palestine. The idea of a major state, let alone an empire, centered on Jerusalem in the 10th century BCE, and the biblically based reconstruction of the reigns of David and Solomon, have been increasingly disputed in recent years as each element of a once seemingly interlocking network of ideas has been re-examined. 34. What began as a critique from within biblical studies, marginalized at first as a radical movement, has now been strengthened by serious questions raised by archaeological specialists. See Jameson Drake 1991, Davies 1992, Gelinas 1995, Finkelstein 1996, 1998, Prague 1998, 158. The view that the gate complexes were built to a single blueprint, thereby suggesting the existence of centralized state planning, has been undermined by questions of their dating and differences in the size, construction, and type of wall to which they are bonded. Barkay 1992, 307, Hopkins 1997, 303. Thus Hopkins, 1997, 303, concludes that there is precious little indication of regional integration in the archaeological record for the Solomonic period. 35. While the dating and interpretation of the so-called Solomonic gates at Megiddo, Hazor, and Gezer has become the area of most spectacular disagreement, the interpretation of Pharaoh Shishak's campaign into Palestine, central to the 10th century dating of destruction layers at particular sites, has also been challenged. Davies 1992, 42. 73, Thompson 1992, 306-7, Gelinas 1995. 230-3. Barkay, for example, argues that it has not been proven that any sites were destroyed by Shishak in 925 BCE and that the attribution of destruction levels to the end of the 10th century at many sites is mere conjecture. 1992, 307, 36. Furthermore, sites in the Negev previously thought to represent part of a network of royal fortifications are now the subject of re-evaluation. Barkay 1992, 323-5, 37. The existence of a significant state in the early Iron Age, which has long been at the very heart of biblically based reconstructions of Iron Age Palestine, is now in serious question. There is a growing recognition that Jerusalem in the 10th century, far from being the capital of an extensive united monarchy, or even an empire on some accounts, was little more than a small highland town. 38. Not until the later Iron II did its fortunes change significantly.
The growing consensus is that state structures developed first in northern Israel around Samaria in the 9th century and only later in southern Judah around Jerusalem in the 8th century, as reflected in the revival of towns and the increasing growth of first Samaria and then Jerusalem as the Iron II period progresses. Jameson Drake 1991, Thompson 168. 1992, Finkelstein 1998. Yet, even arguments for the existence of Judahite and Israelite states in these later periods must be tempered by questions about the nature and degree of centralization they achieved. As Hopkins, 1997, 304, notes, these replicated the city-states of the Bronze Age to a far greater extent than they anticipated the nations of the European Industrial Age. The nationalist ideology of the biblical literature projects a unity that simply did not exist economically or sociologically. 39. He makes the important point that ancient Israel and Judah were not a society so much as a constellation of plural societies and that its nature and structure was inherited from the Bronze Age urban centers, city-states, with a small elite sustained by an agricultural and pastoral hinterland. Hopkins 1997, 304. In this sense, the position of Samaria and Jerusalem in the 9th and 8th centuries as they took advantage of the reordering and revitalization of the countryside ought to be compared more closely with the so-called city-states of the Middle Bronze II period rather than seen as some revolutionary development in the history of the region. 40. The degree of centralization and the extent of the development of state-like structures is a question that is only now beginning to be addressed in the light of the collapse of the previous paradigm, which assumed the existence, and so continuity with, a major centralized state in the region from the 10th century BCE onwards. The reappraisal of biblically based reconstructions, which has raised serious questions about the late Bronze to Iron Age transition and the nature of the 10th century BCE, or the full implications of the redating Finkelstein has proposed, has not fully impacted upon the study of the Iron II period. The focus of attention of our standard histories of the region, the period of the divided monarchy, as it is traditionally termed in biblically based histories, is fixed upon the events and characters, Omri, Ahab, Josiah, and so on, named in the biblical traditions, as well as in Assyrian and Babylonian inscriptions. But it is the rhythms of Palestinian history, the revival of the countryside, and its produce and labor, on which the exploits of such named individuals are born. The emergence of highland powers in Samaria, and later Jerusalem, form part of the general process of the reordering of the countryside and the pressures and changes that invariably take place as carrying capacity is approached. The fortunes of these and other towns, of course, varied with inevitable periods of expansion or contraction. Towns began to thrive due to surplus production from the countryside, whether as the center of regional markets or through redistribution and taxation. The Samaria and Arad ostraca, and the famous royal jar handle stamps, testify to the redistribution of flour, oil, and wine during the Iron II and hence the vitality of the economy. The pressure of the weight of numbers to open and clear new land, the investment in terracing, and the growing markets of the towns and reviving economy witnessed an increasing commitment to large-scale horticulture, which is revealed in the development of the olive oil industry in Iron II Palestine. The growth of olive oil production is one of the most spectacular illustrations of the revival and reinvigoration of Iron Age Palestine. 41 olive presses have been found in Judah and the Shephelah and at small farms on the western slopes of the mountains of Ephraim. The way in which the revitalization 169 of the countryside benefited towns is illustrated most spectacularly at Tel Mikne, where over 100 olive presses have been found throughout the houses at the site. By the 7th century BCE, Tel Mikne had expanded almost fivefold, from around 4 to 20 hectares, as a result of its central importance in this lucrative industry. Similarly, nearby Tel Batash was able to benefit from the vitality of horticulture. The discovery of industrial and residential quarters at both sites, along with Ashdod, is a further pointer to the continuing vitality of the economy. Leaving aside the disputed dating of their fortifications,
The importance of Hazar, Megiddo, and Gezer was that they controlled vital trade routes to Syria or through the Esdraelon Valley and northern Shephelah. The revival of international trade is indicated by the small amounts of Cypriot imports at a few Palestinian sites from the mid-11th century BCE onwards, with increasing evidence of imported materials as the period progresses. Such economic vitality and growth inevitably brought the attention of Assyria from the 9th century BCE onwards, and later Babylonia, as trade revived throughout the Mediterranean basin. This was a reimposition of imperial control over Palestine given its strategic location within the trade nexus. Traditional biblically based reconstructions tell the political history of ancient Israel for this period, and the struggle of the small state structures and their rulers in the region with the imperial powers of Mesopotamia. See Noth 1960, Bright 1981, Miller and Hayes 1986. The destruction of Samaria and Lachish by the Assyrians in the late 8th century BCE appears to have resulted in the rise to prominence of Ekron and Jerusalem. However, despite the concentration of biblically based reconstructions on the subjugation of Samaria and northern Israel and the constriction of Jerusalem and Judah, Assyrian economic and political interests led to the development of trade contacts between Edom, Judah, and the coast through the Negev, and continued later. 42 As has been noted, Judah experienced a major expansion from 900 to 700 BCE, particularly in the 7th century. Similarly, Mazar, 1990, notes that Transjordan experienced prosperity and economic growth during the Assyrian and Babylonian periods because of the need to protect the trade route through Transjordan to Arabia. Most of the Iron Age sites in the region relate to the prosperous period of the Assyrian and Babylonian domination from the late 8th to the early 6th century BCE. The situation towards the end of the Iron Age is less clear, with the defeat of Judah by the Babylonians. Again, biblically based reconstructions have tended to focus upon the plight of Jerusalem and its immediate environs as well as the theological and political effects of the ending of the Davidic dynasty, the loss of the temple, and the loss of political autonomy. Barkay, 1992, 372, acknowledges that the effects, however, were localized, with material continuity in many areas of Palestine outside the confines of Jerusalem and its immediate vicinity. The fact that such regional variation has only relatively recently become apparent again illustrates the concentration of attention on a small subregion due to the overwhelming interest in the Hebrew Bible. Hoagland, 1991, reports that there was a dramatic drop in the number of settlements from Iron II to the Persian period, reflecting a process of urbanization or depopulation. The Judean territory was an exception to this pattern with a 125% increase in the number of sites, the vast majority of which were small unwalled settlements. 43 Once again it is possible to see important regional variation in response to the events of the 6th century with a reordering of the countryside, particularly in Judah. Ofer, 1994, 105-6, reports that at the end of the Iron Age, during the 7th and early 6th centuries, there were 133 settlements with 71.5 hectares of built-up area in the southern hill country. Again, the southern border of the region retreated during a time of political instability as settlement almost died out during the transition to the Persian period and was considerably weakened in the central region, but increased by 65% in the north compared with the preceding period. Site location, as in earlier periods of instability, appears to have been determined by access to good agricultural land, water sources, and main routes. The location of small sites on higher places tends to suggest a concern for security in response to regional circumstances. However, the continued vitality of sites along the Phoenician coast and in the lowlands, such as at Tel Kaisan in the Valley of Acre, suggests that the reinvigoration of trade throughout the Babylonian and Persian empires benefited Palestinian sites able to exploit the trade routes through their strategic location. Thus, the end of the Iron Age in Palestine again illustrates the rhythms and patterns of its history, the differing responses of its fragmented landscape and its inhabitants to the deep-seated movements of history. While biblically based constructions focus upon the glare of political events in and around Jerusalem and the theological and political consequences of the Babylonian capture of the city, increasing archaeological data reveal the silent world that guides the history of the region. What is beginning to emerge is a greater understanding of the complex responses of the inhabitants of Palestine throughout the Iron Age to the economic and political realities of this ancient world, a picture significantly different from the priorities that govern the way in which the biblical writers, and modern biblical historians who rely almost exclusively on these accounts, present this world. Conclusion. Viewed from a wider perspective, freed from the constraints of biblical history, the Iron Age in Palestine represents an integral part of the complex history of the region, as archaeologists have increasingly demonstrated. 44. The simplistic representation of the Iron Age in Palestine as encircled, at its beginning and end, by catastrophic collapse and decline represents, in Shammah's terms, a distraction caused by concentration on such sudden moments of realization. These periods of dislocation at the transition points into and from the Iron Age do not define some discrete period in the history Palestine but are integrally connected to the oscillations in settlement that precede and follow. The processes that contribute to and emerge from these seemingly sudden moments, the complex regional variations, are gradually being uncovered and appreciated by archaeologists and historians. As scholars have come to appreciate increasingly the cyclical nature of Palestinian history, Coote and Whitelam 1987, Finkelstein 1995, 1998, Levy 171, and Hall 1995, so perceptions of Iron Age Palestine have begun to change quite significantly. These 6 centuries or so illustrate the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history in general. Within these rhythms, history is never completely static despite the massive inertia of the ancient past, it has gentle slopes along which the whole mechanism slides. Brodel 1974, 11. As Brodel, 1974, X, has remarked of Europe, the frontier zone between possibility and impossibility barely moved in any significant way, from the 15th to the 18th century. It was only successfully crossed in the last years of the 18th century, and then only at a few points. It was the following century that saw a violent breakthrough, revolution, total upheaval of the world. This is even more applicable to Palestine in the Iron Age when the boundaries of possibility were even more rigidly denuded. The physical boundaries of the arid and semi-arid zones were sensitive barometers in the history of the region. The revival and reinvigoration of Palestine that emerged from the disruption and dislocations of the Late Bronze Age pushed back these boundaries as the weight of numbers opened up and reclaimed the less hospitable subregions, but the limits of the possible were able to reassert themselves in other periods of political and economic uncertainty. The end of the period brought renewed interest from the demographically more dominant powers in Mesopotamia due to the increasing prosperity through the revived international and interregional trade. The pattern, which is common throughout the history of Palestine, reasserts itself. Again, the close of the period has traditionally been presented as one of decline after the defeat of the southern kingdom of Judah by the Babylonians. However, recent surveys have begun to reveal important regional differences that undermine the myopia of standard accounts based solely on the biblical traditions. The transformation and reinvigoration of Palestine throughout the Iron Age bears witness to the ebb and flow of the tides of history to which this region has always been sensitive, given its strategic location in the geopolitical scheme of things. Once again at the end of the period, historians and archaeologists are beginning to appreciate the differing regional responses to the political and economic crisis of the Babylonian period, including a reordering of the Judean countryside in response to the decline of Jerusalem. Shaping Palestinian History * 10. 183. Wavels, 1940, 275. Account of Allenby's campaign for Megiddo in September 1918, in describing the boldness of the plan, draws an interesting parallel. He mentions that Josiah, the best of the kings of Judah, had been killed at the Musmas Pass and that earlier Thutmoses III had won a great victory by using the same narrow pass to surprise his enemies. 3 Wavell's hagiography, himself a general in the British Army, is a history of great men par excellence in which the theme of return is embedded in the central notion of the progress of history towards its goal. For Wavell, as for so many of his contemporaries, the military power of Britain, and its self-claimed moral authority, represented this culmination of history embodied in the great men of the empire, such as Allenby. He says of Allenby's entry to Jerusalem on December 11, 1917, Israelite, Assyrian, Greek, Roman, Jew, Arab, Crusader, Turk, had entered Jerusalem as conquerors before the British. None of these nations can have been represented by one more impressive or worthier of his race than was Allenby, physically or morally. Wavell 1940, 230. While the sense of superiority or imperial self-interest are now well studied and easy to critique in hindsight, the continuing influence of the central themes that sit at the heart of the Western historiographical impulse are less exposed and therefore less well understood. Just as the idea of superiority, moral and military, seemed natural to Wavell and his audience, appearing to confirm the idea of the progress and culmination of history in Europe, so the teleological nature of history has become so ingrained and influential in Western scholarship that its continuing influence in shaping the history of ancient Palestine is generally ignored, or, when it is raised, vigorously denounced as the politically motivated whim of the few. It might be thought that grand-scale teleological histories reached their zenith in the late 19th century and have gradually withered away with the triumph of modern so-called scientific historiography. For certainly, many of the responses to recent challenges to the central planks of Israelite history as traditionally conceived suggest that this is a widely held domain assumption. But since most history continues to be written within a national framework, Hopkins 1999, 202-3, it remains teleological, for as Jordanova, 2000, 7-8, notes, the nation-state takes center stage and becomes the goal towards which earlier processes are seen as leading. 5. These very themes, often in different guises, continue as powerful shaping influences in the study of Israelite history. A close study of the rhetorical strategies and poetics of writing on Israelite history helps to expose their existence and influence, thus aiding our understanding of how the history of the region continues to be represented. 6. What is revealed below the surface rhetoric of the detached, objective biblical historian is a teleology, usually implied rather than explicit, that stretches as a continuous thread at the heart of Western historiography since its inception in 19th-century Europe. In 1918, shortly after Allenby's entry into Jerusalem and about the time of his Megiddo campaign, James Montgomery, in a remarkable presidential address to the SBL, attacked the professed detachment of biblical scholars, a theme that was taken up almost 70 years later in Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza's, 1987, well-known address in 1987. Montgomery pointed out, "We academics flatter ourselves on what we call our pure science and think that we are heirs of an eternal 184. Possession abstracted from the vicissitudes of time," Montgomery 1919, 2. But to judge from many of the pronouncements that surround continuing controversies over Israelite history, it appears as if biblical studies has proceeded in a political vacuum, seemingly cut adrift from world politics, global crises, or abstracted from the vicissitudes of time as Montgomery put it. This is in contrast, of course, to other areas of the discipline that have been confronting the issues of globalization, localization, and political engagement. If, as we have come to learn, texts are not self-sufficient, but, as said remarks in his The World, the Text and the Critic, 1991, 35, have ways of existing that even in their most rarefied form are always enmeshed in circumstance, time, place, and society, in short, they are in the world, and hence worldly, then so are biblical studies, its practitioners, and their scholarly output equally worldly. The methodologies, including our histories, along with the very language, syntax, and vocabulary of the discourse of biblical studies are enmeshed in, and often reflect, a world of shifting power relations. Biblical studies,
operating at the intersections between academy, church, synagogue, and world, is not a neutral discourse, but is indelibly marked with worldly affiliations. While it is relatively easy to demonstrate the worldly affiliations of historical studies from earlier in the century, the myopia of our own contemporary situation, with its strong passions expressed in the surface rhetoric of debate, only serves to obscure those same affiliations. Robinson and the Fulfillment of History. Theodore Robinson's first volume, subtitled From the Exodus to the Fall of Jerusalem, 586 BC, in Osterley and Robinson's two-volume History of Israel, 1932, provides a useful starting point for a consideration of a number of these issues. 7. It opens with the following remarkable claim. Today, it seems, we stand on the verge of a wholly new order, in which the division of mankind is to be neither geographical nor racial, but industrial. And it may well be that the historians of our age, writing in millennia still far distant, will look back on the year 1918 as the landmark which parts the old world from the new, and will assign to the audacious swoop of Allenby's cavalry through the gorge above Megiddo an importance equal to that of Thutmose III's bold passage of the same ravine. The latter was the movement leading to the victory of the age, the former was the turning point in the military action of a war which may well prove to be its close. Robinson 1932, 4. The worldly affiliations of Robinson's history can scarcely be denied. Israel's history is set in the context of imperial development, culminating in Britain's conquest of Palestine in the shape of Allenby. Wavell, in drawing the same parallel with Thutmose, 3 in his biography 8 years later makes no mention of Robinson's work. Yet this striking paragraph and its parallel clearly illustrate the worldliness of histories of Israel, as well as their subtle interconnections and the way in which they are necessarily implicated in the politics of their own day. 185. Yet once we are into the body of the main text, detachment from such affairs is maintained through the inferred authorial voice, the implied historian who speaks in the third person. It is, as Berkhofer, 1995, 160, notes, the textual norm for professional history. In historical texts, personal production is suppressed in favor of seemingly neutral and distanced description. The use of impersonal linguistic conventions promotes a seeming transparency to the past. 8. This seeming transparency to the past and the poetics of impersonal linguistic conventions by which it is achieved hides the connections of Robinson's history to its world. Robinson has constructed a narrative on the grand scale that moves from promising beginning, significant middle, to tragic end. Its opening section, Israel's Heritage, makes Israel the subject of Palestine and its history well before the birth and growth of the nation as described in the second section. The full significance of its history is revealed in section 3 with the Israelite monarchy, its rise and zenith, before the tragic denouement in the final section, the Israelite monarchies, their decline and fall. 9. David is the hero of this narrative as the founder of the state. Perhaps never again in her history, was Israel to produce another David. Robinson 1932, 235, 10. After his hero departs from the scene, the story is one of decline, a decline only briefly arrested by Josiah. 11. The indigenous population are virtually invisible in Robinson's narrative, or removed through assimilation when he claims that many pre-Israelite groups contributed to the blood of later Israel. Robinson 1932, 36, 12. Yet then, in a most remarkable statement, he denies Israel's claim to the land by affirming that its legacy is democracy and its monotheism. Israel's role was spiritual not territorial, a claim not insignificant in 1932 from a British perspective. 13. Israel, which he acknowledges continues to his own day, had forfeited its territorial legacy because it failed to maintain the nation-state of David. Israel, he says, had no political instincts, and it fell to her to be governed by men who, in this respect, were typical of their race. Here is a strongly teleological narrative in which the nation-state takes center stage. But the sub-themes of lack and inadequacy leading to tragic decline and the loss of the state play an integral role in the way in which Robinson's narrative claims this past, the significant middle,
For Imperial Britain in the shape of Allenby, who returns to fulfill history. 14 In hindsight, Robinson's rhetorical strategy and linguistic conventions come as little surprise in the context of the Rankine paradigm that dominated Western historiography. For von Ranke, European states of his day were spiritual substances, thoughts of God, as he termed them, supreme examples of God's purposes working themselves out on earth, Evans 1997, 18, 15. But this grand teleological narrative does not fade with Robinson and his contemporaries. Bright and the Triumph of Christianity. Robinson's volume is set during the period of the British Mandate in Palestine, and, as we have seen, its opening words link the past to the present reality of British imperial control. The model used is that of the nation-state, the development of national consciousness, and what he terms the unity of church and state. Yet this major history within the English-speaking world was soon to be replaced. 186. By American scholarship, particularly by the work of Albright and his students, culminating in the publication of John Bright's classic A History of Israel, 1960. Osterley and Robinson's chief rival had been Bailey and Kent's textbook History of the Hebrew Commonwealth, published in the 1920s. Just as American imperial power gradually replaced that of the British in the region, so its vision of the Israelite past, enshrined in chapters on the Cradle of Democracy, which deals with Israel in Egypt and the Exodus, or the struggle for independence, on the period of the Judges, replaced the British vision. It is not just that models chosen to represent the Israelite past reflect the present, with German scholarship obsessed by the movement from tribal confederation to unified state, or American scholarship emphasizing the concept of the chosen people, the conquest, and the manifestation of divine will in the historical realm, see Sasson 1981. The competition between these models reflects wider geopolitical shifts and imperial competition within the region. The eventual triumph of Bright's history in the English-speaking world, with its antecedents in the work of Kent and Bailey's textbook, and particularly inspired by Albright's scholarship, reflects the movement of power in the region, Bailey and Kent 1920. The critical moment that Robinson focuses upon, Allenby's triumph in 1918, is the time when Albright first comes to Palestine to begin his pioneering work. It is also the period when American scholarship was beginning the definition of a distinctive biblical interpretation, and the critical point when American imperial power began to challenge and replace that of Britain. James Montgomery, in his SBL presidential address that year, stated that the opportunity has come for American scholarship to assert its independence and attempt to work out its equality with that of other nations of the earth. The fortunes of the interpretative traditions of the great powers illustrate that internalist accounts alone, which concentrate on the great personalities of biblical studies divorced from their social and political context, are insufficient to explain the changing shape of biblical studies. In my final years at school in a small town on the east coast of England, I studied 3 A-level subjects, history, economics, and divinity, as prerequisites for university entrance. Divinity consisted of 3 sections: Old Testament, New Testament, and Church History. The Old Testament section was basically a historical survey, with the set text being John Bright's A History of Israel, a book I loved, and still love, and I retain my original school copy of the first edition. It was, of course, standard reading when I went to university and discovered Martin Noth's classic in translation. But it was to Bright that I owed allegiance, my faithful guide since my school days, and whose style I found easier to comprehend than the rather formal style of the translation of Noth's work. I was unable to offer any reasons that might look like informed judgment for my preference for Bright over Noth. Yet Bright shaped my perceptions, just as it developed my love of Israelite history. I have continually returned to Bright over the years, rereading sections of it on a regular basis. It is a rich and fascinating book. At first glance, the shape of Bright's history and its rhetorical strategy appear to move beyond Robinson's tragedy towards restoration. It opens with a prologue, The Ancient Orient before ca 2000 BC, including a subsection A. Before history, the foundations of civilization in the ancient Orient, then moves on. 187. To antecedents and beginnings, the age of the patriarchs, the formative period, Israel under the monarchy, the period of national self-determination, the monarchy, continued crisis and downfall, tragedy and beyond, the exilic and post-exilic periods, the formative period of Judaism, and concludes with an epilogue entitled Toward the Fullness of Time. Again, it is a grand-scale teleological narrative, dominated by time's arrow, in which the plot moves from before history to the fullness of time. In re-examining the poetics of Bright's history, the most surprising feature, at least for me, is that he does not adopt the professional norm of the implied historian to give authority to his account. Instead, from the very first paragraph, he immediately reduces the distance between the reader and the implied historian through the use of the first-person plural. This is not the imperial we of the professional guild, but a direct engagement of the reader through verbal association. Berkhofer 1995, 161. Berkhofer, 1995, 161, in Beyond the Great Story, describes this we as an attempt at author-reader complicity through the linguistic construction of the text, an acknowledgement of the social contract underlying the genre. Packed as it is with information about world history, archaeology and biblical studies, the reader is not bombarded with facts in an impersonal manner, but is drawn into the narrative through gentle persuasion and engagement. 16. It is now that I begin to understand the persuasive hold Bright had for me as a student. Critically, it is also a linguistic convention that unites historian and reader in the present. Thus Bright, 1960, 17, is able to say on the opening page, just as the Deuteronomist addressed his audience, to us who live in this late day, the second millennium BC seems very long ago indeed. As Robinson placed the significance of Israelite history in his own time, so Bright locates historian and reader in proximity to completion, the fullness of time. 17. The answer to Bright's, 1960, 446, question, what is the destination of Israel's history, is surprisingly that Israel, apart from Judaism, has no further significant history, p. 447. The continuation of the Samaritan community is described as only a fossil of minimal historical importance, p. 447. He refers to it as a Heilsgeschichte that never in the pages of the Old Testament arrives at Heil, salvation. It is a Heilsgeschichte that is not yet a Heilsgeschichte, a story without theological terminus, p. 448. Central to this textualization of time are the themes of lack, inadequacy, and unfulfillment. Israel's is a history of rebellion, failure, frustration, and most bitter disappointment, in which hope is often dashed, ever deferred, and at best only partly realized, p. 448. Just as Barani, 1998, 162, notes that Western scholarship viewed civilization as an organic universal whole, in which Mesopotamia as the cradle of civilization represents human culture's infancy, but was an infant that never grew up, so, for Bright, first Canaan, then Israel, though crucial to the history of the West, ultimately failed to mature. The notion of prehistory, the stage onto which Israel stepped, plays a critical role in this textualization of time. Canaan's religion is dismissed as an extraordinary debasing form of paganism. Bright 1960, 108, 18. While Canaan was, he says, a patchwork of petty city-states incapable of creating unity, 1955, 21, 19. Though it is with David that a new and different Israel emerges, 1955, 350, later Israel is incapable of fulfilling the promise, it awaits. 188. Fulfillment in the fullness of time. For Bright, Israel's direction might be described as a legitimate answer from a historical perspective, but it offers no fulfillment, no telos. Judaism, in Bright's evolutionary scheme, represents little more than a side branch from the main trunk. It is the main trunk that points towards the true path of evolutionary development and its culmination. 20. This is a strongly Rankine conception of history as the outworking of divine purpose, whose textualization of time places the nation-state, and so the Protestant West, as the subject and pinnacle of history. Bharani, 1998, 162, has argued that such a structuring of historical time is not only a teleological device but is also necessary for the operations of taxonomy which were so crucial for the colonialist project. While it is generally accepted that, within the evolutionary process, civilization was passed from the Near East through Greece and Rome to the modern West, he points out that this unilinear time also acts as an organizing device for a taxonomy of political systems which are then aligned racially to particular past cultures that are, in turn, seen as the developmental steps of the human cultural organism. 1998, 162. Although it is only with hindsight that such teleological schemes and their implications have become apparent, their influence on shaping the history of Palestine remains far-reaching. Peter Novick, 1988, has documented how the pre- and post-World War II period saw American culture turn toward affirmation and the search for certainty, resulting in the triumph of objective science and the objective fact. The fear of the cacophony of interpretative voices in contemporary biblical studies is less a contrast with the critical juncture that emerged at the end of the last century, reflected in the works of Wellhausen and Robertson Smith, than with what Novick, 1988, 61, termed the extraordinary degree of ideological homogeneity that characterized American scholarship in the post-war period. This is reflected in Bright's history, underpinned as it is by the Albrightian theology of history with its confident evolutionism, the pronouncements of the biblical theology movement, and confidence in the historicity of texts and their handling that characterized biblical studies at this time. The period of American exceptionalism is reflected in the presentation of the uniqueness of Israel, whether its material features, the four-roomed house or collared rim wear, its political and social organization, for George Ernest Wright it was a unique mutation, and its theology and sacred literature. The works of this period are imbued with the language of manifest destiny, the frontier, and democracy. Recent attacks on ideology, and appeals to objectivity and facts, mark a return to the intellectual climate of the 1950s, bar 2000. The insistence by post-war biblical specialists and others in the humanities that their work was free of ideological taint provides, as Novick, 1988, 301, notes, a textbook illustration of the truth of Mannheim's assertion that the greatest strength of ideologies in the subordination of intellect to power is that they are common sense. The celebratory tone of scholarship in this period both reflected and reinforced the confidence in objectivity. To be part of the consensus was to be objective, Novick 1988, 321, to challenge this consensus runs the risk of being dismissed as subjective, cynical, or an ideologue. The contemporary appeal in biblical studies to objective facts in the 189. Hope of a return to a post-war utopian landscape simply continues the delusion and the denial of the interconnections between the academic and political realms. It is clear that Robinson and Bright, despite the different voices they adopt, do not let the facts speak for themselves. The shape of their histories is not inherent in the facts but part of their worldly affiliations. Many think that such schemes are only of interest as a distant and unconnected phenomenon in the study of the history of the discipline. Yet this is a failure to comprehend the continuing force of the poetics of Israelite history, the intricately woven discourse of biblical studies. The unilinear scheme of time, the notion of return and fulfillment, or the themes of lack and inadequacy are not fossilized relics to be displayed as part of the history of our discipline. They are part of the buried network of assumptions, to borrow Gallagher's and Greenblatt's phrase, 2040, which still inform the representation of ancient Israel and the history of ancient Palestine. This network of assumptions, often in different guises, continues to shape our histories of the region. Contemporary scholarship, the continuing power of the poetics of Israelite history. Coogan and the shape of the history of the biblical world. The crisis of confidence which overwhelmed the discipline in the 1970s and 1980s,
highlighted by the disappearance of major single-authored volumes on the history of ancient Israel, following the publishing boom of the 1980s, has been replaced by a number of multi-authored volumes, reflecting the growing specialization and fragmentation of the study of the history of the region. Such volumes, alongside many specialist studies, suggest a renewed confidence in the historical enterprise. One of the most recent, the Oxford History of the Biblical World, edited by Michael Coogan, differs little in its shape and inherent assumptions from the traditional pattern witnessed already in Robinson and Bright. Despite the fierce methodological debates and their surface rhetoric that have drawn so much attention in recent years, the buried network of assumptions that informs the discourse of biblical studies continue to shape the history of ancient Palestine. The emplotment of Coogan's volume follows a familiar pattern. It opens with "In the beginning, the earliest history," and then moves on to "Before Israel, Syria-Palestine in the Bronze Age, Bitter Lives, Israel in and out of Egypt, Forging an Identity, the Emergence of Ancient Israel, There was no king in Israel, the Era of the Judges, Kinship and Kingship, the Early Monarchy, A Land Divided, Judah and Israel from the death of Solomon to the fall of Samaria, into exile, from the Assyrian conquest of Israel to the fall of Babylon, and then continues on through the Persian, Hellenistic and Roman periods. The shaping of the history again presupposes a notion of progression, even though the evolutionary scheme of Robinson and Bright is not nearly as explicit. Yet despite the multiple authors, it remains a strongly teleological narrative. Coogan's introduction, 1998, 9, suggests that the Bible requires a knowledge of the contexts in which it was produced, and many cultures of the ancient Near 190 East and the ancient Mediterranean, the biblical world, which he defines as spanning 2,000 years and 3 continents. Yet this is a history, just like Robinson's and Bright's, dominated by the absence or presence of Israel as signaled in the title of the second chapter, Before Israel, Syria and Palestine in the Bronze Age. The rhetorical strategy is no different in that vast periods of time, and vast geographical areas, are claimed for Israel before its appearance on the scene. Revealingly, although the chapter by Stager deals in large part with Philistine settlement and material culture, it is entitled Forging an Identity, the Emergence of Ancient Israel 21. Coogan argues that it is appropriate to set the core of our history into a larger context, as biblical tradition itself does, for there are demonstrable continuities between the earliest civilizations of the ancient Near East and ancient Israel, early Judaism and early Christianity. Coogan 1998, I.X., adding that the cultures of the ancient Near East are the direct ancestors of our own in many respects, especially as mediated through the Bible. 22. What he expresses here, of course, is the notion of an organic universal whole in which the teleological structuring of time culminates in Western culture. Israel and the biblical world, as he terms it, become part of the meta-narrative of human culture, to use Barani's phrase, 1998, 160. Once again, the central chapters are concerned with the movement to statehood as the defining essence of Israel. 23. But as Chakrabarti, 1994, 349, points out when discussing Indian history, to think this narrative was to think these institutions at the apex of which sat the modern state, and to think the modern or the nation-state was to think a history whose theoretical subject was Europe. Just as Bright's volume opened with Before History and moved to the fullness of time, so Coogan's volume opens with In the Beginning, the earliest history, and moves to Transitions and Trajectories, Jews and Christians in the Roman Empire. Barbara Geller's final chapter, in considering these different trajectories, offers an altogether more inclusivist reading than Bright's epilogue. Perhaps the visions of and yearnings for Jerusalem the Holy, she says, the ideal Jerusalem, embedded in centuries of Jewish, Christian and Muslim literature, can serve as a reminder of that which brings together the children of Abraham and all of humankind. Geller 1998, 444. Yet once again the history of civilization is conceptualized as an organic whole, with religion as the organizing principle. But as Richard King, 1999, 400, shows, following Talal Asad, the concept of religion is the product of the culturally specific discursive processes of Christian history in the West and has been forged in the crucible of interreligious conflict and interaction. Like the terms mystical and mysticism, he argues, religion is a culturally specific social construction with a particular genealogy of its own. A trajectory, of course, describes the path of a projectile moving under a given force and so implies linear movement. While the rhetorical shape of the volume makes Israel the subject of this history, in its absence or presence, despite the claim to cover the biblical world, the hidden subject is again the West and its inheritance of the region within the grand scheme of the universal history of culture. The precise voice adopted by the various contributors differs from chapter to chapter, but throughout it is the detachment of the professional historian that predominates, with the first-person plural also appearing. 24 Coogan, in particular. 191. Adopts the voice of the dispassionate third person. Similarly, Redmount's account is largely third person except for the surprising appearance of the imperial we in the concluding sentences. Admittedly, she says, we cannot prove that the Exodus took place, but we also cannot prove that it did not. As with so much else in the Bible, belief or disbelief in the historicity of the Exodus narrative becomes a matter of faith. Redmount 1998, 88. Suddenly, the implied claim to dispassionate and detached judgment is fractured by profession in an engaged faith as the arbiter of understanding. Stager exhibits perhaps the most austere form of narrative in which the implied voice of the historian predominates. His text is accompanied by various charts of statistical data and maps which add to the aura of objectivity. There is no acknowledgement here that these are contested interpretations every bit as much as the textual commentary. 25 The authoritative voice does not admit of alternative interpretations. There are no discursive footnotes and no indication that such a history might have multiple viewpoints. In the end, the job of a normal history, says Berkhofer, 1995, 163, is to suppress or conceal the personal intrusive voice so that the facts seem to speak for themselves. 26 The authoritative voice of the historian and the recurrent shape of such histories from Robinson, through Bright, to Coogan implies that access to the past is transparent and that the shape of such a history is implicit in the facts. Proto-Israel and the colonization of the past. Historians rarely discuss the nature of time or how it is textualized, see Berkhofer 1995, 106. Yet as we have seen, the notion of organic time pervades Western historiography and is integral to the conception and representation of Israelite history from the 19th century to the beginning of the 21st century. The notion of prehistory plays a crucial role in this textualization of Israelite history from Robinson to Coogan, and is particularly prevalent in works on the archaeology of ancient Israel. Malamat, some years ago, drew a distinction between the prehistory of Israel and its proto-history. He defined, 1983, 303, prehistory as a time prior to Israel's existence, whereas proto-history represented the time when embryonic Israel took shape, from the patriarchal age to settlement, culminating in its emergence as an ethnic/territorial entity in Canaan. 27 In effect, the prehistory of Robinson, Bright, and Coogan becomes Israel's proto-history. In more recent scholarship, this has taken on a slightly different guise through the term Proto-Israelite, as popularized by William Dever in a series of articles. 28 He uses the term, of course, in the context of the debate about the ethnic identity of the inhabitants of hill country settlements at the beginning of the Iron Age, defining Proto-Israelites as largely indigenous peoples of Palestine, perhaps displaced Canaanites, opening up and settling the hill country frontiers. Even their language and culture were Canaanite. Dever 1989, 103. Similarly, he argues, despite our uncertainty as to the full content of the term, these 12th to 11th century, ethnic Israelites, or better, as hereafter, Proto-Israelites, possessed an overall material culture that led directly on into the true, full-blown Iron Age culture of the Israelite monarchy of the 10th century BCE and later.
192. That cultural continuity alone would entitle us to regard these Iron Eye villages as the authentic progenitors of later biblical Israel, i.e., as presumed Proto-Israelites. Dever 1993, 24 *. The term has been so successful that Proto-Israelites can be found colonizing the past well beyond Dever's intended formulation. Yet the choice of terminology is revealing of the network of buried assumptions that continues to shape our histories of the region. Dipesh Chakrabarty, 1994, 26, discusses a similar situation in Marx's use of the categories bourgeois and pre-bourgeois or capital and pre-capital. The prefix pre here signifies a relationship that is both chronological and theoretical. The coming of the bourgeois or capitalist society gives rise for the first time to a history that can be apprehended through a philosophical and universal category, capital. History becomes, for the first time, theoretically knowable. All past histories are now to be known, theoretically, that is, from the vantage point of this category, that is in terms of their differences from it. Things reveal their categorical essence only when they reach their fullest development. In the same way, the term Proto-Israelite is to net in relation to the Israelite state, which represents the pinnacle of political development and the vantage point from which the history of Palestine must be viewed. This taxonomic scheme is encapsulated in the view that pervades biblical studies that the inadequate city-states of Canaan are replaced by the nation-state of Israel. This is essentially a reiteration of the common principle in 19th-century debates that, in order to be viable, nation-states had to achieve a sufficient size. Hobsbawm, 1990, 30, points out that if it fell below this threshold, it had no historic justification. Such a view was too obvious to require argument. Smaller nationalities, such as the Sicilians, Bretons, or Welsh, dismissed by Mazzini as of little significance, were termed Kleinstaaterei, a deliberately derogatory term. The same taxonomy of political structures, embodying this threshold principle, still pervades biblical studies with its dismissal of the Canaanite city-states, captured nicely in Bright's reference to petty city-states, and its emphasis on the critical role of the Israelite monarchy in shaping the history of Palestine. Dever's formulation of the term Proto-Israelite, and his insistence that the true essence of Israel is revealed in the monarchic state, continues the chronological and taxonomic scheme that has been at the heart of Western and biblical historiography for a century or more. 29 Such a conception of history is the direct heir of von Ranke's vision of history as the working out of the divine essence through the nation-state. 30. Conclusion. The temporal categories, the taxonomy, the teleological assumptions of Western narratives are not confined to the past, they are not curious relics of 19th century. 193. Scholarship or the telltale signs of an immediate post-war scholarship that has faded into the history of the discipline. They are alive and well as part of the poetics of biblical discourse that continue to shape the history and representation of ancient Israel and so ancient Palestine. As Barani, 1998, 169, notes, in this way, current scholarship repeats and diffuses the prototypes of imperialism. Through the power of writing, abstractions that are colonial in principle are left intact. 31. The preservation of chronological and taxonomic schemes that characterized histories of Israel from the early 20th century continue the network of hidden assumptions that shape the history of Palestine. It is this web of language that continues deep within the discourse of biblical studies as an inherent part of the poetics of Israelite history. Since such histories continue to be written in the context of the nation-state, it is the nation-state and the West that remains their theoretical subject. As such, these histories are deeply ethnocentric, as the fierce debate on ethnic labels in the Iron Age illustrates, see Birkhofer 1995, 72, see also Potter 1962. In trying to reconceptualize the history of ancient Palestine, we have to beware of reading the modern nation-state and its ethnic identities back into the past and trying to replace one form of exclusivist history with another. Instead, we have to look for multiple or layered identities that are not necessarily equivalent to modern national identities and reconceive of the ancient past of Palestine without these nationalist frameworks and the taxonomic and chronological schemes that accompany them. It ought to be seen as a part of a wider regional history that is not constructed on nationalistic grounds or panders to the exclusivity of nationalism. Thus, for example, the development of political structures in the Iron Age ought to be understood as part of the rhythms and patterns of Palestinian history which echo the structures of the Middle Bronze II period and later, rather than as some definitive innovation from which all previous history must be judged. 32. The adoption of a particular voice or voices by a historian, as well as the choice of viewpoint, shapes the history. No historian is immune from these choices, whichever label, minimalist, maximalist, or whatever, we choose to give them. 33. The adoption of the third-person voice of the implied historian is an attempt to construct the object as ideologically natural. The recurrent shape of the history of Israel, as evidenced in the narratives of Robinson, Bright, and Coogan, is not something inherent in the facts of history, but a continuation of the chronological and taxonomic schemes, and the poetics of representation, of Western historiography. 34. They are not abstracted from the vicissitudes of time but are worldly, enmeshed in a world of shifting geopolitical power and competing scholarly traditions. Introduction. The death of minimalism has been pronounced recently in the pages of The Guardian, Irving 2001, one of Britain's leading quality newspapers, as well as in the Biblical Archaeology Review, Shanks 2001. One in a recent review of archaeology as a discipline, Ephraim Stern pronounced that minimalism would last no more than 2 to 3 years, Larry Stager gave it 5 years at the most, Amnon Bentor 5 to 10 years, while Frank Cross pronounced that the minimalist movement will be eaten away and evaporate, Shanks 2001, 29. It is arguably a century or more since an approach to the Bible has provoked such a strong reaction as that represented by what has come to be commonly termed biblical minimalism or revisionism. Given the pronouncements that it is such an ephemeral phenomenon, we might ask, why all the fuss? Yet Dever, 2001, 51, is so concerned by what he discerns as not properly speaking a coherent scholarly school, but rather an ideological movement with revolutionary aspirations that he has devoted considerable time and energy in trying to counter it. What is it that defines so-called biblical minimalism or revisionism as a school or movement? We might pose a series of questions after the manner of Catherine Gallagher and Stephen Greenblatt, 2000, 1-2, in Practicing New Historicism, who expressed themselves surprised a few years ago to find an advertisement in an English department for a specialist in new historicism. How could something that did not exist, they ask, that was only a few words gesturing toward a new interpretative procedure have become a field? Similarly, we might ask how could a few books and articles concerned with the study of Israelite history become perceived as a revolutionary movement so threatening that it requires senior figures in the discipline to reassure colleagues that, scarcely are they planted, scarcely sown, scarcely has their stem taken root in the earth, when he blows upon them, and they wither, and the tempest carries them off like stubble, Isa 40.24. Although, as far as I am aware, no advert has yet appeared asking for an expert in biblical minimalism, we might still ask who can claim expertise in it and of what does such expertise consist? Where can we find a set of theoretical propositions or an articulated program so that we can say, you are not an authentic minimalist, or Dever and Shanks can, like the Amarna scribes before them, add one more name to the list of the rhetoric and reality of revisionism *. 11. 200. Those banished from the mainstream of biblical studies to the land of the Epireu, the borderlands of minimalism, where according to Stern, Stager, Bentor, and Cross they must await their inevitable fate? An article, available on the Internet, by Gary Rensburg entitled Down with History, Up with Reading, The Current State of Biblical Studies 2 describes the decline from the consensus on the historicity of the biblical traditions achieved by a host of, in his words, luminaries and giants such as Albright, Gaster, Ginsberg, Orlinsky, Gr.
Driver, de Vaux, Benjamin Mazar, Yaughton, and Cyrus Gordon to the present perilous state of the discipline. In short, he says, the paradigm has shifted from a maximalist stance to a minimalist one. 3. He then asks, who are these people, these minimalists, or who are these people, these revisionists, these nihilists? What drives them? To give you the names of the 4 best known among them, he continues helpfully. They are Thomas Thompson, Philip Davies, Niels Lemsch, and Keith Whitelam. Some of them are driven by Marxism and leftist politics. Some of them are former evangelical Christians who now see the evils of their former ways. Some of them are counterculture people, left over from the 60s and 70s, whose personality includes the questioning of authority in all aspects of their lives. Rensburg does not indicate which of the character traits ts which particular scholar. For however, such descriptions do not help us in determining what would constitute expertise in minimalism, only the kinds of characters we are likely to end applying for our hypothetical post. Rensburg's account is typical of recent pronouncements in proclaiming that there is a clear dividing line, a bipolar opposition, that separates scholars on these matters. The maximalist holds that since so much of the biblical record has been confirmed by archaeological work and by other sources from the ancient Near East, for example, the aforementioned Mesha stele, that even when there is no corroborating evidence, we can assume that the Bible reflects true history, unless it can be proved otherwise. The minimalist approach is exactly the opposite. Because so much of the biblical record is contradicted by archaeological work and by other sources from the ancient Near East, for example, the lack of any conquest at Jericho and Ai, we must assume that the Bible is literary fiction, unless it can be proved otherwise. If we adopt the criteria set out by Rensburg, the following statements allow us to say to their authors, you are authentic minimalists, or to respond to those who wish to challenge their views, I am sorry but you are not suitable for our post in biblical minimalism. As late as the 1970s, the standard histories of ancient Israel were nothing more than summaries of the biblical record, occasionally sprinkled with supposed 201 archaeological illustrations. What the Book of Kings said was history. What Exodus said was history. Sometimes, what Genesis said was history. Figures such as William F. Albright, John Bright, George E. Mendenhall and Ephraim Macebezer were still holding the line on the existence of a patriarchal age. No one with a whiff of independence from the biblical worldview accepted this as reality. The evidence for the patriarchal age was, at best, evidence of the antiquity of some social practices possibly reflected in the narratives. Halpern 1995, 33. Or, and with new models of indigenous Canaanite origins for early Israel there is neither place nor need for an exodus from Egypt. I regard the historicity of the Exodus as a dead issue. Dever 1997, 67, 81, 5. Or, take the patriarchal narratives. After a century of exhaustive investigation, all respectable archaeologists have given up hope of recovering any context that would make Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob credible historical figures. Virtually the last archaeological word was written by me more than 20 years ago for a basic handbook of biblical studies, Israelite and Judean history. And, as we have seen, archaeological investigation of Moses and the Exodus has similarly been discarded as a fruitless pursuit. Indeed, the overwhelming archaeological evidence today of largely indigenous origins for early Israel leaves no room for an exodus from Egypt or a 40-year pilgrimage through the Sinai wilderness. Dever 2001, 98-9. Are these the demented ramblings of the terrible Thompson, the lamentable Lemsch, the diabolical Davies, or the woeful Whitelam pursuing their revolutionary ideological agenda, corrupting younger scholars, and threatening the very foundations of Western civilization? See Dever 2001, 291? Obviously not. The RST is taken from Barak Halpern's article Erasing History, The Minimalist Assault on Ancient Israel, Halpern 1995. The others come from William Dever's essay Is There Any Archaeological Evidence for the Exodus, Dever 1997,
and his most recent book What Did the Biblical Writers Know and When Did They Know It? Dever 2001, Dever, perhaps the most vehement of all the critics of what he prefers to call revisionism or nihilism, denies the historicity of the patriarchal or Exodus traditions, and argues that what he identifies as Israelite sites, or Proto-Israelite sites, in the early Iron Age are largely the result of indigenous development, views which he shares with those he rejects as minimalists, revisionists, or nihilists. In fact, such views are expressed by so-called minimalists and maximalists alike. The remarkable consensus, achieved since the late 1980s, on the striking similarities in the 202 material culture of settlements from the late Bronze Age to the early Iron Age, ought to signal caution in trying to characterize the current debates as a clear-cut polarization. Just as Dever has spent the last few years searching for Proto-Israelites, who when fully grown a century or so later become Israelites, so on the basis of his views about the patriarchs, Exodus, and conquest, we might term him a proto-minimalist who aspires to become an authentic minimalist and therefore be a suitable candidate for our hypothetical vacancy in biblical minimalism. He does, after all, claim to be steeped in revisionist literature, Dever 2001, 51. When we try to deny a minimalist view, in assessing the historicity of the biblical traditions, how much is too much that it becomes maximalist and how much is too little that it becomes minimalist? The terms are relative, of course, but size it seems does matter. What these examples illustrate is that there is not a clear dividing line between so-called minimalism and so-called maximalism within biblical studies. When we look at detailed statements and arguments, rather than indulge in generalities, we can see that the rhetoric of representation and the reality of scholarship are worlds apart. The rhetoric of rejection. Yet how are we to construct our hypothetical advert for our specialist in minimalism? We might take the list of names who are frequently said to be members of this movement. Davies, Lemsch, Thompson, and Whitelam are the most often cited, and use their work to establish a canon of minimalism or revisionism. However, Dever, 2001, 40-4, includes Finkelstein as a leading figure in the movement, while Barr, 2000, 62, for example, includes such scholars as Herzog, Garbini, and others. The size of the list and its constituent members varies as much as biblical genealogies formerly used to construct a hypothetical amphictyony. Invariably, the published work of the most prominent names is used to establish a canon of minimalism. Any statement by one of these scholars, it seems, can then be attributed to all of them. 6. But where can we find a systematic statement of minimalism in order to apply our test of authenticity? Philip Davies's In Search of Ancient Israel has been described as the beginning of a deliberate movement. The invention of ancient Israel is said to be a manifesto of minimalism. 7. While Dever informs us that Finkelstein's and Silbermann's The Bible Unearthed is an ideological manifesto rather than judicious, well-balanced scholarship, Dever 2001, 60. Presumably then any authentic minimalist, and prospective candidate for our hypothetical post, will be happy to affirm the various manifesto statements and pledges contained in these volumes. In addition, it is possible to compile a checklist of fundamental tenets from the many representations of minimalism in scholarly publications, newspaper articles, and public lectures which warn an unsuspecting public of the dangers posed to the very fabric of Western society by the practitioners of minimalism, while reassuringly issuing the divine advice you have only to be still, Exodus 14.14. 4. As the psalmist says, they will soon fade like the grass, and wither like the green herb, Psalm 37.2. Our checklist of fundamental tenets to which our applicants for the post would have to subscribe would include the following: Ancient Israel did not exist. 203. The Bible is useless for historical research. The Bible is a literary fiction/pious fraud written in the Persian and Hellenistic periods. The Tel Dan stele is a forgery, and, of course, according to the representation of minimalism, our applicants would have to be anti-Semitic. Yet, as with the surprise of Gallagher and Greenblatt at the advert for an expert in new historicism, So minimalism in the form of the set of fundamental tenets attributed to various individuals simply does not exist. Minimalism and maximalism as bipolar opposites have about as much substance as Martin Noth's Amphictyony or the shade of Samuel called up by the medium of Ender to consult with Saul. What we find increasingly in many scholarly and popular presentations of minimalism is not a rhetoric of representation, a description of fundamental tenets, or a careful representation of scholarly views, but a rhetoric of misrepresentation, a rhetoric of rejection which is designed to marginalize and discredit. The last item on our checklist is, of course, the most serious and needs to be addressed directly. Claims that minimalism is a passing fad, a dying and irrelevant phenomenon, is part of a strategy designed to marginalize and discredit. Arguments are dismissed as credulous, facile, fashionable, a passing fad and part of trendy academic fashions, Dever 1996, 8, 2001, 17, 25. Each of these terms, along with politically correct, Dever 2001, 91, or Circle of Dilettantes, Rainey 1994, 47, are important rhetorical markers designed to discredit the ideas or scholars to whom they are attached. 9 Marjorie Garber, 2001, 120, notes that fad, fashionable, and trendy are about the most damning epithets that can be hurled at ideas these days. Each connotes breeziness, unseriousness, evanescence. Or, as she puts it later, it is to be condemned by the trendiest of dismissive words, trendy, Garber 2001, 97. Yet as she points out, the terms trend and trendy, which are used so dismissively, derive ironically from trend analysis in the social sciences. One of the amusing ironies is that Dever, 2001, 17, 25, dismisses revisionists as trendy, while at the same time talking about searching for trends in archaeology, Dever 2001, 66, and praising the contribution of the social sciences in the study of Israelite history, Dever 2001, 50. Yet Garber, 2001, 122, asks the pertinent question, how long does a trend, or fad, or fashion, have to be in place for it to transcend its suspect status? If minimalism is said to last from 2 to 10 years, according to the pronouncements of senior figures, when does it cease to be a fashionable trend or fad and become an accepted part of biblical studies or, more worryingly for some, the new orthodoxy? Similarly, frequent references to minimalists as a vocal minority, or claims that